Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Hello! Welcome to Wikipedia with me. I'm Avers. I will be your host today and always. And I'm also going to move my camera slightly. I'm very sunburned. It's good to see you. Zenith, how you doing? Anyone else who's out there? Hello. I just realized I need to start my captions. Let me do that real quick. Real quick. For my folks who need closed captions. Okay, cool. Yay! Welcome to P Week. If you're new around here, on Sundays we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. So looking up things that start with the letter P. I actually have a whole bunch of stuff from our notebook. But if y'all have topics, I am happy to forego the ones that I do. Dude, it's brutal, Jay Punzel. And here's the thing. It's like, you would think at this point in my life I would not be getting sunburned every single summer. It's like, you need, like, wear fucking sunscreen. Just wear sunscreen. But I find myself in these, like, situations where it's like, well, too late now. I don't have any, so I guess we're just in it. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, my body is hurting. It's much better. I got sunburned on Friday, waiting in line to get a Friday the 13th tattoo because I'm a grown-up man-child. But the tattoo is cute, but I am fucking sunburned. So we're gonna just be masked today because it's so much more comfortable than being femme. In it to burn it. That's right. Exactly. How are you? What are you up to? It's good to see you. Zenith, good to see you. Anyone else who's out there? Hello. Yeah, in it to burn it. In it to burn it. Dude, it's gnarly. Can you, do you see? Fucking gnarly. It's not okay. But it's fine. It's not okay, but it's fine. You know what's funny? I was wearing my COVID mask, so just my forehead is sunburned, but the rest of my face is actually fine. It's gnarly. It's not good. But lesson learned, is it? Every summer I forget how white I am. But like, I burn so easily too is the thing. It's awful. Gonna watch your stream while conquering my fear of deep water by playing Subnautica. Okay, do it. Butt clenched. Good luck. You can do it. I believe in you, Zenith. Zenith, I do have pegging on the list. It's a very short article, but just so you know, I didn't forget. I didn't forget that you wanted to talk about pegging. Never forget. Never surrender. Love Subnautica? Okay, I've heard good things about Subnautica, and maybe I need to play it. Don't get me wrong. Deep Ocean is terrifying, but I would love to play it. Hi, Nonsense. How cute am I? How cute are you? He thinks. He thinks it's very sweet. What are you up to? Happy Sunday. I'm drinking a smoothie. I'm very sunburned. It's P Week. We're here. We out here. Nonsense. It's so good to see you. You're such a sweetheart. Let's see. Just finished my radio show for the week. Then to answer some questions. You got this. Jay, you got this. I believe in you. How much more school do you have left? I apologize if this is a question I have asked you before. It probably is. But where are you at in your schooling endeavors? You got this. I believe in you. You got it for free from Epic? Why do I not? My little brother tells me, shout out Star Knuckle, my little brother tells me all the time that I need to get on Epic. And I'm like, yeah, great idea. And then I never do. And I need to so that I can get things like Subnautica for free. You know what I mean? Working today, but thank goodness for Wikipedia with me. Yay! Well, I'll tell you, for whatever reason, so I write down every week if we have an idea for another week that starts with a different letter, right? For whatever reason, we have a bazillion P topics already, but that said, I'm happy to forego those for other ones. So far, here's what we've got. Plankton. Pegging. Puffins. Penthesilia. Pachamama. Philippine flying lemur. Pop art. Pumpkin toadlets. Philology. Pikas. Punch and Judy. Picari. Pastiche. And pigeon. So we're in it. I might, because we have so many animals, I'm just going to switch orders slightly so we don't have multiple animals in a row. So many animals that start with the letter P is the thing, you guys. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I just want to make sure. We'll throw pumpkin toadlets between Penthilcilia, and pastiche. Okay, so one more time. So, plankton, pegging. Excited for pegging. Puffins, Penthilcilia, pumpkin toadlets, Pachamama, Philippine flying lemur, pop art, philology, Punch and Judy, Pika, pastiche, Picari, and pigeon. Picard? Okay. Star Trek Picard. I'll allow it. It like falls under Star Trek theoretically, but we can definitely talk about Jean-Luc Picard. Jean-Luc Picard. Is that his name? Am I just making shit up? That's right? It just says Picard. Is it Jean-Luc? Why am I giving him the first name of Jean-Luc? Is that actually his name? It is Jean-Luc. Okay, cool. Great. Did anyone else say something that I missed? All right, so that's Jay's topic. COVID baby is feeling better. Oh, I'm glad your baby's feeling better. Yeah, fevers are the worst, man. The worst. Nonsense did I say I hope work goes well? Because I hope work goes well. Let's see. Jay, 2 weeks left this semester. Nice. And then 8 classes left. You're so close to the end, my dude. So close. You're going to get it. That's so exciting. Let's see. Anything else? Techie is Juan. So last name first, I guess. Yeah. No, but Picard, we go by surname anyway. So Picard totally works. Totally works. Should we get into it? Let me change into our like lo-fi hip hop kind of zone here. Yeah, let's get into it because we've got a bazillion topics. We gotta get through and we gotta bust through. We gotta do this thing. Okay, let's see. It's chill hop. What do we want? Summer? Maybe a summer chill hop of sorts. Maybe a 2017 chill hop summer. We'll see how this goes. Okay, are we ready, team? Let's get into it. Let's do the damn thing. If you have a beverage, get your beverages, get your snacks. It's time to Wikipedia with me. P, or P, is the 16th letter of the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is P. I'm gonna be fine. Pronounced P, plural P's. Now we know. I wish that Subnautica was multiplayer. Ooh, that would be fun. Here we go. This is how you do the cursive. Although I feel like their capital P is a little bit boring for a cursive, no? I'm like trying to remember how to do it. I don't remember. Here we go. Here's the history. It started out like a wonky eyeball, and then it's like a pipe, and then a little swoop, and then another swoop, and then another swoop, and then a thingamabob, and then another thingamabob, and then a thing, and there it is, P. Sisters. All right, that's the letter P. We did it. We did it. Done. Enough. Plankton! Ready? It's easy, and that would be fun. Just got to the point where I can build a base. Ooh. Ooh, I didn't know you built bases. All I know is that you're underwater and that there are scary sea creatures. That's all I know about Subnautica. Otherwise, got nothing. All right, plankton are the diverse collection of organisms found in water or air. Or air. Interesting. That are unable to propel themselves against current or wind. The individual organisms constituting plankton are called plankters. That's cute. In the ocean, they provide a crucial source of food to many small and large aquatic organisms such as bivalves, fish, and whales. Marine plankton include bacteria, archaea. Archaea constitute a domain of single-celled organisms. These microorganisms lack cell nuclei and are therefore prokaryotes. Archaea were initially classified as bacteria, receiving the name archaebacteria, but this term has fallen out of use. Interesting. Okay, so single-cell organism of sorts. Okay, great. Okay, so include bacteria, archaea, algae, protozoa, and drifting or floating animals that inhabit the salt water of oceans and the brackish waters of estuaries. We're already in it. Estuaries? Now I need to know. An estuary is a partially enclosed coastal body of brackish water. We talk about brackish water a lot in this stream, huh? I never even heard the term brackish water before doing Wikipedia with me. Okay. Brackish water with one or more rivers or streams flowing into it with a free connection to the open sea. Okay. Statuaries, that's not how you say it. Estuaries form a transition zone between river environments and maritime environments and are an example of an ecotone. Cool. Great, good. All right, so estuaries. Freshwater plankton are similar to marine plankton, but are found in the fresh waters of lakes and rivers. Plankton are usually thought of as inhabiting water, but there are also airborne versions. This I did not know. I thought for sure, I like how they say that, they're usually thought of as inhabiting water. So that's what I thought, but I didn't know that they were air boys too. Airborne versions, aeroplankton, that live part of their lives drifting in the atmosphere. These include plant spores, pollen, and wind-scattered seeds, as well as microorganisms swept into the air from terrestrial dust storms and oceanic plankton swept into the air by sea spray. So they do come from the ocean and then they just end up in the air. Real quick, look at this picture of all these plankton. This is marine microplankton and mesoplankton. Cool, wild. Let's see. Though many planktonic species are microscopic in size, plankton includes organisms over a wide range of sizes, including large organisms such as jellyfish. What? Jellyfish are planktons? I'm confused. Because we read about jellyfish during J Week. So what? Hold on a minute. What does that mean? And also, is this just playing the same song over and over again? It is just playing the same song over and over again. Why? Why? Why are you playing the same song over and over again, playlist? That's weird and annoying. Let's try this one. Okay. I need to figure out more about this plankton jellyfish situation. Hold, please. Plankton jellyfish? What? Are jellyfish plankton? Jellyfish are a type of zooplankton. What? That both drift in the ocean and have some swimming ability. Okay. Okay, so because they don't have a lot of swimming ability, is that why? Plankton are usually microscopic, often less than 1 inch in length, but they also include larger species like some crustaceans and jellyfish. Scientists classify plankton in several ways, including size, type, and how long they spend drifting. Okay. So TLDR, I think, is that if a jellyfish, a certain species of jellyfish, doesn't really use locomotion to travel, but just drifts based on ocean current, then it might be considered plankton, maybe? Which is wild. I had no idea. Mind-blowing. Plankton are defined by their ecological niche and level of mobility. There it is. Wait, nope. I read that wrong again. Motility? Motility? Oh my god, guys. Motility is the ability of an organism to move independently using metabolic energy. Okay. Got it. Okay. Rather than by any phylogenetic or taxonomic classification. Interesting. Okay, and then, so ecological niche. Hold on. A niche is the match of a species to a specific environmental condition. It describes how an organism or population responds to the distribution of resources and competitors and how it, in turn, alters those same factors. Okay, cool. Technically, the term does not include organisms on the surface of the water, which are called neuston, or those that swim actively in the water, which are called nekton. Okay. What are we going to do? What are we going to read? There's a lot happening. I don't even know. Let's just kind of go and see what happens. Whoa, pictures! Okay. Here's a picture of submarine diatoms. Diatoms? A key phytoplankton group. Pseudoplankton? Pseudoplankton. What are pseudoplankton? Pseudoplankton. Okay, we will look. I'm just so cute. Are they or aren't they? Kind of plankton. It's kind of a plankton. I love that. Also, gelatinous zooplankton. There's a lot to these plankton boys, huh? I'm very curious about it. Then we've got this lovely picture. So as you can see, we have crabs, fish, plankton, and newstons. Some crustaceans are planktons. First of all, I thought planktons were all in water. Second of all, I thought all planktons were tiny. So this is blowing my mind right now. It seems like there's like a big part of the classification is the way that they move, which again, I had no idea. Okay, so in this picture, plankton, organisms that drift with water currents, can be contrasted with nekton, organisms that swim against water currents, newston, organisms that live at the ocean surface, and benthos, organisms that live at the ocean floor. Okay. The name plankton is derived from the Greek adjective planktos, meaning errant, and by extension, wanderer or drifter. Cute! And was coined by Victor Henson in 1887. While some forms are capable of independent movement and can swim hundreds of meters vertically in a single day, a behavior called diel vertical migration. Their horizontal position is primarily determined by the surrounding water movement, and the plankton typically flow with ocean currents. This is in contrast to nekton organisms such as fish, squid, and marine mammals, which can swim against the ambient flow and control of their position in the environment. I swear I have like a hair or like an eyelash, and it's gonna be the death of me. It's gonna be the death of me today. It's gonna be a thing. Okay, anyway. Within the plankton, holoplankton spend their entire life cycle as plankton. What does that sentence mean? E.g., most algae, copepods, salps, and some jellyfish. Wild. By contrast, meroplankton are only planktic for part of their lives, usually the larval stage, and then graduate to either, oh gosh, GIMP!
Oh hi Abbers, John Madden, here, GIMP Madden.
John Madden here, Gibbs Madden. Gimp, how are you? It's good to see you. 17 months. 17 months. 17 months! I think October will be my 2-year stream anniversary. And I think November will be my 2-year I'm an affiliate anniversary. Gimp, thank you for the resub. You're very sweet. It's so good to see you too. How were Battlegrounds? How is the St. Jude's money going? Guys, Gimp is raising money for St. Jude's and is so close to his goal. He's fucking crushing it. He was playing, I knew you were playing Battlegrounds this morning. How was it? Did you win? Are you winning, son? We're reading about plankton right now. Welcome. Oh no, Battlegrounds was bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear it. Have they had a recent expansion? Or am I making that up? I feel like they have an expansion every other month, but I could be wrong. All right. Plankton time. New patch. PUBG for P-Week? Okay, so Zenith, you have to choose because your topic was pegging. So do you want to read about pegging or do you want to read about PUBG? You got to choose. You got one topic. So whichever one we will read about. But you got to choose one. I'm sorry, Sophie's choice. It's a really difficult option. Pegging or PUBG? Right? It's quite the dilemma. What's it gonna be? What a difficult decision. Yeah. Decisions. Is that? I don't think that's how he sounds. I don't know. I feel like I need a longer phrase to really get into the John Madden of it all. You don't remember pegging? That was you! Okay, then we'll get rid of pegging. Get the pegging out of here. No pegging. You saw nothing. All right, PUBG. PUBG it is. That was definitely you. I also don't want PUBG. Oh my god! I reserve the right to choose another. Okay, so you don't want either of them? Okay, so if you... Okay, all right, I got rid of pegging. We're not doing PUBG. You let me know if you have a different one. Thank you for not making me read about pegging. That was definitely you. It was during all week when we were reading about organisms. Nope, orgasms. educational. Okay. Moving on. Plankton. Okay, so by contrast, meroplankton are only planktic for part of their lives, usually the larval stage, and then graduate to either a nektic, swimming, or benthic, seafloor existence. Examples of meroplankton include the larvae of sea urchins, starfish, crustaceans, marine worms, and most fish. I don't like the idea of marine worms. Something about that sounds not good. I want punting. It's an important part of I want punting. It's an important part of the game. Yeah, so we need to learn about it. I feel like that was a pretty good Madden. All right, is punting a thing? Let me see. Punting wiki. Punt. Okay, we have punt, the boat. Punt, gridiron football. That's what we're talking about. That's what we want, baby. 11 out of 10. Thank you. Thanks. I think in a former life I was maybe a John Madden impersonator for a living. Is that a thing? Do people just like hire John Madden impersonators to come hang out at their parties? I don't think so, but now I need to Google that. Hold, please. John Madden impersonator. I know Frank Caliendo does one, but I think mine is better. I'm coming for you, Frank. See, there he is. I think mine is better. I think I'm better than... I said it. Controversial, but brave. I think I'm better than Frank Caliendo. That's just life. Let's see. Wondergoon, hi! Welcome to P-Week! How are you? We're living. We're existing. I'm thriving. I'm not thriving. I'm very sunburned, and my body hurts. But I'm good. I'm good. I got a new tattoo. I've gotten 2 new tattoos this week, which is very fun. One of them is a work in progress, so that'll be fun when it's actually donezo. It's a big old... Actually, it's still bandaged up because it feels nice being bandaged up, and I don't really want to fuck with it. Like a big old dandelion on my calf, and then on my thigh, I got a little Game Boy, a little spooky Game Boy for Friday the 13th. So my body hurts for a myriad of reasons. The main reason, honestly, the sunburn hurts way more than the tattoos do in the healing process of the tattoo. But there was a moment yesterday during my tattoo near the end of the session where I was just like, oh God, I'm going to die. Cecilia Payne. No, you didn't, because I forgot to put her on the list. So perfect. Let me add her. Hold on. Cecilia Payne. No, we got her. You did not miss her because now she's on the list. Let me see. So let me put some stuff a little bit higher up since you all are here. We're going to put Picard. We'll do Picard next after Plankton. Then we'll do Punt, Gridiron Football. And then we'll do Cecilia Payne. And then we'll do Puffins, and then we got all sorts of stuff planned. All sorts of stuff planned. So no, you didn't miss it. You're here just in time. Right now we're reading about Plankton. So there's a couple ahead of you, and then we'll get into it. So welcome. Glad you're here. Let's see. How much to pay you to pay for you to impersonate John Madden at one of my parties? Honestly, just travel fare. How much would it cost to fly me to St. Louis or wherever you're at? That's all. So yeah, travel fare, room and board, travel fare. That's it. And then I would pay for the cosplay materials because I surely would reuse them for something at some point. Ooh, you guys. Ooh. Okay, so June. Okay, there's a couple things happening. One, first and foremost, we raised the points for the Mama Abbers. We're going to take a pause on Plankton for a second. You raised the channel points. Y'all raised 200,000 points to do the Mama Abbers Science Spectacular. So I will see my mom on Monday, and I will talk to her about dates. I'm thinking Memorial Day weekend. This is my hope, as long as my mom is free that weekend. She's very busy in retirement. She has given herself so many activities. So hopefully that weekend will work for her. That's my plan. And then in June for Pride Month, speaking of cosplays, I'm going to do a Trixie Mattel makeup, get ready with me. So I'm going to follow a Trixie Mattel tutorial and do the Trixie makeup. If you don't know who Trixie Mattel is, Wonderful drag queen. 10 out of 10. Top notch. And so I ordered a wig for it, and the wig came yesterday. I love this wig. It is such a funny, amazing wig. I'm like very into it. It's just like, it's like blonde, like bangs, and then like beehive and like curls that come down. Top notch, 10 out of 10. I'm very excited. So these are my cosplay plans for the future. I will cosplay as my mother's daughter for the Science Spectacular, and then I will cosplay as Trixie Mattel sometime mid-June for Pride Month. Very excited. Very excited. It's gonna be fun. On it? You're on it, Gimp? Oh my god. Oh my god. That would be hilarious. Okay, but I need you to understand. I need you to like just like envision the awkward of me showing up at your party in full-on John Madden attire. And just pretending to be John. It's gonna be so awkward. Will you love it? Or will you be like, this is creepy and weird? How long? What is the ratio in terms of time? How long like will it take from it to go from this is funny, amazing, to all right, that's enough now? I don't know. I love that we live in a world where drag queens exist. Same. I love that we live in a world where drag kings exist. Both, honestly. Both and. Yes, and. There would be no awkwardness. I would run with it forever, and Spatty would too. I know you have friends, but I imagine it just being like you, me, Spatty, and Hank, and the cats. just me being John Madden. I love it. I love this for us. I love this for future us. I think it's a great plan. All right, back to plankton. Right, marine worms, don't like it. Okay, the amount and distribution of plankton depends on available nutrients, the state of the water, and a large amount of other plankton. The study of plankton is termed planktology, and a planktonic individual is referred to as a plankter. The adjective planktonic is widely used in both the scientific and popular literature, and is generally accepted term. However, from the standpoint of prescriptive grammar, the less commonly used planktic is more strictly the correct adjective. Planktic versus planktonic. Okay, interesting. When deriving English words for Greek or Latin roots, the gender-specific ending, in this case un, which indicates the word is neutral, is commonly dropped, using only the root of the word in the derivation. I see. So plankton is gender neutral. Planktonic would also mean that it's gender neutral, but it's not necessary when you're changing the form of it. So there it is. They do it as well. So it would be the best part of a long going joke. Wait, they do it as well as Spatty does it as well? Does Spatty do a John Madden impression? I feel like I'm reading that wrong. Who does it as well? Hank does it as well? Your friends do the John Madden impression? Oh man. Then it's just me being like, I'm John Madden, and then your friends are like, hey, we're John Madden. What if for said party, all of your friends who do the John Madden impression dress up as John Madden? So then it's just a party. The theme is John Madden, where you have to dress up as John Madden. So everyone is John Madden for your party. Huh? What do you think? I'm here for it. We keep the long bad jokes all the time to the point of no return. I feel that. I'm with you on that. That's the best way. John Madden party. So everyone except for you is dressed up as John Madden. Unless you want to dress up as John Madden too, then we can just all be John Madden. I need to watch some John Madden videos, get my research going, get some inspiration happening, you know? Okay. I don't know that I'm going to look at the different groups. It seems like I'm going to get kind of lost in the weeds here, but we'll look at the pictures of this plankton because we do have a million topics today and I kind of want to get to them, you know? We all cosplay as John Madden and we play Madden games. I love that for us. And You can do like, kind of we're like planning this party. I'm into it. You can do like Super Bowl style food, right? So like the whole thing is like chips and dips and like wings and all of that. So it's like a Super Bowl party, but it's not the Super Bowl. It's your birthday and everyone is John Madden. And we play John Madden games. And we watch John Madden videos. And we can call it the Maddening of GIMP 2023. I don't know. It's hilarious and stupid and I really love it. yeah, exactly. Your multiverse of madness. That's exactly of maddenness. Maddenness, right? Huh? Well, the football is a thing for the stuff and the football, right? It's perfect. I love it. You're writing all of this down. Just take furious notes. All right, here we have an amphipod, Hyperia macrocephala. Ooh, look at these guys. Size groups. Plankton species diversity. Diverse assemblages consist of unicellular and multicellular organisms with different sizes, shapes, feeding strategies, ecological functions, life cycle characteristics, and environmental sensitivities. They look kind of cool, huh? Look at this weird one. It's like a centipede kind of a situation. Interesting. Okay, we're just gonna skip along, my darling. Okay, aeroplankton I'm very curious about. Oh, there's also freshwater plankton? Shut up. Okay, we are gonna read about habitat groups because I'm very curious about these ones. So here we are. I want this multiverse of madness to be streamed. We should do a little stream. A little stream as a treat. Just a little one. Because we can dress up as John Madden, and then we can play Madden games on your stream, GIMP. It would get you so many views. It would push you just beyond the algorithm. You know what I mean? I love it. Okay. Habitat groups. Marine plankton. Marine plankton include marine bacteria and archaea, algae, protozoa, and drifting or floating animals that inhabit the salt water of oceans and the brackish water of estuaries. Freshwater plankton. Freshwater plankton are similar to marine plankton, but are found inland of the freshwaters of lakes and rivers. Aeroplankton. Aeroplankton are tiny life forms that float and drift in the air, carried by the current of the wind. They are atmospheric analog to... Analog? Is that how you spell analog? Analogous. Analog. Okay. Convergent evolution is the independent evolution of similar features in a species of different periods or epochs in time. Convergent evolution creates analogous structures that have similar form and function, but were not present in the last common ancestor of those groups. Okay. All right. Okay. So they are the atmospheric analog to oceanic plankton. Most of the living things that make up aeroplankton are very small to microscopic in size, and many can be difficult to identify because of their tiny size. Scientists can collect them for study in traps and sweep nets from aircraft, kites, or balloons. Aeroplankton is made up of numerous microbes, including viruses, about 1,000 different species of bacteria, around 40,000 varieties of fungi, and hundreds of species of protists, algae, mosses, and liverworts. Oh, interesting. That live some part of their life cycle as aeroplankton, often as spores, pollen, and wind-scattered seeds. So would that mean that like dandelion seeds would count as aeroplankton potentially? Potentially? That seems right to me, right? Because they travel by air, they drift because of the wind. They don't actually, yeah, right? I think this is interesting too because something can be classified as plankton in one life cycle or one stage of the life cycle, but not in a different stage. So that's fascinating. This is fascinating. Okay. Anyway, so often spores, pollen, wind-scattered seeds, right? Additionally, peripatetic or microorganisms are swept into the air from terrestrial dust storms. An even larger amount of airborne marine microorganisms are propelled high into the atmosphere in sea spray. Aeroplankton deposits hundreds of millions of airborne viruses and tens of millions of bacteria every day on every square meter around the planet. Fancy. So here we have a picture of sea spray containing marine microorganisms, can be swept high into the atmosphere and may travel the globe as aeroplankton before falling back to Earth. Fascinating. Geoplankton. Many animals live in terrestrial environments by thriving on a transient, often microscopic bodies of water and moisture. These include rotifers, gastrotrichs, which lay resilient eggs capable of surviving years in dry environments, and some of which can go dormant themselves. Interesting. Nematodes are usually microscopic with this lifestyle. Interesting. Water bears. Keep getting really excited about these things. Water bears, although only having lifespans of a few months, can famously can enter suspended animation during dry or hostile conditions and survive for decades. This allows them to be ubiquitous in terrestrial environments despite needing water to grow and reproduce. Many microscopic crustacean groups like copepods and amphipods, which sandhoppers are members. What are sandhoppers? Ew, look at this guy! This is a sandhopper. Like a flea. A sand flea. Okay, anyway. Seed shrimp. What is that? Whoa. Cool. Are known to go dormant when dry and live in transient bodies of water too. Interesting. Other groups. We have gelatinous. Oh my god, the jellyfish. My mind is blown by jellyfish plankton. So we're going to have to read about it. Dude, that saxophone, I was feeling it, Zenith. I was into it. What is it called? Taking You for a Ride? That was a good one. Yeah, that saxophone was going for it. All right, so here, jellyfish are gelatinous zooplankton. Gelatinous zooplankton are fragile animals that live in the water column of the ocean. Their delicate bodies have no hard parts and are easily damaged or destroyed. Gelatinous zooplankton are often transparent. All jellyfish are all jellyfish? Hashtag not all jellyfish. All jellyfish are gelatinous zooplankton, but not all gelatinous zooplankton are jellyfish. Okay, so all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares. All jellyfish are gelatinous zooplankton, but not all gelatinous zooplankton are jellyfish. Now we know. Most commonly encountered organisms include ctenophores, medusae, salps, and Chaetognatha in coastal waters. Okay, hold on. We need to look at these boys. Ooh, look at these ones. Cool. Just straight up jellyfish. What the fuck? A salp or salpa is a barrel-shaped plankton tunicate. It moves by contracting, thereby pumping water through its gelatinous body. One of the most efficient examples of jet propulsion in the animal kingdom. Wow. Okay. And then this guy. Arrow worms. I don't know why. Something about marine worms. I don't like it. Freak me out. I don't like it. I don't really know why. I don't like it. Okay, let's see. However, almost all marine phyla, including Annelida, Mollusca, and Arthropoda, contain gelatinous species, but many of those odd species live in open ocean and the deep sea and are less available to the casual ocean observer. All right, here we have ichthyoplankton. So these are eggs, fish eggs. Ichthyoplankton are the eggs and larvae of fish. Okay, here's a salmon egg hatching into a sac fry. In a few days, the sac fry will absorb the yolk sac and start feeding on smaller plankton. Weird. Holoplankton, look at this guy. Bioluminescent polychaete worm. That looks pretty cool. Holoplankton are organisms that are planktic for their entire life cycle. Cool. Miroplankton, look at this guy. I feel like I need to look at this guy emote. But really, look at this guy. This is the larva stage of a spiny lobster. Keat! Thank you, Fun. Fun, hi, we're reading about plankton. How are you? It's good to see you. This is miroplankton. Miroplankton are a wide variety of aquatic organisms which have both planktonic and benthic stages of their life cycle. Okay. So crabs, other crustaceans, lobsters, obviously. Pseudoplankton. This is what we really want to know about. Okay, pseudoplankton. What kind of plankton? Pseudoplankton are organisms that attach themselves. Oh, this is wild. That attach themselves to planktonic organisms or other floating objects, such as drifting wood, buoyant shells of organisms such as spirula, or man-made flotsam. Flotsam and jetsam. What is flotsam? In maritime law, flotsam, jetsam, lagan, what? And derelict are specific kinds of shipwreck. The words have specific nautical meanings with legal consequences in the law of admiralty and marine salvage. Interesting. Okay, cool. Examples include goose barnacles. Whoa, look at this. Wow. Goose barnacle. Okay, so goose barnacles and the bryozoan galeella. Oh. By themselves, these animals cannot float, which contrasts them with true planktonic organisms such as Velella and the Portuguese man of war. So that's another jelly. I can't believe that jellyfish are plankton. Blows my mind. And then Velella. Oh, wow. What is this guy all about? A cosmopolitan, free-floating hydrozoan that lives on the surface of the open ocean. Sea raft by the wind sailor. Purple snail, little snail. Interesting. Okay. And then Portuguese man of war. This guy, this jelly, are buoyant. Pseudoplankton are often found in the guts of filtering zooplankters. Okay. Zooplankton. Zooplankton are organisms such as free-living or attached benthic organisms and other non-planktonic organisms that are carried into the plankton through disturbance of their benthic habitat or by wind currents. What? This can occur by direct turbulence or by disruption of the substrate and subsequent entrainment in the water column. Tychoplankton are, therefore, a primary subdivision for sorting planktonic organisms by duration of lifestyle spent in the plankton, as neither their entire lives nor particular reproductive portions are confined to planktonic existence. Tychoplankton are sometimes called accidental plankton. I like it. Look at these. Mineralized plankton. All right, here's some diatoms that have glass shells, frustules, and also produce much of the world's oxygen. Really? I didn't know this was a thing. Any member of a large group comprising of several genera of algae, specifically microalgae, found in the oceans. Right, algae creates oxygen. Again, like ocean plants creating oxygen. It's not something, it totally makes sense, right? But it's not something that my brain had ever like consciously been like, oh yeah, no, that's a thing. You know what I mean? Diatoms are cool. I don't know anything about them. Let's see. Yeah, that would be a good one for D Week. Season 2, D Week, diatoms. Let's see. Living diatoms make up a significant portion of the Earth's biomass. They generate about 20 to 50% of the oxygen. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. That's a big percentage. Okay, cool. So these are diatoms. Here is the elaborate silica shell of a microscopic marine radiolarians. Can eventually produce opal? Wow. Coccolithophores have chalk plates called coccoliths and produce cliffs of Dover. Cliffs of Dover? I feel like I don't know any of these things. Whoa! White Cliffs of Dover is a region of the English coastline facing the Strait of Dover in France. The cliff face, which reaches a height of 350 feet, 110 meters, owes its striking appearance to its composition of chalk accented by streaks of black flint. Wow. Let's see. The third one over looks like buttons. This one, totally. I totally see that. Yeah. Like buttons all kind of like stacked together to make a ball, right? Planktonic algae bloom of the coccolithophores off the southern coast of England. Okay. Foraminiferans of calcium carbonate shells and produce the limestone in the Great Pyramids. Wow! Plankton, huh? All right, distribution, I'm probably going to skip over because I have a feeling that they're everywhere. Food chain, gonna move on. I think I might just be, we might be in picture mode just because we have so many things to get to today, you know? So many memories from invertebrate zoology. I know! It's so fun. I'm loving learning about it, honestly. Here we have an amphipod with a curved exoskeleton and 2 long and 2 short antennae. Looks like a shrimp. Okay, let's look at this picture. So this is marine phytoplankton cycling through the water column. So here, nutrient and freshwater input, nutrient uptake, CO2 goes down, photosynthesis, oxygen goes up, solar radiation, photodegradation, phytoplankton. You ever have those moments where you just like third person, like listen to yourself and you're like, what are you doing? Okay, anyway. Nutrient and freshwater input, DOC, down. Photic zone, here. Preying, bacterial degradation, virulysis, cell detritus sinking. I hope that explains it. Plankton diversity. Looking at more pictures. Look at these weird guys. Okay. Pelagibacter ubique, the most common bacteria in the ocean, plays a major role in global carbon cycles. Okay. The tiny cyanobacterium Prochlorococcus is a major contributor to atmospheric oxygen. The sea sparkle. The sea sparkle dinoflagellate glows in the night to produce the Milky Seas effect. Oh, what is this about? This is how you can tell I'm not an ocean dweller. I live in a landlocked state, so I don't get to hang out near oceans all that often. Milky Seas, also called mareal, is a luminous phenomenon in the ocean in which large areas of seawater appear to glow translucently. I've heard of this before. I've never witnessed it myself, but it sounds interesting. Such occurrences glow brightly enough at night to be visible from satellites orbiting Earth. It's all because of these weird little plankton. Okay, copepod from Antarctica, a translucent ovoid animal with 2 long antennae. Herring larva imaged with the remains of the yolk and the long gut visible in the transparent animal. Icefish? Icefish larvae from Antarctica have no hemoglobin? Wow. Very high! Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night. How are you? It's good to see you. Welcome to Pee Week. We are currently reading about plankton. It's very exciting. We're looking at pictures. It's great. How are you? Welcome. I'm drinking a smoothie. It's very good. Here is a sea walnut, 10-4. It has transient anus. Always comes back to the anuses, doesn't it? It has a transient anus, which forms only when it needs to defecate. What? Why are animals so weird? Okay, moving on. Eel larva, drifting with the Gulf Stream. An Arctic krill, probably the largest biomass of a single species on the planet. Microzooplankton, move please, are major grazers of the plankton, 2 dinoflagellates, and a tintinid ciliate. Doing well, just woke up, feeling well rested. Good, that's a good feeling. Every now and again I wake up with that feeling and it's so nice, isn't it? It feels like a rarity, but when it does happen, delightful. Sargassum seaweed drifts with current. Sargassum seaweed drifts with currents using air bladders to stay afloat. I've seen those guys at the ocean before. I didn't know what they were. Now we know. Planktonic sea foam bubbles with an image of a photographer. Oh, and the reflection. Cool. Macroplankton. Janthina snail. Janthina. Look at this guy. Weird. Cool. With a bubble float cast upon a beach in Maui. Interesting. Planktonic relationships. I'm probably going to move on. Although, no, see, now that let's read about planktonic relationships and then we'll go to our next thing, yeah? Just to learn a little bit. Because krill, I'm imagining, are classified as plankton, and I know that whales eat krill, so I just want to figure out what's going on with whales and plankton, and then we might as well just read the rest. We might as well. Platonic relationship, planktonic relationship, planktic relationship. No, planktonic. We'll read about it. Okay, fish and plankton. Zooplankton are the initial prey item for almost all fish larvae as they switch from their yolk sacs to external feeding. Fish rely on the density and distribution of zooplankton to match that of new larvae, which can otherwise starve. Natural factors, e.g. current variations, temperature changes, and man-made factors, e.g. river dams, ocean acidification, rising temperatures, can strongly affect zooplankton, which can in turn strongly affect larval survival and therefore breeding success. It's been shown that plankton can be patchy in marine environments where there aren't significant fish populations, and additionally, where fish are abundant. Zooplankton dynamics are influenced by the fish predation rate in their environment. Depending on the predation rate, they could express regular or chaotic behavior. A negative effect that fish larvae can have on planktonic algal blooms is that larvae will prolong the blooming event by diminishing available zooplankton numbers. This in turn permits excessive phytoplankton growth, allowing the bloom to flourish. The most important of both phytoplankton and zooplankton is also well recognized in extensive and semi-intensive pond fish farming. Plankton population-based pond management strategies for fish rearing have been practiced by traditional fish farmers for decades, illustrating the importance of plankton even in man-made environments. Plankton, huh? Who knew? I didn't know. I knew nothing. Time for more smoothie. Whales and plankton. Of all animal fecal matter, this is what, oh man, poop. You know what I mean? It is whale feces that is the trophy. What is this article? Okay. It is whale feces that is the trophy in terms of increasing nutrient availability. Phytoplankton are the powerhouse of an open ocean primary production, and they can acquire many nutrients from whale species. In the marine food web, phytoplankton are at the base of the food web and are consumed by zooplankton and krill, which are preyed upon by larger and larger marine organisms, including whales. So it can be said that whale poop fuels the entire food web. So basically, whales eat krill, krill eat whale poop. The circle of life. Also, can we go back to the concept of a transient anus for just like 2 seconds? Think about it. Moving on. What a beautiful circle. What a beautiful circle. Nature's so beautiful, isn't it? Nature's disgusting, but it's also beautiful. Why not both, you know? All right, humans and plankton. Plankton have many direct and indirect effects on humans. Around 70% of the oxygen in the atmosphere is produced in the oceans from phytoplankton performing photosynthesis, meaning that the majority of oxygen available for us and other organisms that respire aerobically is produced by plankton. The circle of life, and that moves us all. That always, okay, from then on, when... When Yastableef discovered Pride Rock in World of Warcraft in what is it? Not the Charred Vale. Where is Pride Rock? Windshear Crag. And he's saying Circle of Life, just like saying his heart out. That clip got DMCA'd. But forever I will think about Yastableef. I wonder if the transient anus is a beautiful circle. Is it? Do you mean in terms of like the way that it looks? Or are you talking about Circle of Life? I just think it's fascinating that an anus can just appear when needed and then be like goodbye when not needed. Plankton, you know what I mean? Stop it, Goon. Anyway, Plankton also make up the base of the marine food web, providing food for all trophic levels above. Recent studies have analyzed the marine food web to see if the system runs on a top-down or bottom-up approach. Essentially, this research is focused on understanding whether changes in food web are driven by nutrients at the bottom of the food web or the predators at the top. The general conclusion is that the bottom-up approach seems to be more predictive of food web behavior. This indicates that plankton have more sway in determining the success of primary consumer species that prey on them than do the secondary consumers that prey on the primary consumers. Alina, hi! You know what? It's okay, Alina, if you don't have one. By all means, you're welcome to come up with one. But we also have so many topics. But yeah, I mean, if you want to share your options too with people, we can narrow it down and help you out for sure. Welcome. It's good to see you. But yeah, I mean, if it's hard to choose, don't worry. Pareidolia. Do you want me to do that one, or are you still debating? Because if that's the one, I will type it in. I will do it. I will type it in now, Alina. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Happy Pee Week. We're just wrapping up plankton here, and then we'll move on. Let's see. In some cases, plankton act as an intermediate host for deadly parasites in humans. One such case is that of cholera, an infection caused by several strains of Vibrio chlorulae. Cholerae. There it is. These species have been shown to have a symbiotic relationship with chitinous zooplankton species such as copepods. These bacteria benefit not only from the food provided by the chitin, tell me if I'm saying that right, from the zooplankton, but also from the protection of acidic environments. Once the copepods have been ingested by a human host, the chitinous exterior protects the bacteria from stomach acids in the stomach and proceeds to the intestines. Once there, the bacteria bind with the surface of the small intestine, and the host will start developing symptoms, including extreme diarrhea, within 5 days. Cholera and plankton. So plankton, TLDR, plankton are very important in terms of like oxygen production and just in general. When we look at like our oxygen production, the ocean is so important, but also cholera, so much. Sure, human propensity to imagine faces in places where there aren't any. Ooh, fun. Let's do it. Let's throw that into the mix. Pareidolia. Cool. Let's do it. Oh, I almost knocked over my coffee, and that would have been so bad. That would have been so tragic. I didn't, but I almost did, and it would have been tragic. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we will throw that right after Cecilia Payne. Boom. All right, plankton. Done and done. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I feel like I queued up a P topic last week, but I can't remember it for the life of me. Let me read. I will tell you all what we've got on the docket, and then if there's anything missing, let me know. Also, quite a few of these were queued up. I had so many P topics in my notebook, so we can always forego some of these for your topics too. I don't. Plankton might have been yours, Fun, but I feel like it was mine. I feel like I got curious about plankton. Okay, so we've got Jean-Luc Picard, punt, gridiron football, Cecilia Payne Gaposhkin, nope, that just gives me a pareidolia, puffins, penthesilia, pumpkin toadlets, Pachamama, Philippine flying lemurs, pop art, philology, Punch and Judy, Pika, pastiche, Picari, and pigeon. Those are the ones that we have. So many. There's so many. Might have been puffins. It might have been puffins. Pareidolia. Thank you, Alina. Perfect. No, I'm curious about that. I know, so many. I'm gonna try to like get through them somewhat quickly. I always say that, and then we go for like 7 hours. But today, for real, because it's a full moon, I want to do witchy shit later, so I got to give myself time to do that. So it's a full moon. I want to do witchy shit today. So I'm not gonna let Wikipedia with me get in the way of witchy shit, obviously. But you know, we're gonna do our best. We'll get through as many as we can for sure. Had that kind of shock of memory when you said puffin. Okay, cool, nice, hell yeah. Like I said, I mean, I can always get rid of some of the ones from previous weeks because we have a lot of animals here, which I'm super into, but I might have to just like stop myself from reading entire articles, you know? I'd say I add one, but I really don't want to add more to that list. Do you have one in particular, Viri? Because again, like I said, like these are all from, the majority of these are from previous weeks. So if you have one in mind, tell me and we'll put it near the front and then I'll just kind of like get rid of things as we go because quite a few of these are from previous weeks. If you've got a specific one, let me know, because I'm happy to do that. I'd rather at this point do topics for people that are like here and hanging out than topics that we talked about in previous weeks. You know what I mean? It's just nice to have some to start with. Pufferfish? Okay. Pufferfish. Okay, so, oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, okay, so technically they start with T. So why don't we just add it to the list for T week instead? How do you feel about that, Viri? Are you cool with that? If you're cool with that, let's do that. Yeah? Okay, sweet. Let me write it down. Don't today. Perf. Okay, got it. Yeah, puffy boys. I do want to read about them though. Look at cute. Okay, yeah, we'll read about those guys on T Week. All right, Jay Punzel, this is for you. We're gonna read about Jean-Luc Picard. This is Star Trek Picard. Is that the same as Jean-Luc Picard? Hold on, let me see. Jean-Luc Picard. That might be a different article. Ah, this is what we need. Jean-Luc Picard is a fictional character in Star Trek franchise, most often seen as the captain of the starship USS Enterprise, NCC 1701D. Played by Patrick Stewart, Picard has appeared in the television series Star Trek The Next Generation, in one episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, as well as the feature films Star Trek Generations, 1994, Star Trek First Contact, 1996, Star Trek Insurrection, 1998, and Star Trek Nemesis, 2002. He's also featured as a central character in the show Star Trek Picard, 2020 to present. Okay, so Jay Stewart, if you're still there, and there's anything in particular you want me to hone in on, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to go for it. Stand there for X week if you don't already have too many X's. I'll write it down. I'll write it down in my little notebook. But yeah, for now, let's try to stick to this week rather than looking into the future, because I'd rather just like do it that week. But I'll write it down just for you, Zenith. Xanathar on it. Anyone else remember the early internet thing where there was just a repetitive chant thing with images like Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise? That's like ringing some bells, but I can't like pull up like a distinct memory of that fun. I don't know. I'm sure it was a thing. I just don't know. Looking through P's, but figured you had too many. Well, so Zenith, you've had two topics that you said don't look up. Do you have a P topic that you want us to do? Because if so, tell me. Again, I would rather do topics for people that are here. And then X week we can talk about during X week. You know what I mean? I'd rather stay in this present moment. It's so much easier for me and for everyone involved, but specifically for me. So if you have a P topic, just tell me. If you don't want to read about pegging, we're not going to read about pegging. If you don't want to read about PUBG, we're not going to read about PUBG. If you have a P topic, tell me and we'll read about it. Okay? Viri, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. So, casting and design. After the success of the contemporary Star Trek feature films, a new Star Trek television series featuring a new cast was announced on October 10th, 1986. Star Trek creator Gene Roddenberry named Picard for one or both of the twin brothers Auguste Picard and Jean Picard, 20th century Swiss scientists. What? Look at this guy. Wow. Fancy. Okay, so Auguste Antoine Picard was a Swiss physicist, inventor, and explorer known for his record-breaking hydrogen balloon flights. With which he studied the Earth's upper atmosphere. Picard was also known for his invention of the first bathyscaphe. I'm gonna say bathyscaphe, even though that's definitely not how it's pronounced. Okay, cool. So there's that Picard, and then this Picard, Jean-Felix Picard, also known as Jean Picard, was a Swiss-born American chemist, engineer, professor, and high-altitude balloonist. Okay, so he and the other Picard, they were all about these like high-altitude balloons, yeah. He invented clustered high-altitude balloons, and with his wife Jeanette, the plastic balloon. What? Okay, wait, what? He invented clustered high-altitude balloons, and with his wife Jeanette, the plastic balloon. The plastic balloon? I don't even know what that is. These balloon boys. Okay, anyway, Patrick Stewart, who has a background of theater in the Royal Shakespeare Company, was initially considered for the role of Data. Roddenberry did not want to cast Stewart as Picard, since he had envisioned an actor who was masculine, virile, and had a lot of hair. Jesus. Roddenberry's first choice was Stephen Macht. Who is this guy? There's a lot of hair. I'll give that to him, I guess. And it took weeks of discussion with Robert H. Justman, Rich Berman, and the casting director to convince him that Stewart was the one they had been looking for to sit on the captain's chair. Roddenberry agreed after auditioning every other candidate for the role. The other actors considered were Yaphet Kotto, okay, Patrick Bouchow, Roy Thins, and Mitchell Ryan. I have not heard of any of these people. Dharma and Greg? I did watch Dharma and Greg. Oh, he plays Edward Montgomery. Dharma and Greg was great. So it is he that is at fault for the world's helium shortage. Apparently, I guess. Well, plastic balloons are different, right? Because the balloons that we use, are they latex balloons? Because you'd have like latex balloons, and then what are plastic balloons would be? I don't even know. Maybe Zenith. Maybe we can blame that on him. On them rather. On those. Are they brothers, or did I just make that up? Twin brothers. Twin brothers. These twin balloon brothers. Never knew about them. Okay, anyway, Stewart was uncertain why the producers would cast a middle-aged, bald English Shakespearean actor as the captain of the Enterprise. He had his toupee delivered from London to meet with Paramount executives, but Roddenberry ordered Stewart to remove the awful-looking hairpiece. I can't picture Patrick Stewart with a toupee. Is there a picture out there somewhere? Patrick Stewart. Because the man looks amazing bald with toupee. Hold on a minute. Look it! Weird, huh? So weird. Oh, hi, sweet baby cat. What are you doing under there? What's your plan? Are you off to explore? Okay. She's got plans. I don't know what her plans are, but she's got plans. Look at this man. Weird. Huh. Okay. Anyway. It's just so wrong, right? Yeah. Mitchell Ryan played Riker's father in one episode. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it's just so wrong. He's a beautiful bald. Bald is beautiful. You know? I think so. Okay, anyway. Stewart's stentorian voice. Stentorian? What does that mean? It will not tell me. Oh well. Stewart's stentorian voice impressed the executives, who immediately approved the casting. Roddenberry sent Stewart C.S. Forrester's Horatio Hornblower novels, saying that the Picard character was based on Hornblower, but Stewart was already familiar with the character, having read the books as a teenager. As the series progressed, Stewart exercised more control over the character's development. By the time production began on the first Next Generation film, it was impossible to tell where Jean-Luc started and Patrick Stewart ended. And by the fourth film, Stewart stated, "I find myself talking a lot about Picard, and one of the things I've come to understand is that as I talk a lot about Picard, what I find is I'm talking about myself. There was a sort of double action that occurred. In one sense, Picard was expanding like this, and at the time, he was also growing closer and closer to me as well, and in some respect, I suppose, even had some influence on me. I became a better listener than I ever had been as a result of playing Jean-Luc Picard, because it was one of the things that he does so terrifically well." Interesting. Based on Hornblower. I'm not even familiar with Hornblower. Have you read those novels, Fun? Horatio Hornblower. Let's see. Oh, Cuddly Shimmer. Cute. Cute. Where did Bonnie go? She gone. Okay, let's see. However, Stewart also stated that he is not nearly as serious or brooding as his alter ego. Stewart also stated, "One of the delights of having done this series and played this role is that people are so attracted to the whole idea of Star Trek, several years after the series had ended. I enjoy hearing how much people enjoyed the work we did. It's always gratifying to me that this bald, middle-aged Englishman seems to connect with them." Stewart has commented that his role has helped open up Shakespeare to science fiction fans. He has noted the regular presence of Trekkies in the audience whenever he plays theater, and added, I meet these people afterwards, I get letters from them and see them at the stage door, and they say, "I've never seen Shakespeare before. I didn't think I'd understand it, but it was wonderful and I can't wait to come back." That's really cool. British guy in the Napoleonic Wars? Oh, British naval guy. Okay. Interesting. That is cool. Let's see. A new Star Trek series was announced by CBS All Access, Alex Kurtzman and Patrick Stewart in July 2018, and was released on January 23rd, 2020 under the title Star Trek Picard, in which Stewart reprises his role as Picard. Interesting. Depiction. Jean-Luc Picard was introduced on television in 1987 in the debut episode Encounter at Farpoint, Star Trek: The Next Generation. In this science fiction television show, he is the captain of a crewed spacecraft of the fictional organization Starfleet as it visits various exoplanets and aliens. It is set in the late 24th century, and Picard must balance the challenges of people and technology. As a character in the Star Trek franchise, Picard appears in various books, comics, computer games, and films throughout the 1990s, and a variety of merchandise. He is portrayed as being deeply moved by a desire to explore... Oh, gosh. Baba! What you doing? What you doing in here? Baba, thank you for the gifted sub to Breezy. That's so nice. I really appreciate that. Also, if you guys don't know Baba Share Show, you're missing out on a wonderful human being who is a game developer and quest designer for World of Warcraft. Hi!
Baba's cheers, Aberslaw.
Thanks for using your Prime on me. That's very sweet. How are you? It's so good to see you. I feel as though most people in here know Baba, but if you don't know Baba, you should go follow him because he has so much wisdom to share about the gaming industry and what it takes to like design games and develop games, and also he's just fun to watch. Baba, you're fun to watch. You are. Technophobe. Fair. Man, it's hard to be a streamer if you're a technophobe, huh? Those are two things that are very much at odds. I can't find the thing you did for me. Oh no! Okay. Are you in your Discord? I can send it again, or I can send it a different way. But if you go into your Discord, let me see if I can figure out a way to explain this. If you go into your Discord, on the left-hand side, at the very top, there's an icon that looks like a text message. And if you go there, it should show your most recent conversations with individuals. And so you should see my name pop up, and then you can click on it. You don't see my direct message. Man, what if I just send it again? Maybe if I send it again, it'll just pop up again, right? It's gotta. There you go. There's that one, and then let me get the other one. Tell me if that worked. Sorry to hijack. I love that you're like, okay, I'm going to hijack your stream, but first I'm going to sub to you and I'm going to gift a sub. You're totally fine. That's totally fine. He is a legend. He's a total legend. Yeah. Yeah, let me know if that worked. Why you were gone, I don't know. Yeah, did it, that's right. That's the way. That's a smart way to hijack. That's very strategic. That shows the kind of strategist that you are. Hijacking with kindness. Baba, you're welcome to hijack my stream anytime. By the way, this is Wikipedia with me. So on Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes together. And we're reading about things that start with the letter P this week. So that is what you've come into. That is what you're hijacking currently. It's back, saving it. Do it. Yay. Good. I'm glad you like it. Like I said, I was like, no obligation to use it. But when we were talking the other day, I felt that too. It's like, okay, you say like, oh, my stream needs this. But it's like, okay, so what that means is that now I have to go create it, which is like, no, Baba, I'll make it for you. It's not like it's the best thing ever, but I'll make it for you. It's fine. Yeah, do you like it? Yay. Okay, cool. Awesome. It's one of your catchphrases. I just figured, win the Cadillac, everyone else. What is this? What is this emote? Second prize? I love it. That's great. As long as it's not the third prize. Right. Exactly. That's so funny. All right, should we get back into reading about Jean-Luc Picard? I don't even know where we are. Baba, how dare you? I'm lost now. Third prize is a set of steak knives. Not bad. The kind that you can like cut through a penny with at like 3 a.m. You know what I mean? You want to know more about P? We'll get into it. If you have a topic that starts with the letter P, let me know and we can read about it. So far, we've read about plankton, and now we're reading about Jean-Luc Picard. And we're going to read about puffins at some point here, as well as Cecilia Payne and periodolia. So, stuff is happening. Things are in motion. Oh, mother. Hi, mom. Okay, phenol. We're also going to read about phenolphthalein. Hi, mom. Everyone say hi, Mama Abbers. Oh, mom, guess what? Everybody donated enough channel points so that we will indeed be doing our science stream at some point. So, guys, me and Gail M Squared, my mom, are going to do a Bill Nye the Science Guy S stream. Mom, I'm hoping that we can do it Memorial Day weekend, but I will talk to you more about that when I see you tomorrow. But that is the weekend I am looking at that way. So hopefully you're free at some point that weekend. Hi, Mama Abbers. Yeah, we did it. Mom, we did it. We really did it. Everyone raised the point. So we'll figure all of that out. We'll talk about it tomorrow. All right. Phenolphthalein is on the list. It's on the list, Mom. We got it. On the list. Don't even worry. And welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a happy Sunday. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing things here. We can save it for our science stream. No, we'll do it today for P Week. That's okay. Phenolphthalein. There we go. Hello, Mama Abbers. Okay. All right. So, Mom, choose. Do you want to do phenolphthalein or do you want to do pumpernickel? Let me know what you would prefer. I have a feeling I know the answer, and it's phenolphthalein. But if you would prefer to do pumpernickel, let me know, and we can forego the phenolphthalein for pumpernickel. But probably it will be very enjoyable for everyone to hear me say phenolphthalein a million times. Pumped for pumpernickel? Mom, what does that mean? Tell me your preference, okay? One of these words does not make me say it's true. Although when I saw her on Mother's Day, my mom was like, ooh, phenolphthalein, you should do that. And I was like, okay, if I remember, because I didn't have my little notebook with me, and surely I did not remember because I was like, I don't know what that is. But yeah, we can do. You just tell me which one you would prefer, Mom. But right now I've got phenolphthalein in the queue. It's in the queue. It's in there. Save it for later. It'll be a long time. If you're okay with that, we can do it for season 2. Do you want to do pumpernickel instead? I keep misspelling it. Are you sure? Give me a I am sure. I want to do pumpernickel. Give me a solid, like, this is what I want to do. So that I do it. Mom? I'm so conflicted. Okay, we have a few topics before we get there, so you think on it and let me know what you decide, because we've got, prior to that, we've got in the lineup punt, gridiron football, Cecilia Payne Gaposhkin, periodolia, puffins, and then we have your topic, Mom. So you have time to decide. So think on it, let me know what you want, and then we'll do it. Then we'll do it, okay? I feel like we've I don't even know what we're reading about with Jean-Luc Picard at this point, but look at his beautiful face. Look at this man. What a delight. What a treasure. Can we get like a character description or something rather than like when he appears in things? No, they just tell us what he appears in things. Casting a design we read about where it talks about how they wanted someone with hair, and then they were like, fuck it, I guess we'll go with Patrick Stewart. Depiction. Did we read about depiction? Where did we leave off? I don't even know. Oh, okay, we read about how he introduced Trekkies to Shakespeare, and that was very exciting for him. I'm gonna just start here with depiction, if y'all are cool with that. Okay, Jean-Luc Picard was introduced on television in 1987 in the debut episode of Encounter at Farpoint, Star Trek: The Next Generation. In this science fiction television show, he is the captain of a crewed spacecraft of the fictional organization Starfleet as it visits various exoplanets and aliens. It is set in the late 24th century, and Picard must balance the challenges of people and technology. It's like Bob Cher show. We love Picard. Hey, Jay, you're back just in time. We're reading about Picard right now. So, hey, Jay, did you know that they wanted someone with hair? And then Patrick Stewart was like, bring me my toupee from Britain. And then the director was like, that looks terrible. You're just going to be a bald captain. That's what we've learned so far, basically. I wish they'd used the non-first season TNG uniform for his picture. Oh. Very fancy. Well, okay, so I think here's the pictures that we've got so far. This is the most current, right? No, this is from, just kidding, one of the most current. First Contact. Then we have this one. You don't like this outfit. This is not the outfit that we like. Okay, all right. Here's a picture of his flute. He has a flute? Tell me you've never watched Star Trek without telling me you've never watched Star Trek. We were a Star Wars household. What can I say? Okay. Back to depiction. What's happening? Balancing conflict between technology and humans. Yes, that was a thing. As a character in the Star Trek franchise, Picard appears in various books, comics, computer games, and films throughout the 1990s, and a variety of merchandise. He's portrayed as being deeply moved by a desire to explore the universe and with a strong sense of duty. However, he has misgivings about not having a family and difficulty interacting with children. The close-knit crew of the Enterprise provides him with his main friendships as they take on the galaxy. Some of his interests are, as presented by the show, include space exploration, Shakespeare, and archaeology. Notable episodes featuring the Jean-Luc Picard character include Best of Both Worlds, Parts 1 and Part 2, Yesterday's Enterprise, Family, All Good Things, and The Inner Light. Actor Patrick Stewart noted of the character, during these past years, it has been humbling to hear many stories about how the next generation brought people comfort, saw them through difficult periods in their lives, and how the example of Jean-Luc inspired so many to follow in his footsteps, pursuing science, exploration, and leadership. That is pretty cool. to have that kind of like influence on people. That's pretty neat. Thanks for getting the glasses reference. I got it. I'm with you. I understand. I too wear glasses. The new Picard is so good, and they have some of the OG crew back. I didn't even realize. I think I did. I had heard about it. I asked this question a lot because I would like to like dive into the whole Star Trek of it all, and I've heard different schools of thought. So without saying anything, if you have never really watched Star Trek before, how would you encourage someone to get into it? Would you tell them to start from the very beginning, or is there a specific point in time that you would say this is where you should start? Have you been here for this question before, Jay Punzel? Here we go again. I still haven't watched it. You have? Your argument, I think, is that you should start with Picard, right? Next gen, yeah. Because it's more palatable, essentially, right? I know that Viersdaki is like a purist, and he's like, no, you have to start with the beginning. Like, you have to. All right, next gen. All right. Sorry, I'll never ask it again. Sorry. Jesus, sorry. Sorry, Jay. Jesus. Better graphics. Yeah, still campy, but not as campy is what I've heard. He has a flute. Hey, guys, why does he have a flute? I want to know about it. Okay, TNG, Season 5 episode, featured Picard trapped in another life in the Hugo Award-winning The Inner Light. The episode has a scene where Picard plays an alien flute, which was critically acclaimed as one of the best scenes in the series. When the flute went to auction in 2006, it was suggested it could be acquired for US $300, equivalent to $400 in 2021. But it went for $48,000, equivalent to $64,500 in 2021. Jean-Luc Picard finished up as Star Trek Next Generation on television with All Good Things, which was watched by over 30 million viewers. Damn. I know they joke about Picard's flute in Family Guy. Do they? I didn't know this was a thing. I also am curious if it's playable. This is a replica. I wonder if it's playable. I'm sure it's playable. I want to know. Let's see. So if you really like Discovery, let's see. If you are really liked to Discovery, could make you feel like I might like the rest, or nope, this isn't for me. Right. Okay. I just didn't know. I didn't remember that was your argument, Jay. Jay, I'll never ask it again. I promise. Start with The Inner Light. Stewart's IRL son played his son in the episode. Oh, cute. That is really cute. I'm intrigued by alien flutes, so that sounds like a good time. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I'm into it. Jay, is there anything else in particular that you want me to hop in on? I'm sorry. I feel like I've been very distracted during this topic. Let me go back to the top. Anything here that you would like me to hone in on with Jean-Luc Picard? Otherwise, I might move on to our next thing. Let's see. I'll never ask it again until someone picks Star Trek for X Week. I will never ask it again. Never. Never. I know the two schools of thought. I will never ask for people's opinions again because Jay has told me twice now his opinion. And therefore, no one else's opinion is important. I will never ask about it again. Never. Let's see. No, just giving all things to all the people. Okay. Star Trek for S Week and Star Wars? Oh, man. What did we look up? We read about Star Trek that other time, but why did we? Oh, because we were reading about Klingon for K Week, right? Okay, that's right. Oh, man. S Week is going to be full of science fiction silliness. All right, should we read about gridiron football and punting? Huh? Gimp, if you're there, this is your topic. Let's see. The interwebs would explore if you do both the same way. Would explode? The internet, yeah. No, the internet would explode, probably. That's a good point. Is it John Madden time? Do I need to read this in my John Madden voice the whole time? I think I'm gonna try. Are you ready, Gimp? Gimp, this is for you, okay? Anyone else that's curious? This is my John Madden impression. It's pretty good. Prepare yourself. In gridiron football, punch is a kick performed by dropping the ball from the hands and kicking the ball before it hits the ground. Most of the common is the tactic to punt the ball down the field. The opposing team is usually on the final down with the hope of giving the receiving team a field position that is most advantageous to the kicking team when the possession changes. The result of a typical punt, barring any penalty, is doing really good. I was like in it for a while there. I was like really in it for a minute there. I was like in it. But with the all caps. Ah!
I'm in the booth with you, John.
It's a pretty good impression, right? Now I can't tell. I can't tell if it's just like the most memey impression or if it's actually good. But in my head, it's like a spot-on impression. Baba, thank you for the bits. It's very sweet. Interesting. Link it. Did I say hello before? I don't think I did. Link it. Hello. It is interesting, to say the least. Need a chalkboard. This is epic. What have I wandered into? Iggy Mommy, hi! How are you? If people don't know, Iggy Mommy, you are missing out on a wonderful Final Fantasy streamer and just all over human being. Just so kind and so sweet and so fun, and does impeccable interior decorating in Final Fantasy. Highly recommend you go check them out. Go check her out. She's fantastic. So happy you're on. Thank you for being here. Welcome. I'm just reading about football in my John Madden voice. Typical Sunday things, you know. The ball handling comments give you the authenticity to sell it. And yes, phrasing. It's the phrasing. It's all about the phrasing with the ball handling, no? You gotta lean into the ball sometimes. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Where did I leave off? I'm determined to do this. I'm determined. It will get old eventually. You will hate it eventually. I'm telling you now. I don't even know where I remember reading advantageous. Okay. Results of a typical punt, barring any penalties or extraordinary circumstances, is a first down for the receiving team. Punt is not to be confused with a drop kick. Kick after the ball hits ground, now rare in both American and Canadian football. The types of punt leads to a different motion of the ball. Alex Moffat invented the now common spiral punt as opposed to the end over end. Mm-hmm. Here's a guy who's honest. The spit take? Yeah, no, it was a lot. It's a thing. Lean into the balls. You just gotta, oh my god, I forgot that there's a Rule 69, you guys. I've lost control of my stream. As much as I love this, my flowers won't plant themselves. Skip my request and I'll see you tomorrow. Aw, Mom. Are you sure, Mom? Go flower your waters. Whoops, wrong. Mom, go water your flowers. I know I give you a hard time about science words, but here's the deal, Mom. If you do come back, I'm going to put phenolphthalein here at the end. If you do come back, tell me, and we'll read about phenolphthalein just for you, okay? I love you too. Everyone say bye, Mama Abbers. Bye, Mama Abbers. Do you want John Madden to say bye to you, Mom? Bye, Mama Abbers. That's not, I don't even know. Please, I can't. That's enough of that voice. Okay, so this is a guy who plays football, clearly. Okay. Description. A punt in gridiron football is a kick performed by dropping the ball from the hands and then kicking the ball before it hits the ground. In football, the offense has a limited number of downs or plays in which to move the ball at least 10 yards. The team in possession of the ball will typically punt the ball to the opposing team when they are on their final down. Fourth down in American football. Third down in Canadian football? Okay, today I learned that Canadian football and American football are two different things. I did not know this. I knew that, I mean, rugby is kind of football in other parts of the world, yeah? And then in other parts of the world you call soccer football. And why we call soccer, I will never know. I will never know. I didn't know that Canadian football was different than American football. What? Okay, anyway. Rugby is different in some key ways. It's cool. Yeah, I actually played rugby in high school. I was a left side, what do you even call it anymore? The guy that grabs the hooker? That's a thing. That's a position in rugby. I don't remember. When you scrum? Scrum, ruck, maul, you know? I played rugby in high school. I actually ended up on a really good rugby team. I was not good at rugby, but I was on a really good rugby team, and we actually went to nationals. We got third in nationals, which is wild. Lock. Thank you. I was a lock. Thanks, guys. Yeah, you got to grab the hooker. Yeah. I was a lock and I was a lifter. Those were my jobs in rugby. I remember. They're like, oh, you're slow, but you're strong. This is what we'll have you do. And that's what's fun about rugby too, is it's one of those sports that it's like, oh, this is your strength. This is what we'll have you do. It's kind of neat. It's also kind of fun to just like tackle people. It's a good time. Yeah, rugby's fun. Rugby's interesting. I guess it makes sense that Canadian football has its own cup, if the rules are different. Yeah, I didn't realize that the rules, I've heard people refer to Canadian football, and now I feel kind of ignorant because it's like, obviously you wouldn't like refer to it in a specific way if it wasn't different in some ways, but yeah, rugby's cool because it's like continuous action, right? You don't have so much stopping. American football, it's like every 2 seconds you like stop and then start again. But yeah, your brother was a lock for a while. Nice. Okay, cool. That's cool. Guy that grabs a hooker. Did someone call me? Hi, Wonder Goon. That cost extra. Anyway, something about football, something about John Madden, something about something. Punting? We all good with it? Here, let's go to rules. Okay. Common to American and Canadian football. If the kicked ball fails to cross the line of scrimmage, it may be picked up and advanced by either team. However, if it is picked up by the kicking team, the play is treated as any other play from scrimmage, i.e., if it's the team's final down, it must advance the ball beyond the first down marker in order to avoid a turnover on downs. There are two ways a punt can fail to cross the line of scrimmage: a blocked kick, in which the opposing team obstructs the path of the punt shortly after it leaves the punter's foot, and a shank, in which the punter fails to advance the kick beyond the line of scrimmage on his own, usually erroneous action. If a punt crosses the plane above the line of scrimmage at any point during the punt, it is treated as such, and the kicking team may not advance it, even if the ball moves on its own volition, either due to headwind or errant bounce back behind the line. I'm here all day. Tip your streamer. Okay, anyway. Baylor Bears punting against the Texas A&M Aggies in 2007. Here, this is a punt. You kick the ball from your hands. You drop it from your hands and then you kick it. It's a punt if you're a punter. American football. Here's some punting for you. By the way, if you're there, are there specific things you want me to read about with punting, or was it just to hear my John Madden voice? If there are certain things, let me know. Ooh, we were talking about rugby. Let's go ahead and look at rugby punts. A rugby-style punt is done with a running start, usually to the left or the right, before punting while remaining behind the line of scrimmage. That's how you would do a field goal in rugby, I'm pretty sure, if I remember right. Is you punt it rather than putting it on a tee. No, you definitely punt it rather than putting it on a tee. That's like an American football thing. Record punts. Let's read about these. The longest punt in North American pro football history is a 108-yarder by Zenon Andrew-Sishin. So sorry about pronunciation. Of the CFL's Toronto Argonauts at Edmonton, October 23rd, 1977. Nobody has topped it. This record was also tied by Christopher Milo of the Saskatchewan. I can read things. Saskatchewan Roughriders on October 29th, 2011, at a home game at Mosaic Stadium at Taylor Field in Regina, during which the winds gusted above 35 miles per hour. What? 56 kilometers per hour. This is also the site of the 3 longest field goals in CFL history and one of the windiest fields in professional football. Shut up. Okay, hold on. So winds gusted. So did the wind carry it? Is that part of why they got such a long punt? Was it because of the wind? Fascinating. Had it right on the first time. Regina? I thought it was Regina, but then I looked at it and I got confused. Okay, good to know. Longest punt in NFL AFL play was a 98-yarder. Still wild. Steve O'Neill of the New York Jets In American Football League, regular season loss to the Denver Broncos. Oh, the Denver Broncos won! Boo, boo, boo! I live in Denver. Everyone loves the Broncos here. They love them. They just love them. Everyone bleeds orange and blue here. And it's funny to see that we won one time because we're not that great. We're okay at football. We're not great at football. Our baseball team is even worse. Anyway, Mile High Stadium, September 21st, 1969. It is no longer Mile High Stadium. It's now Invesco. Jeff Feagles is the all-time NFL career punts and punt yard leader with 1,713 punts and 71,211 punt yards over 352 games. Bob Cameron is the all-time CFL career punts and punt yard leader with 3,129 punts and 134,301 punt yards over 394 games. Shane Lechler holds the NFL record for career punting average at 47.29 yards per punt, 855 punts for 40,429 yards over the 2000 to 2010 seasons. What did I just read? Punting average. Okay. 47.29 per punt. That's pretty good. That's pretty decent. Nice year. Nice. 1969. Nice. Sammy Bow averaged 51.4 yards per punt in 1940, 35 punts for 1,799 yards. Lechler holds the modern single-season record with 51.14 yards per punt average in 2009, 96 punts for 4,909 yards. The record for college football is held by University of Nevada's Pat Brady, who booted the longest possible punt on a 100-yard field at 99 yards. That's wild. Against Loyola University, October 28th, 1950. Joe Theismann, like the Theismann Trophy? Isn't that a Heisman Trophy? Are they the same thing? They're probably not. Football. Punted for 1 yard against the Chicago Bears in 1985. Punting? Did we do it? I think we did it. I feel like we won. I think we punted well, yeah? Guys, I'm going to mute myself for 2 seconds to make gross slurping noises to finish my smoothie. The mute is for you. Not for me. It's for you. The ASMR would have been legendary and also very gross. Trust me. It would have been gross. All right. Should we read about Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin? Let's see. Wondergoon, are you there? Are you still there? I was going to say, if you're not there, I might skip this and do puffins. But if you're there, I want to make sure we read this one. Wondergroom, tell me if you're present. Please write present in the chat. Perfect. Okay, good. Okay. Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin? I'm gonna guess that's how it is. Cecilia, May 10th, 1900 to December 7th, 1979, excuse me, was a British-born American astronomer and astrophysicist who proposed her 1925 doctoral thesis that stars were composed primarily of hydrogen and helium. Her groundbreaking conclusion was initially rejected because it contradicted the scientific wisdom of the time, which held that there were no significant elemental differences between the sun and the earth. That's wild. Independent observations eventually proved she was correct. Her work on the nature of variable stars carried out with her husband, Sergei Gaposchkin, were foundational to modern astrophysics. You know what I've learned through this stream is that women were integral to what we know of astrophysics, which I had no idea. I never realized. So thank you, Wondergoon, for always bringing these awesome women of science. So here she is. Goon, anything in particular you want me to hone in on? Astrophysicist. Viri is present. I want to learn. Viri, anything in particular that you want to hone in on? Let me know. Yeah, I really appreciate it, Goon. It's so fun. Scientific accomplishments? Okay, cool. So here's what I'm thinking is maybe we'll do early life. Early life, I might do. I always struggle to know what to skip. Early life for sure. Legacy for sure. Honors and awards for sure. And we'll see. I might end up just reading the whole thing. We'll see. Just excited to see a woman doing what I want to do. Yeah, it's awesome, Viri. All right, so Cecilia Helena Payne was one of 3 children born in Wendover, Buckinghamshire, England, to Emma Leonora Helena Niepertz, and Edward John Payne, a London barrister, historian, and musician who had been an Oxford Fellow. Her mother, Emma Leonora Helena Pertz, came from a Prussian family and had 2 distinguished uncles, historian George Heinrich Pertz and Swedenborgian, New Church, New Church is any of several historically related Christian denominations that developed as a new religious group, influenced by the writings of scientist and mystic Emanuel Swedenborg. Okay, Swedenborgian writer James John Garth Wilkinson. Her sister Florence was a pianist. Cecilia Payne's father died when she was 4 years old, forcing her mother to raise the family on her own. Cecilia Payne began school at Wendover at a private school run by Elizabeth Edwards. When she was 12, her mother moved to London for the sake of the education of Cecilia's brother, Humphrey, who later became an archaeologist. Cecilia attended St. Mary's College, Paddington, where she was unable to study much mathematics or science, but in 1918 changed schools for St. Paul's Girls' School. There, she was urged by Gustav Holst, who taught music at the school. That's wild. That's wild to go to school for music at a time where it's like, oh yeah, Gustav Holst, of the Planet's fame, happened to be my professor. Like, what? That's like being like, oh yeah, Debussy taught me music theory. Like, what? Anyway, taught her music at the school to pursue a career in music, but she preferred to focus on science. This is another thing I love about learning about these sciencey folks, is that so many of them have a background in playing music and love doing artistic things. And I think that we often think of science and art as being diametrically opposed, but they're clearly not, right? They're clearly not. Anyway, this is for my mom, who is now watering her flowers, but my mom would appreciate that because my mom is a scientist, retired chemist, but also very musically inclined and loves to do community theater and stuff, Anyway, point of story. Where are we at? What is happening? Gustav Holst, right. I was freaking out about Gustav Holst. Sure. The following year, she won a scholarship that paid all of her expenses at Newnham College, Cambridge University, where she initially read botany, physics, and chemistry, but she dropped botany after her first year. Her interest in astronomy began after she attended a lecture by Arthur Eddington on his 1919 expedition to the island of Principe in the Gulf of Guinea, off the west coast of Africa, to observe and photograph the stars near a solar eclipse as a test of Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity. She said of the lecture, "The result was a complete transformation of my world picture. My world had been so shaken that I experienced something very like a nervous breakdown." She completed her studies but was not awarded a degree because of her sex. Cambridge did not grant degrees to women until 1948. Wow. Perfect song title. I missed it. Diametrically opposed. Foes. Smart girl in a skirt. That one. That's funny. Okay, let's see. Payne realized that her only career option in the UK was to become a teacher, so she looked for grants that would enable her to move to the United States. After being introduced to Harlow Shapley, the director of the Harvard College Observatory, where he had just established a graduate program in astronomy, she left England in 1923. This was made possible by a fellowship to encourage women to study at the observatory. Adelaide Ames, who had become her first student on the fellowship in 1922, was the second. Wow. I need to read that sentence. Sorry. Adelaide Ames had become the first student on the fellowship in 1922. The second was Payne. She was described by Lawrence H. Aller as one of the most capable go-getters in Shapley's group. Cool. Okay, I might skip doctoral thesis and get into career if y'all are cool with that. Let's see. After her doctorate, although I do want to know what her doctorate... See, this is my problem. I'm so bad at skipping stuff. I just want to know what her doctorate was exactly. Shapley persuaded Payne to write a doctoral dissertation. And so in 1925, she became the first person to earn a PhD in astronomy from Radcliffe College of Harvard University. Her thesis title was Stellar Atmospheres, a contribution to the observational study of high temperature in the reversing layers of stars. Cool. Okay, now we'll skip ahead. Career. After her doctorate, Payne studied stars of high luminosity to understand the structure of the Milky Way. Later, she surveyed all stars brighter than the 10th magnitude. She then studied variable stars, making over 1,250,000 observations with her assistants. This work later was extended to the Magellanic Clouds, adding a further 2 million observations of variable stars. These data were used to determine the paths of stellar evolution. She published her conclusions in her second book, The Stars of High Luminosity, 1930. Her observations and analysis of variable stars, carried out with her husband, Sergei Gaposchkin, laid the basis for all subsequent work on such objects. Here's a picture of her. It doesn't tell us a year, though. Let's see. Payne Gaposchkin remained scientifically active throughout her life, spending her entire academic career at Harvard. When she began, women were barred from becoming professors at Harvard, so she spent years doing less prestigious, low-paid research jobs. Nevertheless, her work resulted in several published books, including The Stars of High Luminosity, 1930, Variable Stars, 1938, and Variable Stars and Galactic Structure, 1954. Shapley had made efforts to improve her position, and in 1938, she was given the title astronomer. On Payne's request, her title was later changed to Phillips Astronomer. She was elected a Fellow of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1943. Her courses were not recorded in the Harvard University catalog until 1945. When Donald Menzel became the director of Harvard College Observatory in 1954, he tried to improve her appointment, and in 1956, she became the first woman to be promoted to full professor from within the faculty at Harvard's Faculty of Arts and Sciences. Later, with her appointment to the chair of the Department of Astronomy, she also became the first woman to head a department at Harvard. Her students included Helen Sawyer Hogg, Joseph Ashbrook, Frank Drake, Harlan Smith, Paul W. Hodge, all of whom made important contributions to astronomy. She also supervised Frank Kameny, who became a prominent advocate of gay rights. Who is this? Frank Kameny. Look at this guy! An American gay rights activist, been referred to as one of the most significant figures in the American gay rights movement. Wow. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Payne Gaposchkin retired from active teaching in 1966 and was subsequently appointed Emeritus Professor of Harvard. She continued her research as a member of staff at the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory, as well as editing the journals and books published by Harvard Observatory for 20 years. She edited and published the lectures of Walter Bade as Evolution of Stars and Galaxies, 1963. Damn. Hype! We so hype about it? All right, legacy. Here we go. Let me get some water real quick. Real quick. All right. Payne's career marked a turning point at Harvard College Observatory. Under the direction of Harlow Shapley and Dr. E.J. Sheridan, whom Payne Gaposchkin described as a mentor, the observatory had already offered more opportunities in astronomy to women than did other institutions, and notable achievements had been made earlier in the century by Wilhelmina Fleming, Antonia Maury, Annie Jump Cannon. Oh, we read about Annie Jump Cannon, didn't we? Was that J Week? Maybe C Week, but I remember reading about her. American astronomer whose cataloging work, right, okay, was instrumental in the development of contemporary stellar classification. Very cool. Okay, so anyway, Annie Jump Cannon, Henrietta Swan Leavitt. However, with Payne's PhD, women entered the mainstream. Cool. We did, yes! I was going to say, of course that was your topic. That's so cool. The trail she blazed into the largely male-dominated scientific community was an inspiration to many. For example, she became a role model for astrophysicist Joan Feynman. Feynman's mother and grandmother had dissuaded her from pursuing science, since they believed women were not physically capable of understanding scientific concepts. My feeble female brain cannot understand. So many science ladies. So many. Feynman was later inspired by Payne Gaposchkin when she came across some of her work in an astronomy textbook. Seeing Payne Gaposchkin's research published in this way convinced Feynman that she could, in fact, follow her scientific passions. While accepting the Henry Norris Russell Prize from the American Astronomical Society, Payne spoke of her lifelong passion for research. The reward of the young scientist is the emotional thrill of being first person in history of the world to see something or understand something. Nothing can compare with that experience. The reward of the old scientist is the sense of having seen a vague sketch grow into a masterly landscape. That is really cool. That's really cool. Let's see. Personal life. In her autobiography, Payne tells that while in school, she created an experiment on the efficacy of prayer by dividing her exams into two groups. Wow, this is wild. I love a religious scientist that is like, okay, let's see if praying actually does help me do well on my test. I'm going to do an experiment. Fucking amazing. Okay, anyway, she divided her exams into two groups, praying for success only on one, the other being a control group. She achieved higher marks with the latter group. Shut up! Later on, she became an agnostic. You love to see it. Fucking incredible. That is incredible. That is the coolest thing I've ever read in my life. Is that not the most amazing thing you've ever heard in your life? That's so fucking great. That's so fucking great. That's so great. I love a religious scientist who's like, let me actually do a scientific research study using a control group to figure out if praying is effective with regard to my test scores. Now, granted, there's obviously so many different variables and whatnot, and that's not to negate prayer, nor is it to negate religion, but I just love that as a concept. I really do. I think that's fantastic. It's so good. It's so good. In 1931, Payne became an American citizen. On a tour through Europe in 1933, she met Russian-born astrophysicist Sergei I. Gaposchkin in Germany. She helped him get a visa to the United States, and they married in March 1934, settling in the historic town of Lexington, Massachusetts, a short commute from Harvard. Payne added her husband's name to her own, and the Payne-Gaposchkins had 3 children, Edward, Catherine, and Peter. Payne's daughter remembers her as an inspired seamstress, inventive knitter, and voracious reader. Payne and her family were members of the First Unitarian Church in Lexington, where Cecilia taught Sunday school. She was also active with the Quakers. Interesting. She died at her home in Cambridge, Massachusetts on December 7th, 1979. Shortly before her death, Payne had her autobiography privately printed as The Dyer's Hands. The Dyer's Hand. It was later reprinted as Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin, an autobiography and other recollections. Payne's younger brother, Humphrey Payne, 1902 to 1936, who married author and film critic Dilys Powell, became director of the British School of Archaeology at Athens. Payne's granddaughter, Cecilia Gaposchkin, is a professor of late medieval cultural history. Fancy. What a niche. And French history at Dartmouth College. Damn. With how hard physics tests are, I don't blame her. It makes sense, right? Okay, so many honors, so many awards. I'm now switching from smoothie to coffee. I have so many beverages at my desk. It's a little bit absurd. Okay, so, honors and awards. Elected member of the Royal Astronomical Society while still a student at Cambridge, 1923. Became one of 250 scientists added to the 4th edition of American Men of Science. I love that! 1927. Get it, girl. Annie J. Cannon Award in Astronomy, 1934. The first recipient. How cute. The Royal Astronomical Society. Yes, that is a thing. That is a thing. One day, Veery, one day, you might be part of the Royal Astronomical Society. Who knows? Who knows? It's a thing. We can always add it to our week. You want me to throw it on our week? Let me write it down. Royal Astronomical Society. Okay. Got it. It's in the notebook. Member of the American Philosophical Society. Member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. Award of Merit from Radcliffe College. Rittenhouse Medal from the Rittenhouse Astronomical Society at the Franklin Institute, 1961. Sorry, I haven't been reading the years. So we've got 1923, 1927, 1934, 36, 43, 52, 61. Professor Emerita of Harvard University, 1967. Henry Norris Russell Lectureship of the American Astronomical Society, 1976. The American Physical Society's Doctoral Dissertation Award in Astrophysics, renamed Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin Doctoral Dissertation Award in Astrophysics. They really need to make a snappier title. But anyway, 2018. Honorary degrees from Rutgers, Wilson College, Smith College, Western College, Colby College, and the Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania. That's a lot of honorary degrees right there. Asteroid 2039 Payne Gaposchkin was named after her. Cool. The Payne Gaposchkin Patera volcano on Venus is named after her. You know you've made it when a volcano on Venus is named after you. That's how you know you've made it. That's how you know you're an astrophysics queen. Oh yeah, there's a volcano on Venus named after me. No big deal. Like what? Also, today I learned that there's volcanoes on Venus. I didn't know that. Let's see. One of the ASAS-SN telescopes deployed in South Africa was named after her. Institute of Physics Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin Medal and Prize named in her honor, 2008. An amazing woman. Incredible. Incredible. You love to see it. You love to see it. We love it. We love it. I'm telling you how we collectively feel, and we love it. Guys, amazing. Okay, so I'm going to take a little break, and then when we get back, we're going to read about pareidolia and puffins and penthesilea and pumpkin toadlets, among many other things that start with the letter P. So feel free to stick around. Feel free to go. Man, I keep looking over at my reflection. I'm like, God, this sunburn is so bad. Anyway, feel free to stick around. Feel free to go get a snack or get a stretch or go check out other streamers. Thank you, Goon. Thank you so much for bringing that topic. I'm so grateful that we got a chance to read about her because I wouldn't have known to read about her had you not told us to read about her. So thank you. Friends, I'll see you all in a few minutes, okay? Okay, see you soon. See you soon. I'll see you soon. Thank you for being here. Y'all are very sweet. And I will see you soon. Okay. I ate some trail mix. I took my meds. I peed. I checked Twitter. All the important things. And now I'm back. So if you stuck around, thank you so much. If you didn't, I don't blame you. Viri, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around. Real quick, I'm realizing. Fun, thanks for sticking around. Y'all are very sweet. It always bothers me that my little sub counter doesn't automatically update. And so I want to update it real quick because it bothers me. It bothers me dearly that I have to manually update it. Oh, there it is. See? I was going to say, I was like, Baba added 2 to the list, and I want it to show. Okay. If you stuck around, and Gimp resubbed too. So, look at all you beautiful people. Thank you for that. Shall we get back into it? More Pee Week? Huh? Alina, if you're still there, this is your topic. So thank you for bringing this word to me. I knew this was a thing, but I never knew this word before. So let's get into it. This is pareidolia. Pareidolia? Pareidolia. Pareidolia is the tendency for perception to impose a meaningful interpretation on a nebulous stimulus, usually visual, so that one sees an object, pattern, or meaning where there is none. This is really interesting. So it's kind of like confirmation bias, but not. A little bit. I feel as though there's a Venn diagram there somewhere. Common examples of perceived images of animals, faces, objects in cloud formations, seeing faces in inanimate objects, or lunar pareidolia like the man on the moon or the moon rabbit. I didn't know there was a moon rabbit. What is the moon rabbit? The moon rabbit! Sorry, I didn't know this was a thing. How funny. Okay, cool, interesting. The concept of pareidolia may extend to include hidden messages in recorded music played in reverse or at higher or lower than normal speeds, and hearing voices, mainly indistinct, or music in random noises, such as that produced by air conditioners or fans. Interesting. Okay, what I love about the music thing is that sometimes artists intentionally put in those messages. Sometimes, not always. Most of the time, it's this phenomena where we're ascribing meaning to something where there is none. But sometimes artists actually do that on purpose. And then the other thing, when we're talking about like sounds that are produced by like air conditioners or fans, what I love is that there's a lot like various like musical examples of musicians like using those sounds to then create a beat. I'm going to give an example because it's my favorite. Because it's intentional. It's not accidental. As they would have you believe, it's not accidental. It is not by accident. One moment, let me get my YouTube shit going here. There's a lot like so Philip Glass did this all the time. Is like take weird recordings of like, this is what this train track sounds like, and then like use that to like make songs, right? So this is one of my favorite bands called Too Many Zoos, and they have a song called Car Alarm, and we are now going to watch the video for it because of this, and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and yet everything to do with what we're talking about. Hold please. Hold please. Allow me to figure out my life. Here we go. The cropping on this is not what it normally is, but that's fine, I guess. Why? Why every time? Why? It's so weird to me. Oh well. Ready, set, car alarm. I'm just saying, it's not always accidental. Sometimes it's intentional. But this one's very intentional. And I love it. Also, this saxophone player is ridiculous. He's so good. He also dances like a maniac when he's playing, which is just like great. You will never hear a car alarm the same way again. Textural nightmare, yeah? Like velour. When I was a kid, I wanted to make a store called Velour, Galore, and More. I'm glad that dream never came true. Dude, the trumpet player can get it too. All three of them can get it. This trio is ridiculous. love it. I love it so much. Because, like, a car alarm is, like, the most annoying noise on the planet, right? It's one of the most annoying noises on the planet. So to be able to use it in this way is so fucking cool. It's so fucking hip. I can't get over it. Yeah, I feel like that suit would be very sweaty. Dude, he's so good. He's so good. Right? We need that. Yeah, that emote is everything. Dude, they're just nasty. Like, I can't get over how good these musicians are. So good! Anyway, has nothing to do with what we're talking about and everything to do with what we're talking about. And I just felt the need to show you all because any excuse to show people too many zoos is like, you know, it's necessary. But isn't that so cool? Okay, I do have to say it, Fun. Tell me about it. Tell us, Fun. I want to know. I know. Okay, Fun. This came up during K week when we were learning about kazoos. I would love to think that the reason that they're called too many zoos is because of too many kazoos. But it does have nothing to do with kazoos, apparently. Sad. But that's what, when we were reading about kazoos, that like one kazoo orchestra that was like, 9,000 kazoo players. It's like, that is the definition of too many zoos. Too many kazoos. Agreed, Fun. Agreed. Okay, so anyway, the music thing, I had to. I also, random music story. I had this professor, rest in peace, Sean McNary. He's since died. But he was one of my audio engineer professors. And dude was a legend in terms of like the life that he lived. And I remember this was in like 2008, 2009-ish. And I remember him talking about playing Second Life with his wife. And that was like how they would go on dates, as they would like meet up in Second Life. So again, this is kind of like during a time in which like Second Life and MMOs were not as like ubiquitous as they are now. So at the time we were like, what the fuck? That's wild. But like, okay, so this dude, this fucking legend, again, Sean McNary, rest in peace. He had a little like suitcase that he would like bring his like books with, that's how he would like carry his textbooks and things on campus, right? And he always noticed that it was in like 5/4 time, I want to say. And like it's something that like only a musician would pay attention to the click of the wheels on the sidewalk and like figure out what time signature it clicks in based on the way that you walk. Fucking wild, right? I love that shit. Marley, hi! I know! Mama Abbers was here. She made an appearance. I got mildly annoyed just because she threw in a giant science word. My poor mother every time. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you science me, mother? But yeah, we're going to do the science stream. We hit the goal. I say we, you all. Thank you for donating the points. So you missed her. She's now watering her flowers. She's gone. Yeah, she was in chat for a second. Yeah, she was here. She might still be lurking. I wonder. Mom, are you lurking? She is lurking. Good for her. Good for her giving me numbers. Thanks, Mom. Thanks for helping me in the algorithm wars, Mom. But yeah, so I'll talk to her tomorrow about dates, but I'm hoping that during Memorial Day weekend at some point, we'll be able to do the science stream. That's my plan. How are you, Marley? What are you up to? It's good to see you. We're reading about things that start with the letter P. Ooh, Marley, I have one of your topics from a long time ago. We are going to read about Philippine flying lemurs, because I know that during F week you wanted to read about flying lemurs, and I was being very strict at that point where I was like, well, it's technically Philippine, so we're gonna read about that later. It's on the list. It's on the list. Don't you worry. Thank you for the lemurs. You're welcome. You're welcome for the lemurs. Thank you for the lemurs. Thank you, sir. And thank you for being here. It's good to see you. I hope you have a lovely, chill Sunday. We're currently reading about pareidolia. And the reason that I brought up music stuff is because they mentioned that people will hear things in music that don't necessarily exist, or they'll hear music in random objects and things that are not necessarily like intentionally made to be music, right? But the pareidolia that we're really talking about, I think, more so is visually, when we ascribe visual meaning to something where there is none, i.e. seeing shapes in clouds. I need to be back later. Save Puffin for me, please. Yep, 100%. I'm going to switch Philippine flying lemurs with puffins. I got you, Fun. Don't even worry about it. I got you, Fun. I will save puffins for you. And thank you for being here. Yeah, take your time. Do what you got to do. I'll wait for you to come back and we'll do puffins when you get back. Okay, Fun? Okay, so anyway, pareidolia. Scientists have taught computers to use visual cues to see faces in other images. Wild. All right, let's get into it. Etymology. The word derives from Greek words para, beside, alongside, instead of, and the noun eliodon, image, form, shape. The German word pareidolie was used in articles by Carl Ludwig Kahlbaum. For example, in his 1866 painter, Die Schnicht, Der Lehrling. It was perfect German, you can't tell me otherwise. On delusion of the senses. When Kahlbaum's paper was reviewed in the following year, 1867, the Journal of Mental Science, volume 13, pareidolia was translated into English as pareidolia and noted to be synonymous with the terms changing hallucination, partial hallucination, and perception of secondary images. Oh, my perfect German. Ach ja, bestimmt. Das ist gut. Das ist sehr gut. It was terrible. It was not good German, for the record. Viri, that was a joke. I was joking. Look it. Okay, does this not look like a face? Probably because of emojis. But also, a simple collection of lines may quickly be perceived as a face and even be interpreted as expressing a particular emotion. This guy's over it. He's bored as fuck. He doesn't like us. And these are literally just circles with 3 lines. Human brain is fucked up. My ears were quite surprised. I don't know whether to apologize or say you're welcome, which is often how I feel on this stream. Okay, explanations. Pareidolia can cause people to interpret random images or patterns of light and shadow as faces. A 2009 magnetoencephalography. What the fuck is this shit? MEG is a functional neuroimaging technique for mapping brain activity by recording magnetic fields produced by electrical currents occurring naturally in the brain. Okay, I think I knew about this, but I've never heard it referred to as its full name, which is wild. Okay, anyway, so this study found that objects perceived as faces evoke an early 165 ms activation of the fusiform face area at a time and location similar to that evoked by faces, whereas other common objects do not evoke such activation. This activation is similar to a slightly faster time, 130 ms, that is seen for images of real faces. Interesting. Authors suggest that face perception evoked by face-like objects is a relatively early process and not a late cognitive reinterpretation phenomenon. A functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, study in 2011 similarly showed that repeated presentation of novel visual shapes that were interpreted as meaningful led to decreased fMRI responses for real objects. These results indicate that the interpretation of ambiguous stimuli depends upon processes familiar to those elicited by known objects. I wonder, yeah, the good old face, Fury, that's the one. I wonder if part of the reason that our brain will like see faces and shapes like so quickly is like an evolutionary like protection thing, like in terms of like being wary of predators. So seeing faces where there are none is maybe this like evolutionary like advantage in terms of like protecting oneself against potential predators, maybe? Is that right, Alina? Welcome, Alina. This is so fascinating. I'm so excited about it. And also the music one gave me so many flashbacks to like music school and just random music stuff. So I love it. I didn't know, I knew that there was a visual one, but I didn't realize that we do the same thing with like sounds and whatnot. Because that'll happen. I'll hear a random sound and be like, oh, That sounds like A minor, which is like, it may or may not actually be, right? But like, yeah, anyway, fascinating. These studies help to explain why people generally identify a few lines in a circle as a face so quickly and without hesitation. Cognitive processes are activated by the face-like object, which alerts the observer to both the emotional state and identity of the subject, even before the conscious mind begins to process or even receive the information. A stick figure face, despite its simplicity, can convey mood information and be drawn to indicate emotions such as happiness or anger. This robust and subtle capability is hypothesized to be the result of eons of natural selection, here we go, favoring people most able to quickly identify the mental state, for example, of threatening people, thus providing the individual an opportunity to flee or attack preemptively. This ability, though highly specialized for the processing and recognition of human emotions, also functions to determine the demeanor of wildlife. This one creeps me out. This scares me. I don't know why. Satellite photograph of Mesa in the Cydonia region of Mars, often called the face on Mars. It's creepy. I don't know why I don't like it, but I don't like it. And cited as evidence of extraterrestrial habitation. Anyone else think this is scary? Or just me? I don't like it. I'll post a link in the Discord to this bizarre audio phenomenon that's akin to this visual one. It's trippy. Do it! Yeah, I want to know. Throw it in. You can throw it in the science nerd section or the music nerd section. Either one. Do it. By the way, anyone out there, if you feel so inclined, you can always join the Discord. You definitely don't have to, but if you feel so inclined, feel so inclined. Okay, so mimetoliths. A mimetolithic pattern is a pattern created by rocks that may come to mimic recognizable forms through the random processes of formation, weathering, and erosion. A well-known example is the face on Mars, a rock formation on Mars that resembled a human face in certain satellite photos. Most mimetoliths are much larger than the subjects they resemble, such as a cliff profile, which looks like a human face. Picture jaspers. Picture jaspers? Oh, here we go. They're just going to show us jasper. Okay. Picture jaspers exhibit combinations of patterns, such as banding from flow or depositional patterns from water or wind, or dendritic or color variations, resulting in what appear to be miniature scenes on a cut section, which is then used for jewelry. Bird sounds in the song really caught me off guard. there's always, it's so funny because the like chill hop playlists are like, they're actually pretty good. This is why I use them all the time. I think they're pretty decent, but they use kind of odd audio samples every now and again, and it's like, you can tell it's like public domain shit, right? But yeah, I feel you, Viri. Let's see. So I'm just curious now. Picture jaspers. So yeah, they just use the different rock formations, the different like patterns in the rocks to create specific jewelry, I guess. Kurt nodules. I'm assuming that's Kurt. Cool, it's a rock. Kurt nodules, concretions, or pebbles may in certain cases be mistakenly identified as skeletal remains, egg fossils, or other antiquities of organic origin by amateur enthusiasts. You're just too enthusiastic about it, obviously. Gonna go quick shower, but I shall keep you up so I can make sure I don't space out. Hey, thank you for lurking, Viri. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful shower. It's good to see you. If people don't know Viri, you should go check out Viri. I'm just saying. You should probably go watch Viri play some Sims. I'm just saying. Okay, let's see. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Japanese researcher Shonosuke Akumara self-published a series of reports titled Original Report of the Akamura Fossil Laboratory, in which he described tiny inclusions in polished limestone from the Silurian period, 425 million years ago, as being preserved fossil remains of tiny humans, gorillas, dogs, dragons, dinosaurs, and other organisms. I don't know why, but this made me think of Dungeons and Dragons, and like, I just like the idea of like, this was the original title, and they were like, it's too long, make it snappier. Let's get together and play tiny humans, gorillas, dogs, dragons, dinosaurs, and other organisms. I think I'm funny. Don't worry about it. I played Sims for 3 hours last night and then it crashed. Oh no, that's the worst feeling. F's in chat for Marley's Sims work and how it's gone now. Gone forever. I've never really played Sims, to be honest. Right? Huh? Alina, would you play tiny humans, gorillas, dogs, dragons, dinosaurs, and other organisms? and dungeons? Because I would. Okay. So all of them only millimeters long, leading him to claim, there have been no changes in the bodies of mankind since the Silurian period, except for a growth in stature from 3.5 millimeters to 1,700 millimeters. Jesus Christ. Akamara's research earned him an IG Nobel Prize. IG Nobel Prize? IG Nobel Prize. Satiric Prize, awarded annually since 1991 to celebrate 10 unusual or trivial achievements in scientific research. That's funny. I didn't know this was a thing. Stated aim being to honor achievements that first make people laugh, then make them think. I like that. I like that a lot. Aber Sims stream incoming. Should I play Sims at some point? I could. I don't know why. Yeah, it's one of those like I never really got into. I'm not sure why. I think it's so funny. Because there are certain simulation kind of games that I'm like really into, but generally speaking with video games, I like a world that is so different from my own world. That's something I seek out in video games, and so something like Sims, I think, doesn't appeal to me, even though it's failed logic in terms of like the variety of things that you can do in Sims. But generally speaking, I would say it's one of those that I kind of avoid just because I'm like, I'm already a human and I have to pay bills and there's houses and it doesn't seem fun, right? I play things like Animal Crossing and stuff, which kind of do the same thing. But there's something about it. I'm totally down to play Sims, but I think that's why I've never really played it. It just hasn't like appealed to me. I don't know. Also F, yeah, sad day. Marley, I'm sorry. Marley, we're sorry for your loss. Okay, now go shower, Viri, yeah. T. Miller is a Sims expert. I want more T. Miller Sims streams. One day she might stream again. One day. If T. Miller does start streaming again and you're not following T. Miller, you're going to miss out on a wonderful, beautiful human being. She hasn't streamed in a long time, but I'm sure she'll stream at some point again, maybe. I'm sure maybe. I'm sure possibly. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. But yeah, she is a Sims expert. She does a lot of simming. Sims and Nancy Drew. Those are her two areas of expertise. She also plays some Ark. What are the other ones? I mean, she plays a lot of video games. Honestly, T. Miller plays more video games than me. But I think why she doesn't stream as much is because she likes to just like play by herself. Whereas for me, video games have always been a more social thing. I don't tend to play video games by myself. It's so funny, but like generally speaking, I don't really play video games off stream unless I'm like playing with friends. Like every now and again I'll play something by myself, but generally it's more of a like something I want to do with like my brothers or with my friends. So I think that's why streaming is so fun for me, because it's like, oh, like all these games that like otherwise I would maybe not play because I don't really want to like play by myself. It's like I can play with other people even if I'm the only one playing because you all are here, right? But I think for T. Miller, it's like for her it's like, no, I just want to work on my projects by myself, you know what I mean? It's funny, but yeah, she is a Sims expert. Okay, where are we at? Let's look at this photo real quick. A more detailed photograph taken in different lighting in 2001 shows how it is a natural rock formation. Yeah, it does look less like a face here, although you can still see it, right? On the left, I can definitely still see it. On the right, it's not as face-like, although I can still see it. This one is creepy, though. It looks like a man is stuck in Mars. I think that's why it creeps me out. Right, okay, so the IG, or the IG Nobel Prize, a parody of Nobel Prizes. That's so funny. I love that shit. I kind of want for, if I can remember which ones we did for season 1 versus season 2, IG Nobel Prize would be a good I week for season 2. Okay, anyway. Some sources describe various mimetolithic features on Pluto, including a heart-shaped region. Interesting. Huh. Okay, cool. Projective tests. The Rorschach inkblot test, this is fascinating too, uses pareidolia in an attempt to gain insight into a person's mental state. The Rorschach is a projective test that elicits thoughts or feelings of respondents that are projected onto the ambiguous inkblot images. Okay, so I think that projective tests is a really interesting phenomena as well. I kind of wonder if projective tests are a thing on Wikipedia. We might read about projective tests just a little bit, just for flavor, just for funsies, because I'm curious. But like, so I read tarot, which I think is kind of a great example of projective tests, because so my friend who originally taught me tarot would always say the cards never lie. And I remember my older brother one time being like, no, your subconscious never lies, which I really love, because like various things, if we're talking about Rorschach, or if we're talking about tarot, or we're talking about like, I don't know, other examples of that, it's like, it's really like the magic lies in the meaning that you ascribe to it, not necessarily the meaning that is there, you know? Like the connections that you make are what make it like magical or interesting, or like, yeah. Anyway. All right. Literature. Renaissance authors have shown a particular interest in pareidolia. In William Shakespeare's play Hamlet, for example, the character Hamlet points at the sky and demonstrates his supposed madness in his exchange with Polonius. Y'all ready for me to read some Shakespeare? Do you see yonder cloud that's almost in the shape of a camel? By the mass, and 'tis like a camel indeed. Methinks it is weasel. It is backed like a weasel. Or a whale. Very like a whale. Cool, Shakespeare, cool. Art. Renaissance artists often use pareidolia in paintings and other drawings. Andrea Mantegna, Leonardo da Vinci, Giotto, Hans Holbein, Giuseppe Arcimboldo, and many more have shown images, often human faces, that due to pareidolia appear in objects or clouds. In his notebooks, Leonardo da Vinci wrote of pareidolia as a device for painters writing. If you look at any wall spotted with various stains or a mixture of different kinds of stones, if you are about to invent some scene, you will be able to see in it a resemblance to various different landscapes adorned with mountains, rivers, rocks, trees, plains, wide valleys, and various groups of hills. You will also be able to see divers combats and figures in quick movement, and strange expressions of faces and outlandish costumes, and an infinite number of things which you can then reduce to separate and well-conceived forms. Whoa, look at this guy's weird chicken face! Okay. Here's an example. The Tourist by Giuseppe Arcimboldo, 1566. What appears to be his face is a collection of fish and poultry. This is nightmare fuel. This is terrifying. Zoom in on it. Let's enhance. Let's take a look. Get a little closer. Terrifying! Nightmare fuel! I hate it! Thanks, I hate it! Look at this weird chicken face. Ugh. Anyway. Anyway, moving on. In 20th century art, Salem, a 1908 painting by Sidney Kernau Vosper, gained notoriety due to a rumor that it contained a hidden face, the face of the devil. Oh, we'll look at a second. This led many commentators to visualize a demonic face depicted in the shawl of the main figure, despite the artist's denial that any faces had deliberately been painted into the shawl. Interesting. That chicken face! Look at him! It's so creepy! And then I see the fish now. His fish goatee. We're going back to it. Nightmare fuel. Enhance. Enhance it. Okay, hold on. I have to have this nightmare fuel, so do you. Welcome to the stream. There's the weird chicken. Ugh! I don't know why. Why do I hate it so? I hate it so much. Here it is. And then the weird claws, and then this fish. The fish goatee. What a vibe. What a thing, huh? Alright, anyway. Let's look for this this devil shawl, huh? So this is Salem by Sidney Kernau Vosper. Devil shawl face. I don't really see it. Do you all see the devil shawl face? Enhance. Let's take a look. Devil face in the shawl. Oh, maybe over here? So I'm seeing this as a mouth. I'm seeing this as like an eye. And it looks kind of scary, like menacing. Or no? Is there a different place? Now this looks like a chicken face. Now I'm just seeing all sorts of weird faces. Is this the one that they're referring to? Makes me question it though. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really see it. This is the one on the left, or I guess if so, audience left, stage right arm is the one I see most clearly, but who knows? Let's see. Surrealist artists such as Salvador Dali would intentionally use pareidolia in their work, often in the form of a hidden face. Yeah, that makes sense. Architecture. Two 13th century edifices in Turkey display architectural use of shadows of stone carvings at the entrance. Outright pictures are avoided in Islam, but tessellations and calligraphic pictures were allowed, so designed accidental silhouettes of carved stone tessellations became a creative escape. Interesting. Let's see. Nigde Aladdin Mosque in Nigde, Turkey, with its Mukarnas art, where the shadow of three-dimensional ornamentation with stone masonry around the entrance form a chiaroscuro drawing of a woman's face with a crown and long hair appearing at a specific time, at some specific days of the year. Fascinating. Cool. That's wild. Like using shadows in architecture. Sorry about pronunciation. Great Mosque and Hospital in Sivas, Turkey, shows shadows of three-dimensional ornaments of both entrances of the mosque part to cast a giant shadow of praying man that changes pose as the sun moves, as if to illustrate what the purpose of the building is. Another detail is the difference in impressions of the clothing of the two shadow men, indicating two different styles, possibly to tell who is to enter through which door. Beautiful. Okay, religious. This is my favorite, seeing Jesus and burnt toast, you know what I mean? There have been many instances of perceptions in religious imagery and themes, especially the faces of religious figures in ordinary phenomena. Many involve images of Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the word Allah, and other religious phenomenon. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. April Kit Kat. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. Hi. Hi. Fresh hams. Who's bringing hams? What's happening? You get to see my amazing sunburned face. April Kit Kat. Thank you for the giant raid. Holy Moses. That's hi. Hello. If you don't know me, I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. Welcome. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. April Kit Kat, thank you for the raid. That's very nice of you. What were you doing? How was your stream? PGM, hello. Diversion, hello. Dan, hello. Everyone, welcome. How's it going? We're reading about things that start with the letter P this week. So right now we're reading about a phenomenon called pareidolia, which is essentially when humans like see faces in things where there's not actually faces, or just like objects in general that don't have, we ascribe meaning to visual objects that don't necessarily have that meaning. So thank you for the raid. It's very nice of you. You're literally so cute. No, you stop it. Let's see. We did some retail leveling fun. Sunwell prepping. How is Sunwell? I was talking to Marley about it. Everyone seems very hype about Sunwell. And also feel free if you need to go, get some rest and get some food and all that jazz. Feel free to take care of yourself, definitely. Also feel free to chat and lurk. You're welcome to be here. Always, obviously. Osroll 101, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hi. Hello. Let's see. When Kat whips one out, she whips out a huge one. You went there. I respect it. You went there. Blender, hi, how are you? You can finally catch an Albers Wikipedia. Welcome. Yeah, we're reading about things that start with the letter P. Yes, go to the chickens. Go enjoy the chickens. If I didn't say it earlier, if you don't know April Kit Kat, You need to go follow Apricot Cat. She's just a beautiful, kind soul. Sometimes if you're lucky, you'll get a chicken sighting, which is great. Sometimes you'll get a cat sighting. Well, you always get a cat sighting, but you know what I'm saying. She plays World of Warcraft. I missed an Octodad stream that I still feel like I need to go back and find that VOD if it's available somewhere. Highly recommend. Go click off of here and go give her a follow real quick, okay? Thank you for the raid. It was very sweet. Go to the chickens. Go take care of them. And give them a little pat for me. A little chicken pat. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here. Shall we get back to it? So we're reading about pareidolia. Again, the TLDR is essentially when if you look at a piece of toast and you see Jesus. That's the idea. And that's what we're reading about. So here we go. My mom is back. Mom, welcome back. We're reading about pareidolia right now. We're going to read about lemurs. And then, Mom, we're going to read about phenolphthalein. Phenolphthalein. Mom, welcome back. Everyone say hi, Mama Abbers. Mama Abbers is back. Let's see. Hope you've been well. Thanks, Dan. I hope you've been well. It's good to see you. Welcome. What have you been up to? All right, so there have been many instances of perceptions of religious imagery and themes, especially the faces of religious figures in ordinary phenomena, many involving images of Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the word Allah, and other religious phenomenon. In September 2007, in Singapore, for example, a callus on a tree resembled a monkey, leading believers to pay homage to the monkey god. That's interesting. Either Sun Wukong or Hanuman, and the monkey tree phenomenon. Have you ever heard of the monkey tree phenomenon? Because I never have, and that's fantastic. That's incredible. Phenolphthalein is mentioned on forensic files a lot, I think. Is it? We're gonna find out. That's my mom's topic diversion, so we'll get into it. Why is it? Do you know why it's? Well, I mean, we'll read about it. We'll find out about it. We'll get there. So we'll finish up this article. We'll read about flying lemurs, Philippine flying lemurs, and then we'll read about phenolphthalein. It's just a pH indicator. That's all. Just a pH indicator. Nothing more. Let's see. Publicity surrounding sightings of religious figures and other surprising Publicity surrounding sightings of religious figures and other surprising images of ordinary objects has spawned a market for such items on online auctions like eBay. One famous instance was a grilled cheese sandwich with the face of Virgin Mary. That's right, I do remember that one. During the September 11 attacks, television viewers supposedly saw the face of Satan in clouds of smoke billowing out of the World Trade Center after it was struck by the airplane. I remember that too. Another example of face recognition pareidolia originated in the fire at Notre Dame Cathedral when a few observers claimed to see Jesus in the flames. Interesting. No, he's right, Mom. You are a queen. You're a queen of science. You are. Mom, are you going to be here for a minute? I do want to make sure we get to your thing. Unless you changed your mind to pumpernickel. While attempting to validate the imprint of a crucified man on the Shroud of Turin as Jesus Christ, a variety of objects have been described as being visible on the linen. These objects include a number of plant species native to Israel, a coin with Roman numerals, and multiple insect species. In an experimental setting, using a picture of plain linen cloth, participants told that there could possibly be visible words on the cloth collectively saw 2 religious words. Those told that the cloth was made of some religious importance saw 12 religious words, and those who were told that it was of religious importance but also given suggestions of possible religious words saw 37 religious words. Wow, power of suggestion. Got to cool off after all that gardening. Okay, perfect. Good. Perfect. So you have time. Sounds like you have time for flying lemurs and phenolphthalein, yes? I think so, maybe. Okay, let's see. The researchers posit that the reason the shroud has been said to have so many different symbols and objects is because it was already deemed to have the imprint of Jesus Christ prior to the search for symbols and other imprints on the cloth. Therefore, it was simply pareidolia at work. Interesting. This is really fascinating. Lena, thank you for bringing this topic. Because it's something I had heard of before, but I never really knew what it was called or knew the extent of it. Okay, medical education radiology images. Medical educators sometimes teach medical students and resident physicians, doctors in training, to use pareidolia and patternicity to learn to recognize human anatomy or radiology imaging studies. Examples include assessing radiographs, X-ray images to the human vertebral spine. Interesting. Patrick Foye, MD, professor of physical medicine and rehabilitation at Rutgers University, New Jersey Medical School, has written that pareidolia is used to teach medical trainees to assess for spinal fractures and spinal malignancies, cancers. When viewing spinal radiographs, normal bony anatomic structures resemble the face of an owl. The spinal pedicles resemble an owl's eyes, and the spinous processes resemble an owl's beak. But when cancer erodes the bony spinal pedicle, the radiographic appearance changes such that now that the eye of the owl seems missing or closed, which is called the winking owl sign. Another common pattern is a Scotty dog sign on a spinal x-ray. This is a thing I remember with learning the United States, like the different states and geographically where they're located, like trying to ascribe some sort of shape to the shape. Does that make sense? Like I don't know, Iowa kind of looks like a wine bottle, and like Oklahoma is a great example. It looks like a cooking, like a pan, right? We even call it the panhandle, do we not? No, panhandle is Florida. I don't know, but it's a similar kind of a thing, right? Like patternicity. It's fascinating. Love the ways minds are clever, but also can trick us. Dude, the human brain is so wild. It's true. It's true. Let's see. In 2021, Foye, again, published in the medical literature on this topic in a medical journal article called Baby Yoda, Pareidolia and Patternicity in Sacral MRI and CT scans. Here, he introduced a novel way of visualizing the sacrum when viewing MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, and CT scans, computed tomography scans. He noted that in certain image slices, the human sacral anatomy resembles the face of Baby Yoda, also known as Grogu, a fictional character from the television show The Mandalorian. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Baby Yoda! Do you hate him, Blunderer? Are you not a fan? What's wrong with Baby Yoda? Several states have panhandles. Okay. I'm like, okay, that makes me feel better. Yeah, we look for recognizable shapes. It's a survival thing. We're just reading about it, Mom. It's called pareidolia. That's what this article is all about. That's what we're reading about right now. Let's see. Sacral openings for exiting nerves, sacral foramina, resemble Baby Yoda's eyes, while the sacral canal resembles Baby Yoda's mouth. Interesting. Mars canals. A notable example of pareidolia occurred in 1877 when observers using telescopes to view the surface of Mars thought that they saw some faint straight lines, which were then interpreted by some as canals. See Martian Canal. It was theorized that the canals were possibly created by sentient beings. This created a sensation. In the next few years, better photographic techniques and stronger telescopes were developed and applied, which resulted in new images in which the faint lines disappeared, and the canal theory was debunked as an example of pareidolia. Interesting. I'm surprised he's in this article. I was not suspecting him to come up either, for the record. I was not looking for that. Yeah, so the examples that they started out with, so they talked about seeing shapes in clouds. They talked about hearing music in normal, ordinary day sounds like fans or air conditioners or like the humming of your like refrigerator, right? They brought up the example of Rorschach tests, and then like everyday objects. It's really fascinating. It's really interesting. So I'm trying to see what they say with the canals here. So faint straight lines. Okay. Anyway. Computer vision. Whoa! More nightmare fuel. Given an image of a jellyfish swimming, the Deep Dream program can be encouraged to see dogs. What? Okay, we're going to read about it. Pareidolia can occur in computer vision, specifically in image recognition programs, in which vague clues can spuriously detect images or features. In the case of an artificial neural network, higher level features correspond to more recognizable features, and enhancing these features brings out what the computer sees. These examples of pareidolia reflect the training set of images that the network has seen previously. Dude, it's scary. It's nightmare fuel. Striking visuals can be produced this way, notably in the Deep Dream software, yikes, which falsely detects and then exaggerates features such as eyes and faces in any image. So this originally is an image of a jellyfish. And here are these scary dogs that the computer saw, which is wild. People generally see what they look for and hear what they listen for. True. Good quote. Very true. That's like in, what is the movie? It's a movie about Cole Porter, I want to say, where Kevin Spacey plays him. Is that right? But there's a quote that says, people hear what they see, talking about musicians and like the way that you dress. And so it's like, it doesn't matter what you're playing so much as how you're like presenting yourself in that moment. And then people will hear it accordingly, right? It's part of the idea of like, you know, if you're playing like classical music to wear a tuxedo, you gotta fit the part. Speech. In 1971, Konstantin Raudiv, go with it, wrote Breakthrough, detailing what he believed was the discovery of electronic voice phenomenon, EVP. EVP has been described as auditory pareidolia, allegations of backmasking in popular music, in which a listener claims a message has been recorded backward onto a track meant to be played forward, have also been described as auditory pareidolia. In 1995, the psychologist Diana Deutsch, probably, invented an algorithm for producing phantom words and phrases with the sounds coming from two stereo loudspeakers, one to the listener's left and the other on his right, producing a phrase offset in time between the speakers. After listening for a while, phantom words and phrases suddenly emerge, and these often appear to reflect what is on the listener's mind. Interesting. Yeah, it is. It's that kind of like confirmation bias. That quote is great, Mom. It's perfect. Yeah, it's true. We were talking about that with Rorschach tests, and like I equated it to tarot too. It's a similar thing where it's like when you ascribe meaning to things, you kind of make connections to whatever you're thinking or feeling, and often like what's going on in your subconscious will be brought to the surface, right? Related phenomenon. A shadow person, known as a shadow figure, shadow being, or black mass, is often attributed to pareidolia. It is a perception of a patch of shadow as a living humanoid figure, particularly as interpreted by believers in the paranormal or supernatural as the presence of a spirit or other entity. Pareidolia is also what some skeptics believe causes people to believe that they have seen ghosts. Interesting. Okay, you guys ready for the gallery? I'm very excited. All right, so here's the Romanian Sphinx in the Buseji Mountains. I can kind of see it. This guy's great. Look at this guy. He's so happy. A smiling face on a part of a military jet. The Old Man of the Mountain in Franconia, New Hampshire. Right? Dude, this is a good one. I like this guy. Plunderer, I like this guy. What can I say? The Old Man of the Mountain in Franconia, New Hampshire. This one I have to squint at more. Okay. He's my bud. He's my friend. Oh my gosh, I came back to this face, this one right here. Pretty good, right? It's a smiling face on a part of a military jet. One of my favorites, I don't know if it's in this gallery, but like, have you seen it? It's just a coat hook. It's a coat hook, but it looks like an octopus that's like trying to fight you. It's pretty good. Let's see. Face and furniture drawers. I love the ones that you automatically see. At least for me, I like automatically see them. It's a good one. Very kind, very smiley. Got a square nose, square eyes. Oh, nightmare fuel. Oh. Okay, samurai crab has a shell that bears a pattern resembling the face of an angry samurai warrior. Wow. Oh, this crab though. Scary. Ooh, elephant. This is Elephant Rock on Hamay, Iceland. Yeah, this one, I don't know. How do we feel about it? I don't like it. That was like they were showing the face on Mars. I'll show that one again, but that one made me, I didn't like it either. I like this elephant though. That's pretty cool. Smiley face in Gal Crater on Mars. Okay. Face found on a tugboat in Seward, Alaska Harbor. It's kind of got a pelican vibe to it, no? Maybe? Sort of? Because of the pollinating bees, the flower appears to have a face. Cute! Monument to Humanity. What a name, huh? Marka Huasi? I don't fully know what I'm looking at here. Okay. Ah, look at this guy. Lakes of meteoric origin in Vladimir Oblast, Russia. And that's it. That's it for our gallery here. I'll show you the man on Mars real quick because that one freaked me out. Ooh, this one too. Ooh, look at this weird chicken face. Look at the chicken face, man. Ugh. Right? So this is the opposite, where people are like, oh, you think this is a face, but it's not the opposite, but it is a face, but it's also just a weird chicken and a fish man. Scary. Didn't like it. And then where's the man on Mars? This one freaks me out too for whatever reason. It's like Two-Face like almost, right? Okay, anyway. That's it. That's it for pareidolia. Alina, thank you. It was fun to learn about that. Like I said, it's a phenomenon I had like known about, but not really ever like investigated. So thank you. Real quick, I just want to read about projective tests because that was something that came up in the previous one. So, in psychology, a projective test is a personality test designed to let a person respond to ambiguous stimuli, presumably revealing hidden emotions and internal conflicts projected by the person into the tests. This is sometimes contrasted with a so-called objective test or a self-report test, which adopt a structured approach as responses are analyzed according to a presumed universal standard. For example, a multiple choice exam, and are limited to the content of the test. Okay, so I guess that, I don't know, tarot's kind of both. The responses to projective tests are content analyzed for meaning rather than being based on presuppositions about meaning, as is the case with objective tests. Projective tests have their origins in psychoanalysis, which argues that humans have conscious and unconscious attitudes and motivations that are beyond or hidden from conscious awareness. Interesting. So they've got a few different examples. Ooh, let's look at the common variants, shall we? Should we look at the examples? Please. Here we go. So Rorschach tests. I was hoping for images. I was hoping for pictures. Okay, but let's see. So we got Rorschach. What's the difference between Rorschach and inkblot? So Holtzman inkblot test is a variation of the Rorschach test. Uses much larger pool of different images. Its main differences lie in its objective scoring criteria, as well as limiting subjects to only one response per inkblot. Oh, interesting. To avoid variable response productivity. Interesting. Different variables, such as reaction time, are scored for an individual's response upon seeing an inkblot. Thematic apperception test. Another popular projective test is the thematic apperception test, in which an individual views ambiguous scenes of people and is asked to describe various aspects of the scene. For example, the subject may be asked, I'm telling you, tarot has so much of this happening in it. It's really funny. Your Aunt Kathy did an in-depth study of Rorschach tests on her way to psychology doctorate. Really? That's cool. What did she find, Mom? What were her findings? Let's see. The emotions. So maybe describe what led up to the scene, the emotions of the characters, and what might happen afterward. A clinician will evaluate these descriptions, attempting to discover the conflicts, motivations, and attitudes of the respondent. A researcher may use a specific scoring system that establishes consistent criteria of expressed thoughts and described behaviors associated with the specific trait, e.g. the need for achievement, which has validated and reliable scoring system. In these answers, the respondent projects their unconscious attitudes and motivations into the picture, which is why these are referred to as projective tests. Although the TAT is a commonly used psychological assessment instrument, its validity as a personality assessment test has been questioned. Yeah, the validity of all of these I kind of question, but I do think it's interesting. In contrast, it has a high reliability and validity when used in research with larger samples. Apparently goes into minute detail on what each part of an inkblot means. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Draw a person test. The draw a person test requires the subject to draw a person. I would be surprised if it didn't require that. The results are based on psychodynamic interpretation of the details of the drawing, such as size, shape, and complexity of facial features, clothing, and background of the figure. As with other projective tests, The approach has very little demonstrated validity, and there's evidence that therapists may attribute pathology to individuals who are merely poor artists. That makes too much sense. A popular view has concluded that its scientific status can be declared as weak. That's such a scientific diss. That's amazing. She did that one too. Maybe even tried it on you. I don't think so, but you know, she did love to try weird psychoanalytical stuff on us, didn't she? A similar class of techniques is kinetic family drawing. Animal metaphor test. The animal metaphor test consists of a series of creative and analytical prompts in which the person filling out the test is asked to create a story and then interpret its personal significance. Interesting. Unlike conventional projective tests, the animal metaphor test works as both a diagnostic and therapeutic battery. Unlike the Rorschach test and the TAT, the animal metaphor is premised on self-analysis via self-report questions. The test combines facets of art therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and insight therapy, while also providing a theoretical platform of behavioral analysis. The test has been used widely as a clinical tool, as an educational assessment, and in human resource selection. Needs reference. The test is accompanied by an inventory, the relational modality evaluation scale, a self-report measure that targets individuals' particular way of resolving conflict and ways of dealing with relational stress. These tests were developed by Dr. Albert J. Levis at the Center for the Study of Normative Behavior in Hamden, Connecticut, a clinical training and research center. It all seems way too subjective to me. Yeah, I mean, it's subjective. I don't know. It's interesting because it's like, it's 100% subjective, right? But there is something to be said about like finding ways to kind of uncover what's going on in your subconscious, right? Like in that regard, therapy is really subjective as well, and I think that's why it's like so important to find a therapist that like has a personality that like jives with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is subjective, absolutely, and I think that like human psychology is one of the most subjective scientific fields that we have, and I think that's what's so hard about psychology is because of the subjective nature of it, right? Let's see. My dogs have decided to roadblock the hallway. Nice. Sentence completion test. Sentence completion tests require the subject to complete sentence stems with their own words. The subject's response is considered to be a projection of their conscious and/or unconscious attitudes, personality characteristics, motivations, and beliefs. They do that a lot with implicit bias studies, actually, is like do the picture. What was the one before? Like picture analysis test, thematic apperception test, yeah, like that, and then sentence completion kind of stuff. They do a lot. However, there's evidence that sentence completion tests elicit learned associations rather than unconscious attitudes. And then we're talking about that's almost like a chicken and egg kind of a thing, right? Because learned associations then become unconscious attitudes over time. So it's tricky. It's tricky stuff. Respondents answer black when they are presented with the word white, or father when presented with the word mother, according to Soley and Smith. It's because we love binary opposition. Our brains love binary opposition. Picture arrangement test. Created by Sylvan Tompkins, this psychological test consists of 25 sets of 3 pictures, which the subject must arrange into a sequence they feel makes the best sense. The reliability of this test has been disputed, however. For example, patients suffering from schizophrenia have been found to score as more normal. Yeah. And then we talk about like abnormal psychology and this idea of like, what is normal? Like it gets real dicey. Psychology gets real dicey real quick. So normal, then patients with no such mental disorders. Interesting. Yeah, so lots of examples of picture tests. Word association. What is graphology? Pseudoscientific. Yeah, a lot of this is pseudoscientific. But cool and fascinating and interesting. Shall we move on and read about flying lemurs? Philippine flying lemurs? Look at how cute! So Marley, this was one of yours from like weeks and weeks ago. If you're still here, let me know. I know that you kind of get into like conservation and I don't know, other stuff with it. So, but let me know if there's specific things that you want us to hone in on. Lemurs! Look it, they're so cute and weird. Oh yeah, Mama Abbers is back. She's back. Okay, let's see. The Philippine flying lemur, or Philippine colugo, Cynocephalus volans, go with it, known locally as the caguang, is one of two species of colugo, or flying lemurs. It is monotypic of its genus. Although called a flying lemur, it cannot fly and is not a lemur. What? It cannot fly. I knew it could only glide and not fly, but it's not a lemur? Instead, it glides as it leaps among trees. The caguang belongs to the order Dermoptera that contains only two species, one of which is found in the Philippines, while the other, Sunda flying lemur, is found in Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. I didn't know that there were so many different lemurs. I hope this is an okay lemur for us to look into. I had no idea. Not necessarily interested in a particular section, maybe habitat and distribution. Yep, we can do that. We can do that for sure. Jerusalem artichokes are neither artichokes nor from Jerusalem. Silverfish are not actually fish. So many great examples of things not being what they say they are. Did you know we learned today that jellyfish are gelatinous plankton? I didn't know this. I didn't know plankton didn't have to be microscopic or very small. I'm sure you knew this, but I didn't know this. Liars! Let's see. Recent research from genetic analysis suggests two other species. The Bornean flying lemur and the Javan flying lemur may exist as well, but they have yet to be officially classified. Both species of Dermoptera are classified under the grand order Conta probably. Excuse me. Which includes tree shrews in primates as well as an extinct order of mammals, the Placidiforms. Hold on, need to cough. Excuse me. Lincoln, are you saying present because you're a liar? Great example, Alina. Holy Roman Empire. Far from holy, not at all Roman. Not much of a cohesive empire. Love it. Love it. All of these liars. Look at them. Look at them all. Okay, habitat and ecology. Here's what I always love. Actually, this is a relatively short article. We might be able to just... See, this is how I end up streaming for like hours and hours on end. Is I'm like, this one's short. We can just read the whole thing. Habitat and ecology, physical features, diet, behavior, reproduction, major threats, conservation. I was going to say, like, I feel like everything up to major threats. I don't know. We're just going to get into it. We'll just get into it. Yep, LOL. Mama's here, so we'll be good. Mama's here. We're gonna figure out tomorrow when we'll do the Mama Abers Science Spectacular. It'll be fun. We're gonna figure it out. We'll work out the details tomorrow, and then I'll let you all know if you wanna know when and how those things happen. You can follow me on the socials, and you'll find out when we're doing the Science Spectacular, because I don't actually know when. I feel so loved right now. Good. That's exciting. Everyone, throw all the love at my mom. She deserves it. And sometimes her children, aka me, we're bad at showing it, and we should show you more, Mom, because you're a good one. I don't know why I winked at you. Okay, habitat and ecology. The Philippine flying lemur is endemic to the southern Philippines. Its population is concentrated in the Mindanao region and Bohol. It may also be found in Samar and Leyte. Colugos are found in heavily forested areas, living mainly up in trees, in lowland and mountainous forests, and sometimes in coconut or rubber plantations, rarely coming down to the ground. They spend most of their time at the top of the rainforest canopy or in the forest middle level. With their wide patagia and unopposable thumbs. They don't have opposable thumbs. Philippine flying lemurs are rather slow, clumsy climbers, ascending tree trunks in a series of slow lurches with their heads up and limbs spread to grasp the tree. Cute. Winking back at the computer because I've been in too many Zoom meetings and forgot how this works. Yeah, we can't see you right now. But thank you for the wink. Tackles Mama Abers with love. That's cute. If that's okay. Cute. Y'all are cute. Let's see. Look at this guy! Oh my god. What a fluffy boy, huh? Look at this guy. Just big old fluffy guy. Okay, A typical Philippine flying lemur weighs about 1 to 1.7 kilograms, so 2.2 to 3.7 pounds. And its head body length is 33 to 38 centimeters, so 13 to 15 inches. Its tail length is 17 to 27 centimeters, so 6.5 to 10.5 inches. The species exhibits sexual dimorphism, with females being somewhat larger than males. It has a wide head and rostrum with a robust mandible for increased bite strength, small ears, and big eyes, with unique photoreceptor adaptations adapted for its nocturnal lifestyle. The large eyes allow for excellent vision, which the colugo uses to accurately jump and glide from tree to tree. So real quick, just out of curiosity, is colugo a Wikipedia article that just talks about all the flying lemurs? It does! Well, it talks about all these gliding animals. You can always get into this for, I don't know why I specifically found the Philippines. Look at! Okay, sorry. So in the future, in season 2, Sea Week, we could always look up colugos. I didn't realize. Okay, anyway. Back to this guy, though, specifically. It's very cute. Let's see. That's actually my 5th grade art project. What is this guy? This guy right here? This little guy is your art project? Blender, what do you mean? Did you draw a lemur? Blender, I don't understand. Bad joke. Okay, sorry. I'm the worst. I'm the worst when someone tells a bad joke, because then I'm like, explain yourself. And I don't even mean to. Looks like a 5th grader put it together. It looks so cute. But I can see it. I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Let's see. Okay. Nocturnal. It has an avascular retina, which is not typical of mammals, suggesting this is a primitive trait. On par with other nocturnal mammals, specifically nocturnal primates, the rod cells in the eyes make up about 95 to 99% of the photoreceptors, and the cones make up about 1 to 5%. Its clawed feet are large and sharp, with incredible grip strength, allowing them to skillfully but slowly climb trees, hang from branches, or anchor themselves to the trunk of a tree. Other unique features of the colugo is the patagium, the web-like membrane that connects its limbs to allow for gliding. Patagium. That's a P word. Wow. Here it is. Here it is. Do you have your own article? P-week, man. Patagium. Membranous structure that assists an animal in gliding or flight. Structure is found in living and extinct groups of animals, including bats, birds, some dromaeosaurs, dinosaurs, pterosaurs, gliding mammals, some flying lizards, and flying frogs. Flying frogs? Did you know that there were flying frogs? Hold on, we need to make this so we can actually see. Look at this guy! I did not know that flying frogs were a thing. And now I feel deep regrets for F week, how we didn't look this up. Patagium that stretches between an animal's hind limbs is called the uropatagium, especially in bats, or the interfemoral membrane. Okay, now we know. The more you know. So unlike other mammals with patagia, its patagium extends from the neck to the limbs, in between digits, and even behind the hind limbs and the tail. Its keeled sternum, which is also seen in bats, aids in its gliding efficiency. Its patagium is the most extensive membrane used for gliding in mammals, and also functions as a hammock-like pouch for its young. Oh. This membrane helps it glide distances of 100 meters or more, useful for finding food and escaping predators such as the Philippine eagle. Pithecophila Jeffrey. What a distinguished eagle. What a fancy man. Wow. Wow. It's not falling with style. Falling with style, Mom. You were so close, though. You were. You were real close. Let's see. Tree climbing snakes that try to attack the colugos when they glide between trees. Tree climbing snakes are scary. You don't have to apologize. It's just direct quotes. It's not a direct quote. That's all. Dude, 100 meters? Absurd. Ridiculous. very far. I know it's not technically flying, but it's better than I could do. But I don't have a patagium, so, you know. Dental formula is a thing. I used to know how to read dental formulas. I do not anymore. With a total of 34 teeth. First two lower procumbent incisors are pectinate with up to 15 tines. I don't know what that means. Which are thought to be used for grooming and grating food. The upper incisors are small and have spaces between them as well. The deciduous teeth are serrated until they are lost, and then they are replaced with blade-like teeth that have evolved to shear along with the molars that also have long shearing crests to help break down plant matter they ingest. Following mastication, the digestive tract of the Philippine flying lemur, especially the stomach, is specially adapted to break down and process the large amount of leaves and vegetation they ingest. Colugos also have brownish, gray, and white pelage. They use pelage. They use as camouflage amongst the tree trunks and branches, which allows them to better hide from predators and hunters. Like they're just talking about pelt, like the fur, right? I think. Moving on. Diet. The Philippine flying lemur is a folivore, eating mainly young leaves and occasionally soft fruits, flowers, plant shoots, and insects. They also obtain a significant amount of their water from licking wet leaves, that's funny, and from the water in the plants and fruits themselves. Most of their nutrition is obtained by jumping and gliding between trees high in the canopy. Rarely do they eat on the forest floor. Behavior. The Philippine flying lemur is arboreal and nocturnal, and usually resides in primary and secondary forests, but some wander into coconut, banana, and rubber plantations as deforestation for farming industry is an increasingly prevalent problem. The colugo sleeps in hollow trees or clings onto branches in dense foliage during daytime. When they engage in this hanging behavior from branches, they keep their heads upright, unlike bats. That's interesting too. Bats are wild too. Let's see. On the ground, colugos are slow and clumsy, not able to stand erect, so they rarely leave the canopy level of the forest, where they glide from tree to tree to get food or their nests, which are also high in the trees. In the trees, though, colugos are quite effective climbers, though they are slow. They move in a series of lingering hops as they use their claws to move up the tree trunk. Foraging only at night, colugos on average forage for 9.4 minutes about 12 times per night. They typically leave their nests at dusk to begin their foraging activity. When foraging, returning to the nest, or just moving around, the Philippine flying lemur uses its patagium to glide from tree to tree. The patagium is also used for cloaking the colugo when it is clinging to a tree trunk or branch, and is sometimes even seen curled up in a ball using its patagium, again as a cloaking mechanism among palm fronds, often in coconut plantations. That's cute. Have to hop. Appreciate this blessed content. Catch you all later. Bye, Marley. Thank you for being here. It's always good to see you. I hope you enjoyed the lemur content thus far. We'll keep going. But I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you for stopping by. Let's see. Here's a picture of patagium seen on a museum specimen colugo. Colugos maintain height in the trees to avoid predators that may live in lower levels, but they are still susceptible to other predators that can reach these higher levels of the canopy and predatory birds that can attack from above. They live alone, but several may be seen in the same tree, where they maintain their distance from one another and are very territorial of their personal areas. Though they are not social mammals, they do engage in a unique semi-social behavior where colugos living in the same relative area or tree follow each other's gliding paths through the trees in search of food. This may be a defense mechanism, whereas a population, the safest route possible. What? I'm so confused. This may be a defense mechanism, whereas a population, the safest route possible is determined and shared as a sort of cooperative mechanism for increased survival rates. It's weird grammar, but I think I get it. Ta-ta for now! The only time colugos actually live socially is after a mother has given birth. Then she will care for and live with her offspring until they are weaned. At that point, the offspring are on their own. The average lifespan of a Philippine flying lemur is unknown. Interesting, it's unknown. One moment, need more coffee. Okay, let's see. Reproduction. Little is known about the reproductive behavior in colugos. The female usually gives birth to one young after a 2-month gestation period. That's a short gestation period. The young is born undeveloped and helpless, attaches itself to the mother's belly in a pouch formed from the mother's tail membrane. Interesting. It's interesting that it does that, and yet it's not a marsupial, right? They didn't classify it as a marsupial, do they? They don't actually have the taxonomic classification. But that seems like a marsupial thing, right? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Isn't it just? Okay, anyway. It is eventually weaned around 6 months old and leaves the mother's patagium. Adult size and sexual maturity is reached between 2 and 3 years of age. Mating usually occurs between January and March, during spring. 2 months instead of 9, yeah. I mean, all mammals have different gestation periods. 9 is mainly just humans. I don't know about other mammals. Like, elephant gestation period is wildly long. Hold on. Gestation period, elephant. It's absurdly long. 18 to 22 months. Almost 2 years. Wild, right? So a big part of it has to do with the size of the animal, I think. But also like cognitive behavior is a big part of it too. Like, so yeah. So only 2 months for these little guys. Major threats. The Philippine flying lemur is threatened by massive destruction of its forest habitat, owing partly to logging and the development of land for agriculture. It is primary prey of the Philippine eagle and is also hunted by humans for food. Interesting. Food, huh? Conservation. Due to the phylogenetic, morphological, and ecological uniqueness of the order Dermoptera. There we go. The order is Dermoptera. Order, what would marsupial be? I don't know if that technically is. Okay, so Dermoptera is a colugo a marsupial. I'm not the only one wondering this. Although they are placental mammals, colugos raise their young in a manner similar to marsupials, but they are not marsupials, it sounds like. Interesting. Anyway. Conservation efforts. Something. I'm going to just start this sentence again. Due to phylogenetic, morphological, and ecological uniqueness of the order Dermoptera, conservation efforts in respect to the species are highly important and must be reassessed and continued, especially due to the recent discoveries of the potential new Bornean and Javan species that are genetically and morphologically different. The IUCN 1996, IUCN is what? International Union for Conservation of Nature, okay, had declared the species vulnerable owing to the destruction of lowland forests and to hunting, but it was listed as least concern in 2008. The 2008 IUCN report indicates the species persists in the face of degraded habitat, with its current population large enough to avoid the threatened category. Since colugos have limited dispersal abilities, they are increasingly vulnerable as deforestation is occurring at increasing rates. Other threats to the species include hunting by the farmers of the plantations they sometimes evade, where they are considered pests since they eat fruits and flowers. In local cultures, their flesh is also consumed as a delicacy. Other uses of the colugo vary in different regions of the Philippines. In Bohol, their fur is used as material for native hats, but in Samar, the species is considered a bad omen and is killed either to be used as a warning or to get rid of the omen. Interesting. The animal is largely unknown in many areas of the Philippines, such that on Facebook, its image was once mistaken for a supernatural creature that was said to feed on other animals. Though in reality, the endangered species is a folivore that feeds on fruits, flowers, and leaves. And now we know more about Philippine flying lemurs. That neither fly nor are they lemurs. Cute. They're pretty cute. All right, Mom. Are you here? Mama Abbers, Gail, the scientist, Gail M squared, are you here? Show yourself. It's your topic. Present. Okay, good. Here we go. Are you ready for phytothalline? It's just a pH indicator. Don't worry about it, right? Okay, so phytothalline is a chemical compound with the formula C20, H14, and O4. Mom, that compound requires a lot of carbon, a lot of hydrogen, a little bit of oxygen. Anyway, it is often written HLN, HPH, or PHPH, or simply pH in shorthand notation. Phenolphthalein is often used as an indicator in acid-base titrations. For this application, it turns colorless in acidic solutions and pink in basic solutions. Oh, so mom, question. My mom worked for the city of Fort Collins Water for a long time. Did you ever, for some reason, I remember you doing pH indication stuff at that job. Am I wrong though? Because you were the water quality services manager, yeah? Did you utilize pH indicators at that time? And if so, did you use this specifically? I'm trying to remember. Or was that back when you were doing stuff for Hawk in the laboratory? Let's see. Can Mom Avers have her own Bill Nye song? I was thinking about it, and I think it would go like this. Avers mom, the science mom. Mom. Just kind of like that. How do you feel? Veery, was that what you were looking for? It's a big honkin' compound. Yeah, that's a big old compound right there. Okay, let's see. I just ordered some for our stream. Mom, we already have too many. We have too many things already. Why did you order more things? We'll talk tomorrow about which ones we want to do for the science thing. You have so many experiments for us. Let's see. You use this and other indicators in all three employers. Okay, so why were you testing pH for various things? What was the purpose of it other than to can you tell us more, please, Mom? This is the one we're doing, yo. You want to do this one? You want to test the pH of what? What are we testing the pH of? Link it? Don't you start with me, link it. Yeah, we need that for Science Day. Okay, I might record it with a kazoo or something and it'll be really good and everyone will love it. You're gonna love it. Okay, let's see. All right, so often use an indicator for acid-base titrations. For this application, colorless and acidic solutions, pink and basic solutions, belongs to the class of dyes known as phthalene dyes. Phenolphthalein is slightly soluble in water and is used, usually is dissolved in alcohols for use in experiments. It is a weak acid which can lose H positive ions in the solution. The non-ionized phenolphthalein molecule is colorless and double deprotonated phenolphthalein ion is fuchsia. Further loss of proton in higher pH occurs slowly and leads to a colorless form. Phenolphthalein ion in concentrated sulfuric acid is orange-red due to sulfonation. Interesting. Okay, where do I start? One way to test other things in water, like hardness or alkalinity, is to do a titration. Okay. And that changes color with changing pH indirectly to tell you how much of something is in the water. Okay. So like for the various jobs that you've had, was it essentially to see if the water was usable for certain things, or were you testing specifically to find like things in the water? Like, I'm curious, like within your job applications, what was the purpose of testing pH in something? Mama Avers, you're the best. She's a good one. She's a good one. All right, let's see. And also, Mom, are there specific things you want me to hone in on here? Sorry, Mom, I have a lot of questions. But tell me if there's certain stuff that you want me to read about, okay? All right, uses. Here, sorry. So your options are, we have the uses, synthesis. Actually, there's really not that much here. I'm surprised. I thought there'd be more. Here it is. Here's a little chemical compound symbol. Very cute. Mostly to determine hardness, softness. Okay. I can't type fast enough. You're okay. There's a chat delay too, so it's not your fault. Hardness, softness, to what end, I guess is my question. Like, why? Why did you need to know if the water was hard or soft? ¿Por qué, mama? Okay, pH indicator. Phenolphthalein's common use as an indicator in acid-base titrations. It also serves as a component of universal indicator together with methyl red bromethymol blue and thymol blue. Phenolphthalein adopts different forms in aqueous solution depending on the pH of the solution. Inconsistency exists in the literature with regard to the hydrated forms of the compounds and the color in sulfuric acid. Whitkey reported in 1983 that under strongly acidic conditions, it exists in a protonated form, HLN+, providing an orange coloration. However, later papers suggested that this color is due to the sulfonation of phenosulfonphthalate. Okay, let's see. Bring your parent for career day. Yeah, I was going to say, so I remember growing up, I went to bring your daughter to work day quite a bit to my mom's work, which was really cool. So we would do I remember we did tours of the wastewater treatment plant and tours of the water quality services, offices. So yeah, bring your parent to stream day is what it's going to be. Let's see. To determine whether drinking water is corrosive, Flint, Michigan rant warning. Calm down about it. To determine the reactivity of lime, water treatment, chemical, more later. Okay, so figuring out if it's corrosive, if it's safe to use or safe to drink, right? To determine the reactivity of lime, water treatment chemical. Okay. Yeah, you're back just in time for phenolphthalein. Welcome. Welcome back. And you know what? What do I have next? I think I have puffins coming up where? Where were puffins? We'll move puffins up the line now that you're back, Fun. So we'll have puffins next. How about that? Yeah, we'll do puffins next. Oh no, I accidentally exited out of phenolphthalein. Hold on. But yeah, puffins will be next. Just bring this back over here. Okay, got it. We're here. Welcome back, Fun. It's good to see you. Had to charge my headphones preemptively. Hey, love it. I love the dedication to the stream. Good. Where was I at? I don't even know. We're looking at, oh, right. Okay. So phenosulfonphthalate. I remember. Okay. So between strongly acidic and slightly basic conditions, the lactone form, HLN, is colorless. The doubly deprotonated IN2- phenolate form, the anion form of phenol, gives the familiar pink color. In strongly basic solutions, phenolphthalein is converted to its INOH3- form, and its pink color undergoes a rather slow fading reaction, becomes completely colorless when the pH is greater than 13. Interesting. Okay, so also to determine how easy it is to change the pH of a water sample. If it is buffered, it holds pH better. This is important in everything from drinking water to aquaria to lakes and rivers. Okay, cool. Pretty sure we used this when we were testing phosphates. It's fun. Tell us more about that. What were you testing phosphates for? I was gonna say, Fun, you and my mom would get along because Fun studied, oh God, Fun, was it microbiology? No, some sort of biology. Maybe you studied biology. My mom studied microbiology. Fun, what kind of first of all, why are you testing phosphates? Ecology and environmental biology. There we go. Which there is some microbiology in there, but yeah. Viri does not have anything to share. Viri, your presence is wonderful and amazing, and I love that you're here. Let's see. Okay, so the pKa, honestly, Viri, I don't know that I have a lot to add. I'm just the one reading. The pKa values of phenolphthalein was found to be 9.05, 9.50, and 12, while that of phenosulfonphthalate are 1.2 and 7.7. Interesting. No, you hang up. Let's see. Your job was in a water testing lab? My mom would love you. My mom probably loves you. Mom, do you love Fenaria? Her job was in a water testing lab. Y'all are kindred spirits. Okay, my mom says, ooh, phosphates drive algae blooms in lakes. Oh! Algae are an example of plankton. Algae also provides a large percentage of our oxygen in the world. Things I have learned because of Wikipedia with me. Educational. Okay, whoa, look at all these structures. Ready to look at these pictures? Here we go. This is H3IN plus, positive, right? Yes. H2IN, IN2 minus, INO3 minus. Here's a model. Now they're telling us the pH. -1, 0 to minus 8.3. Okay, question, or 0 to 8.3. Is 7 neutral? Is 7 a neutral pH, and then lower than 7 is basic and higher than 7 is acidic? Is that wrong? Help me. Help me. Let's see. Okay. We got a lot of samples from towns, people's wells, and also like mines and such. Cool. Interesting. Your next tattoo would be what, this compound structure? Phenolphthalein? 7 is neutral. Okay. Low. Okay. I had it opposite. Low is acidic. High is basic, bitch. Okay, mom. Okay, mom. Okay, mom. Okay. All right, mom. Guys, my mom just called me a bitch on stream. Okay. Concrete carbonation. Phenolphthalein's pH sensitivity is exploited in other applications. Concrete has naturally high pH due to the calcium hydroxide formed when Portland cement reacts with water. As the concrete reacts with carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, pH decreases to 8.5 to 9. When a 1% phenolphthalein solution is applied to normal concrete, it turns bright pink. Yeah, look at these cool colors, huh? Very orange, very pink to fuchsia. Did not! You kind of did. You kind of did, though, Mom. Nice. Good use of the nice. Good use of the pog Ross. Let's see. So we had a lot of different things. I do need to hydrate. Thank you, Viri. We had a lot of different things to test. Pretty interesting job since there was a lot of choice of what to work on each day based on the many things we needed to test. Cool. Okay, but also sometimes a terrible smelling job because we definitely also tested wastewater and runoff. Oh my God, you and my mom really would have so much to talk about. Fun, you're the daughter my mother never had. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? When 1% phenolphthalein solution is applied to normal concrete, it turns bright pink. However, if it remains colorless, it shows that the concrete has undergone carbonation. Interesting. In a similar application, some spackling used to repair holes in drywall contains phenolphthalein. When applied, the basic spackling material retains a pink color. When the spackling has cured by reaction with atmospheric carbon dioxide, the pink color fades. And now we know. You're copying my entire career. That's funny. Education. In a highly basic solution, phenolphthalein's slow change from pink to colorless as it is converted to its INOH3- form is used in chemistry classes for the study of reaction kinetics. Entertainment. Phenolphthalein is used in toys. For example, the component of disappearing inks, disappearing dye on the Hollywood hair, Barbie hair. Wow. This is the part that I'm most interested in. The Barbie hair. The magical changing hair colors. It's just science. In the ink, it is mixed with sodium hydroxide, which reacts with carbon dioxide in the air. This reaction leads to the pH falling below the color change threshold as hydrogen ions are released by the reaction. Viri, I know, right? Let's see. Oh, fun. It's okay. Fun, it's okay. It's sometimes life happens, you know what I mean? Let's see. Worked there for a couple years, moved away and had to quit. Yeah, understandable. To develop the hair and magic graphical patterns, the ink is sprayed with a solution of hydroxide, which leads to the appearance of the hidden graphics by the same mechanism described above for color change in alkaline solution. The pattern will eventually disappear again because of the reaction with carbon dioxide. Thymolphthalein is used for the same purpose and in the same way when a blue color is desired. So cool. So cool. Medical uses. Sorry for screaming about it. Sorry for screaming. I think I peaked just then because I was screaming about medical uses. Phenolphthalein has been used for over a century as a laxative. That's interesting. Cthulhu stole my hat. That's a great name, first of all. I'm sorry about your hat. I hope you are able to get it back. And also, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We are going down Wikipedia rabbit holes today. We do this every Sunday. And right now we're reading about things that start with the letter P. So we're reading about phenolphthalein currently. Cthulhu, right? Cthulhu stole their hat, though. What can we say? Okay, so used as a laxative. That's wild. Now being removed from over-the-counter laxatives because of concerns over carcinogenicity. Carcinogenicity. Oh, it's like a carcinogen. Okay, yeah. Laxative products formerly containing phenolphthalein have often been reformulated to have alternate active ingredients. Phenamint, switched to bisacodyl, and X-Lax was switched to a senna extract. Interesting. Let's see. So fun. On the other hand, that job had the worst commute. Okay, so yeah, win some, you lose some. I am Cthulhu, but I also had my hat stolen. Oh, Cthulhuception. So, okay, so Cthulhu, you are Cthulhu. Someone stole your hat. It was not Cthulhu. Also, hi, Viri. Oh, do you all know each other? Cute. That's cute. Viri's the best. Love Viri. Well, Cthulhu, welcome. It's so nice to see you. Thank you for the follow. P is a great lover. So far, so good. We have so many topics. We're not going to be able to get to them all, but we have a lot of topics. It's great. Let's see. Thymolphthalein is a related laxative made from thymol. Despite concerns regarding its carcinogenicity, Man, it's always hard to figure out where the accent is, which syllable, right? The use of phenolphthalein as a laxative is unlikely to cause ovarian cancer. I don't like that it's unlikely. Let's not, though. Ovarian cancer is not a good one. None of them are good ones. Anyway, combining more of my worlds. That's so fun. That's so cute. Who you talking to? Combining the worlds. Well, thanks, Viri. Hey, thanks, Viri. Let's see. Phenolphthalein has been found to inhibit human cellular calcium influx via store-operated calcium entry. What did I just read? Zombie cavy. Oh my god, what is happening? Viri, who are you talking to? What's going on? I'm getting shadow rated right now. Appears out of the shadows to help Viri Spacehawk to take off the stream. The stream now belongs to the Spacehawk Society. Guys, I'm getting a shadow raid from Viri. If you don't know Viri, you should go follow her. She's great. She's wonderful. Thank you for telling people about me. And also, Zombie, welcome. Is it Zombie Cavy or Zombie Cavy? Regardless, welcome. Thank you for the follow. My mom. Viri, you're confusing my mom. So Gail M squared, mother. Viri is telling her friends about me, and they are coming into the stream and following currently. So I call it a shadow raid because it's not a direct, like, here is a person, they are done with their stream, they're bringing my viewers over here, like Abri Kit Kat did a while back. KV. Zombie KV. Thank you. Just say okay, boomer. No, I will never. I will never, Mom. I am a millennial, which in Twitch world means that I'm a boomer. Isn't that weird? It's weird. I'm hella old. I was born in the 80s. For this platform, apparently that's old. It's weird. It's a slow invasion. But the idea, Mom, is that when I finish my stream, I can then bring everybody who's watching to a different person's stream. And that's called a raid. But what's happening, I'm calling it a shadow raid because Viri is not officially raiding me, but she's telling her friends to come over and say hi. So it's a shadow raid. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Let's see. Oh my god, I only just now realized Gail M squared. Galem squared. Yeah. Mind blown. Pretty old, as Pip would say. Yeah. So Fanaria's kiddo, who's 6 years old, was watching me play Super Mario the other day. And I got 89 stars. And I was like, ooh, 89. That's the year I was born. And as soon as I said that, Pip was like, oh, that must mean she's pretty old. Nice. I feel young then. Thanks. Oh, you're a 90s baby. Yeah, you are young. To me, people born in the 90s are young. Bombers. Millennial boomers. Epic team forever. Oh, is that a thing? Oh, not to be confused with Gollum. Good. I think we've done a good job reading about phenolphthalein. Mom, is there anything else that you wanted us to know about? I think we really did it, team. I think we really phenolphthalein it up. Are we prepared for puffins? Puffin time? Are you prepared for it? We gonna read about puffins or what? Save it for our demo. You can tell us more about phenothiolate during our demo. To figure it out, tentatively, it's gonna be sometime Memorial Day weekend, unless my mom is busy during Memorial Day weekend. But my hope is to do the Mama Aber Science Spectacular during Memorial Day weekend. And if you want to see my mom come hang out on stream with me and do science experiments, you can follow me on the socials, and that's where you can get updates of when that's happening. Please don't feel pressure. It's just if you want to know, oh my God, when will I get to meet Gail M Squared? We're going to do it. My mom's going to come teach us all about science, and it's going to be a whole thing. So yeah. Puffins! Let's do this thing. Puffins. Look at how cute. First of all, look at this guy. Look at this guy with all the fish in his mouth. Also, I'm sure you all knew, but the little puffin guys, what are they called in the new Star Wars? I say new. It was in the second of the new trilogy, when Rey goes and hangs out with Mark Hamill. Y'all know what I'm talking about? They decided to create those creatures because there were so many puffins there, and it was cheaper to just create creatures with them with CGI than to erase them with CGI. Porgs! Yeah, the porgs! Did you know May 29th? Let me look at my calendar, Ma. Yeah, we could do it that Sunday. We could also do it the 28th. What would you prefer? Do you want to do Saturday or Sunday, Ma? Either one works for me. Either one. But we could do the 29th if you want to do the 29th. Yeah. Burb! They're so cute. They're cute little burbs. But yeah, if you want to do Sunday the 29th, tell me now. 29th? 28th? Either way. If you say 29th, both are open. Let's just go with 29th then. That way, so instead of Wikipedia with me that week, we'll just do science with Mom that week. Yeah? All right, everyone, you heard it. May 29th. It's going down. Let's read about puffins. Okay, so porgs. The reason that the porgs were created is because where they were filming, there were so many puffins that it was cheaper to create new creatures with the puffins rather than try to erase them with CGI. Amazing, right? Incredible, right? So good, right? Why not both? No, just one. Just one. Just one. Viri, just one. How many tell her? Just one. It's a one-time spectacular. Okay? Okay. May 29th. Mark your calendars. It's going to happen. Okay, so puffins. Puffins are any of 3 species of small alkids. Auks. Wow. Auk or alkid is in the family. Is it Alcidae or Alcidae? Anyway, in the bird genus Freturcula, these pelagic seabirds that feed primarily by diving into the water, they breed in large colonies on coastal cliffs or offshore islands, nesting in crevices among rocks or in burrows in the soil. 2 species, the tufted puffin, let's look at him. What a distinguished gentleman! Sunday Science-y Fun Day with Mama Abers. May 29th. Mark your calendars. Do it. Ooh, I like this crab hype. That's fun. That's a good one. All right, so distinguished, sophisticated, gentlemanly, some might say. This is the tufted puffin. And this is the horned puffin. Cute. So these 2 species are found in the North Pacific Ocean. Atlantic puffin is found in the North Atlantic Ocean. Oh, cute. The Atlantic puffin and the horned puffin look very similar. Actually, I mean, you can definitely see the difference when you look at them. But yeah. But the tufted puffin, he's a fancy boy, this guy. That hair, so fancy. So fancy. All puffin species have predominantly black or black and white plumage, a stocky build, large beaks that get brightly colored during the breeding season. They shed the colorful outer parts of their bills after the breeding season, leaving a smaller and duller beak. Their short wings are adapted for swimming with a flying technique underwater. They're like penguins, guys. They've got a penguin vibe to them, you know? In the air, they beat their wings rapidly, up to 400 times per minute, in swift flight, often flying low over the ocean's surface. They're very cute. I'm excited about this fun. Fun, anything in particular you want to hone in on? We'll just go with it. I have a tendency to skip taxonomy, but, you know. I want 5 as pets, please. Thank you. 5? 5 specifically? Why 5? I'm totally down. I get it. Just the general awesomeness. Love it. Into it. Okay, I do want to know the whole puffin thing. Okay. Let's just get into, I'm just going to go ahead and go here. Am I? Okay, okay. Let's just read rather than me just skimming things. Okay. The genus Fratricula was introduced by French zoologist Mathurin Jacques Brisson in 1760 with the Atlantic puffin, Fratricula arctica, as the type species. The name Fratricula is Latin for little brother, a reference to the black and white plumage, which resembles monastic robes. That's cute. The English name puffin, puffed in the sense of swollen, was originally applied to the fatty, salted meat of young birds of the unrelated Manx shearwater. Puffinus! This guy's known as Puffinus, which is great. Formerly known as Manx puffin. Puffin is an Anglo-Norman word, Middle English, poffin or poffin, for the cured carcasses of nestling Manx shearwaters. 5 is a nice number for amounts of pets because you can reinvent them as the writing trope, 5-man. Oh, 5-man band, free writing inspiration from your pets. True. A 5-man band of puffins. Yeah, I'm with it. I get it. I'm here for it. The genus contains 3 species. The rhinoceros auklet. Look at this fancy guy. Oh my God. Sometimes been included in the genus Fratricula, and some authors place the tufted puffin in the genus Lunda. The puffins and the rhinoceros auklet are closely related, together composing the subfamily Fratriculini. The oldest alkid fossil, Hydrothericornis, from Oregon, dating to the late Eocene, while fossils of Athia and Urea go back to the late Miocene. Molecular clocks have been used to suggest an origin in the Pacific in the Paleocene. Fossils from North Carolina were originally thought to be of 2 Fratricula species, but were later reassigned to 1 Fratricula, the tufted puffin, and the Serhinica species. Another extinct species, Dow's puffin, look at this guy, was found on the Channel Islands of California until the late Pliocene or early Holocene. Okay, here's a tufted puffin in Seattle. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Oh, a little pronoun check. We love it. I use she, they pronouns. That's me. I'm a she, they. Anyone else want to share their pronouns? Please feel free in the chat. Much appreciated. Thanks, Viri. Appreciate that a lot. Let's see. Fenaria, she, her. Thank you. Love that. Viri, she, her. Thank you. Love it. She, they gang. Woo! Oh, you love to see it. Cthulhu. You love to see it. Blender, he, him, they. Thanks, Blenderer. Awesome. We love to see it. Thanks for sharing your pronouns, guys. We love a she, they. We love a he, they. We love an undead guinea pig. Those are your pronouns? Nice. No, Zama. Mom, mommy, mama. Please don't call my mom mommy. Please don't. Okay, description. The puffins are stocky, short-winged, and short-tailed birds with black upper parts and white or brownish gray underparts. The head has a black cap, the face is mainly white, and the feet are orange-red. The bill appears large and colorful during the breeding season. Colorful outer part of the bill is shed after the breeding season, revealing a smaller and duller true bill beneath. Because of their striking appearance, they are also referred to as clowns of the sea. Or sea parrots. Blender, hi mom. Better than ma? Mommy is better than ma? Are you sure? Okay. Anyway. Thinks of Doctor Who and where's my mummy? Nice. Good reference. Let's see. I like the idea of tipping my fedora. I don't owe and going, Abbers. Not the fedora. Mommy is fictional. None of you ever called me that. Even when we were little kids, did we not? When we were tiny babies, did we not call you mommy? Did we never do the mommy daddy thing when we were kids, Mom? I genuinely do not remember. That's really interesting if we never did. That's really interesting. Okay, let's see. Clowns of the sea or sea parrots. Although the puffins are vocal at their breeding colonies, they are silent at sea. They fly relatively high above the water, typically 10 meters or 33 feet, as compared with 1.6 meters, 5.2 feet of other auks. I don't think so. I was mama. Okay. Yeah. I mean, now that you say that, I don't know, the childhood memory is, there are patches there, but like, yeah. I don't remember calling you mommy or calling dad daddy, but that doesn't mean I didn't. I just don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember either. Interesting. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So the no fedora thing, Viri and I have connected on this, where it's like, if you were a saxophone nerd kid growing up, at some point in your life, you probably owned a fedora because of jazz. I don't make the rules. Okay, anyway, here we have an Atlantic puffin. Very cute, very nice. Love to see it. Here we have a horned puffin. Here we have a tufted puffin. Mirror sunglasses. I still like mirror sunglasses. I think they're cool. Okay, let's see. Guys, do you want to watch videos of puffins? Here we go. Let's see it. Puffin falls off a cliff. Watch out, he's gonna fall off this cliff. Oh no, he's gonna fall down. Oh god, oh no! This poor clumsy guy. Can we watch it one more time, please? He's just hopping around, just being a bird, just living his dreams. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna pick this flower real quick. There he goes. Poor Puffin. That was amazing. I love that that's at least one more. Maybe one more? Maybe one more. Maybe one more. One more. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, poor little guy. Okay, all right, that's enough. Let's see. Bye, everyone. Oh, Mom, are you out? Bye, Mom. that was very quick. Everyone say bye, Mama Abbers. Don't call her mommy, please. Mom, thank you for stopping by and saying hi. You guys, my mom is going to come by May 29th, and we're going to do a science stream, and it's going to be spectacular. So mark your calendars, and if you want to meet my mom live in the flesh, she will be here, and we will do science experiments, and it's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be a whole thing. Mom, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Bye. Ta-ta for now. Will the science involve fire? I don't think so, just because I don't want to burn down my apartment, and I don't trust myself or my mom. I don't trust us, zombie. I just don't. I don't trust us. But there will maybe be a lemon battery. There will maybe be elephant toothpaste. And it sounds like we're going to do something with pH indicators because my mom just ordered it. I think that's the plan. I think those are the three things. I think. My mom's got a lot of ideas. We'll see. But yeah, I don't think fire. I don't think so. Okay, breeding. Puffins breed in colonies on the coasts and islands. Several current or former island breeding sites are referred to as Puffin Island. Just an island of puffins. Let's see. The male Atlantic puffin builds the nests and exhibits strong nest site fidelity. Both sexes of the horned puffin help construct their nest. Horned puffin burrows are usually about 1 meter, 3.3 feet deep, ending in a chamber, while the tunnel leading to a tufted puffin burrow say that 10 times fast. Tufted puffin burrow. May be up to 2.75 meters, 9 feet long. The nesting substrate of the tufted and Atlantic puffins is soft soil, into which tunnels are dug. In contrast, the nesting sites of horned puffins are rock crevices on cliffs. The Atlantic puffin burrow is usually lined with materials such as grass, leaves, and feathers, but is occasionally unlined. The eggs of the Atlantic puffin are typically creamy white, with the occasional egg is tinged lilac. Where rabbits breed, sometimes Atlantic puffins breed in rabbit burrows. That's very inventive and silly, huh? Puffins form long-term pair bonds or relationships. The female lays a single egg, and both parents incubate the egg and feed the chick. Or puffling. That's very cute. The incubating parent holds the egg against its brood patch with its wings. The chicks fledge at night. After fledging, fledge. What do we mean fledge? Fledging is the stage in a flying animal's life between hatching or birth and becoming capable of flight. Got it. Okay. After fledging, the chicks spend the first few years of their lives at sea, returning to breed about 5 years later. Puffins in captivity have been known to breed as early as 3 years of age. Interesting. After breeding, all 3 puffin species winter at sea, usually far from coast and often extending south of the breeding range. Iceland is home to most of the Atlantic puffins with about 10 million individuals. 10 million puffins! 10 million puffins in Iceland. The largest single puffin colony in the world is in the Westman Isles of Iceland. In 2009, scientists estimated the number of nests to be 1.1 million. Millions of puffins, puffins for me. Millions of puffins, puffins for free. Dude, I love that band so much. I love Presidents of the United States. The band, not the actual presidents of the United States, but that band is so good. So good. That's such a 90s throwback. Amazing. Love it. Millions of puffins. So many puffins. Millions of puffins. Let's see. In 2009, scientists estimated the number of nests to be 1.1 million, and number of individuals there estimated to be about 4 million. Can we use puffins for currency? I don't know. If you can capture them, just be nice to them, though. You know what I mean? You just gotta make sure that you're nice to them if you're trading them around. Probably not. Probably just leave them alone. But maybe, I don't know. It's a good question, Zombie. I'm not sure. Feeding. Look at this guy with all these fish in his mouth. Look at him. Look at this champion among puffins. Like many auks, puffins eat both fish and zooplankton. Oh my god, it all comes back to plankton. Are puffins related to penguins? I don't know if they are. They just have a lot of similarities to penguins, right? But I don't know. Should we ask Google? Are puffins related to penguins? That's one of the first things that comes up, Vera. You are not the only one wondering. Puffins! You guys can't see, but it's just like a thing. People frequently ask if penguins and puffins are related, although both are birds that share similar black and white feather coloration. Penguins belong to the family Sphenicidae, and puffins belong to the family Alcidae. So other than them both being birds, not really. Convergent evolution, maybe. Genetically, penguins and puffins aren't siblings or even cousins. Penguins belong to the family Sphenicidae, while puffins are members of the family Alcidae. 17 different species of penguin, 4 species of puffin, without any overlap. In fact, they aren't even geographical neighbors. Interesting. They do look so similar, though, don't they? Well, and they have some similar behavioral traits in terms of having long pair bonding, and both the male and the female sitting on the nest and like helping incubate the egg, like single egg breeding. So there are some similarities. Maybe it is convergent evolution. It's a good point. I don't know. Mr. Chocolate Salad, hi! 10 million puffins in Iceland. 2.5 per acre. That's a lot. Per acre, rather. Mr. Chocolate Salad, how are you? It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Question is, what is closer to a velociraptor, a penguin or a puffin? Also a great question. Tyrannosaurus West, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I believe I've seen you in Breezy's chat. Have I not? I was wrong? Veery. Veery with the shadow raid right now. Tyrannosaurus West, welcome. I'm Avers. I play video games sometimes. On Sundays, we go down Wikipedia rabbit holes. So thank you for coming by. It's good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Breezyonic, by the way, Breezy is a fantastic, amazing streamer. Oh my god, Breezy's lurking. Shh, don't tell. Shh, you said nothing. I said nothing. We saw nothing. But if you don't know Breezy, you should go check out Breezy because she's great. She's a sweetheart. Also, speaking of puffins, but not, you're not a puffin, but come say hi. Hi. Are you gonna not look at the camera? Can you look at the camera? No? Oh, she's mad about it. She doesn't want to be here. But I want you here. She's so not pleased. She's very upset. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can go be a cat elsewhere. I'm sorry. I just wanted to let me love you. Okay, hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, that's my cat. Let's see. Grabs a lighter from my pocket. What are we doing? Are we burning things down? What's happening? I actually do have a lighter in my pocket. Oh, mom, please. Would expect nothing less. Cat, there's my cat. That's my cat, Bonnie. She's cute. She's right here. Oh, now she's gone. She's not having it. She just wanted to say hi and then peace out. Back to Tombstone. I'll be in later if you're still on. Enjoy Tombstone. Fantastic movie. I only watched it because someone in stream told me that I have to watch it, and then I watched it and I was like, well, this is a great movie. So, enjoy. Thank you for the follow. It's nice to see you. Okay, what are we doing? I got very distracted. We were talking about puffins, how there's millions of them, 2.5 per square acre. Incredible, amazing. Let's see. Yeah, Veery just bringing everyone together. It's so cute. It's so nice. Thank you, Veery. What are we talking about? Zooplankton? Like many auks, puffins eat both fish and zooplankton, but feed their chicks primarily with small marine fish several times a day. They prey species of the Atlantic puffin, including the sand eel, herring, and capelin. Sand eel. My God. Common name for a considerable number of species of fish. Okay. Herring. Okay. Capelin. This guy. All the skinny fish, basically. Let's see. My love of puffins was cemented early with a book where these kids went camping in nesting season, and they befriended two puffins and named them Huffin and Puffin. That's very cute. It mentioned the fish thing. Oh my God, the fish thing is kind of amazing. We're gonna get into it. Veery, please give me friends. Welcome. You can be my friend if you want. I can be your friend if you want. Okay, the puffins are distinct in their ability to hold several, sometimes over a dozen small fish at a time, which is ridiculous and also amazing. Crosswise in their bill, rather than regurgitating swallow fish. Interesting. Let's see. This allows them to take longer foraging trips since they can come back with more food energy for their chick than a bird that can only carry one fish at a time. This behavior is made possible by the unique hinging mechanism of their beak, which allows the upper and lower biting edges to meet at any number of angles. In 2019, animal experts observed puffins in two separate geographic locations using sticks to scratch themselves, indicating that seabirds have the basic ability to use tools. They're so cute. Yeah, I feel like fun. I must have learned about puffins when I was a kid watching some sort of like nature documentary something, and having a similar thought of Veery of like, oh, they must be like cousins to penguins, which it seems like they're not, but they do have a lot of similar behavioral traits and similar marking, obviously. So puffins are basically icy pelicans. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, let's see. Relationship with humans. Hunting. Puffins are hunted for eggs, feathers, and meat. Atlantic puffin populations drastically declined due to habitat destruction and exploitation during the 19th century and early 20th century. They continue to be hunted in Iceland and the Faroe Islands. The Blasket Islands, off the Irish coast of County Kerry, saw a serious decline due to harvesting. Until the islands were abandoned in 1953, the islanders often lived just above starvation levels. As a result, the puffins were hunted in large numbers for food. The Atlantic puffin forms part of the national diet in Iceland, where the species does not have legal protection. Puffins are hunted by a technique called sky fishing, which involves catching a puffin in the large net as they dive into the sea. Sad. I don't like it. Let's see. Also, there's a really cute kids show called Puffin Rock. Cute! Anyone here has small children and needs a new show? Fun. Can I watch it for me? What if I am not a small child and I would like to watch a puffin TV show? May I? May I, please? Let's see. Their meat is commonly featured on hotel menus. Interesting. The fresh heart of a puffin is eaten raw as a traditional Icelandic delicacy. On a small Icelandic island of Grimsey, as many as 200 puffins can be caught in a single morning. God damn. I mean, there are millions of them, as we established. Tradition. Okay, anyway, the name of the England island, Lundy, is believed to come from the Old Norse word for Puffin Island, Lundy. Although an alternative explanation has been suggested with Lund referring to a copse or a wooded area. The Atlantic puffin is the provincial bird for Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. I did not know this. Puffins are considered a delicacy on the Faroe Islands. You can see these are a bunch of puffin carcasses. Feroci stamp of 1978 showing a puffin. Reverse of one puffin coin, Lundy? And then a reverse of a half puffin coin, Lundy in 1929. There we go. Puffins! We did it, team. We really did it. Let me look. We have so many categories, so many different things. I've been live for like 4.5 hours, so I'm just going to try to narrow some things down real quick. Maybe. And I'm going to put things in order of importance according to me and what I want to read about. Sorry, not sorry. I don't know. Okay, I think we're going to read about that. I do want to read about this. Man, there's so many things. We can get rid of that one. We can get rid of this one. We can get rid of this one. Okay, all right. We've narrowed it down a bit. Not a whole lot, but a bit. So we'll see. I'm trying to put things in like order of like what I'm interested in. Okay, cool. Next, we're going to read about Punch and Judy. I don't know anything about them other than they came up in a previous week and I was like, the fuck is happening? Because we were reading about hurdy-gurdies and then we were reading about, and then Punch and Judy's came up. So I just wanted to learn about them. Okay. Let's see. You know about these little? Cool. I was gonna say, I don't really know anything. They're kind of fucked up if I remember right. Let's find out. Punch and Judy is a traditional puppet show featuring Mr. Punch. That's right, because he punches everybody, including his wife, I think. Hi, are you back? Hi, come here. Can you step over my keyboard? Come here. What a good cat. Do you want to say hi to Twitch this time? No, she's out. She's not. She doesn't want to. There she goes. She's got business dealings to attend to. Let's see. Okay, so traditional puppet show featuring Mr. Punch and his wife, Judy. The performance consists of, I feel like I'm going to be distracted by my cat for 2 seconds. Let's all just observe. What are you doing? Oh no, she's gone. She's out. Okay, anyway. Back to Punch and Judy, eh? So, traditional puppet show featuring Mr. Punch and his wife, Judy. The performance consists of a sequence of short scenes, each depicting an interaction between two characters, most typically Mr. Punch and one other character who usually falls victim to Punch's slapstick. The Daily Telegraph called Punch and Judy a staple of British seaside scene. The various episodes of Punch comedy, often provoking shocked laughter, are dominated by the clowning of Mr. Punch. Here they are, Punch and Judy, a traditional Punch and Judy booth at Swanage, Dorset, England? Do not observe me, mother. Yeah, that's like literally what just happened. She's like, please don't observe me. Are you gonna knock stuff down over there? Oh, she's gonna fuck with the window. We're gonna just ignore my cat. We're gonna try our best to ignore my cat. It might be difficult for me, but so there's a window behind this bookshelf, right? Actually, I have a lot of windows in this place, so I was like, fuck it, I'll just like cover it with this bookshelf for streaming purposes. But what she'll do is she'll get behind the bookshelf and just chill on the windowsill, which was not something I foresaw happening, but she does it and she loves it. Cats are liquid. Did you know? Anyway, okay, the show is performed by a single puppeteer inside the booth, known since Victorian times as a professor or punchman. Professor, punchman, you decide. Assisted sometimes by a bottler who corrals the audience outside the booth, introduces the performance, and collects the money. Okay, got it. The bottle. Got it. The bottler might also play accompanying music or sound effects on a drum or guitar, engage in back chat with the puppets, sometimes repeating lines that may have been difficult for the audience to understand. So you have like a hype man, basically, is what you've got. In Victorian times, the drum and panpipes were instruments of choice. Today, most professors work solo, since the need for a bottler became less important when street performing with the show gave way to paid engagements at private parties or public events. In modern shows, the audience is encouraged to participate, calling out to the characters on stage to warn them of danger or clue them in on what's going on behind their backs. This is Punch and Judy at a fete? An elaborate festival. Public festivals held outdoors, organized to raise funds for a charity. Okay, cool. Interesting. Let's just get into it. Let's just read about Punch and Judy, huh? Okay. The Punch and Judy show has roots in 16th century Italian commedia dell'arte. The figure of Punch is derived from the Neapolitan stock character of Pulcinella, which was anglicized to Puccinello. Who's this? Oh, this guy. Classical character that originated in commedia dell'arte of the 17th century. Okay, cool. He is a variation on the same themes as the Lord of Misrule and many trickster figures found in mythologies across the world. Punch's wife was originally called Joan. Okay. The figure who later became Mr. Punch made his first recorded appearance in England on 9 May 1662, which is traditionally reckoned as Punch's UK birthday. Punch and Judy began to emerge during the Restoration period, beginning in 1660, a period during which art and theater thrived. King Charles II took the throne in 1660 and replaced Puritan leader Oliver Cromwell, and the theater culture began to change. Cromwell strictly adhered to the Puritan belief that theater was immoral and should be banned, resulting in their closure in 1642. Charles II's ascension to the throne ended the interregnum and ushered a more tolerant period of art and culture. The diarist Samuel Pepys observed a marionette show featured an early version of Punch character in the Covent Garden in London. It was performed by Italian puppet showman Pietro Guimont, aka Signor Bologna. Pepys described the event in his diary as an Italian puppet play that is within the rails there, which is very pretty. Ooh, pterodactyl. Might be too late for right now. That's okay. Pterodactyl's a pretty good one. We can throw, again, so many of these were from previous things that we'll throw pterodactyl into the mix. We'll do pterodactyl next. How about that? How about that? How about that? Because the ones that I had after, again, they were all from like previous weeks, and I don't even remember who like had named them or wanted them. Hi, JBB Hydrate. Thanks, Cthulhu. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll read about pterodactyls. Kyle Palmieri. Okay. Okay. On it. Because again, I would rather do the ones that people here are interested in than the ones that like were just from previous weeks, even though there's things that like I'm interested in and I'm okay with kind of getting rid of some of the ones that I had. Here we go. Okay, so we'll do pterodactyl, and then we'll do Kyle Palmieri, and then we'll see where we are at that point. Thank you again for the hydrate. I'm gonna do one more just to make sure it really stuck. Favorite hockey player who used to be a devil? Okay, we'll read about him. I'm into it. I'm here for it. Let's see. Oh yeah, so this is a plaque commemorating the first recorded performance of Punch and Judy on St. Paul's Covent Garden. In the British Punch and Judy show, Punch speaks in a distinctive squawking voice produced by a contrivance known as swazzle or swatchel, in which the professor holds in his mouth, transmitting his gleeful cackle. This gives Punch a vocal quality as though he were speaking through a kazoo. Kazoos come up every week. It's amazing. Who would win an ice battle, the pterodactyl or the Palmieri? What a question. Who knows? What a question. I mean, who's to say? I couldn't tell you. Let's see. Joan's name was changed to Judy because Judy is easier to enunciate with the swazzle than Joan. Okay, what is a swazzle? It's a kazoo, basically. Weird. Interesting. Okay. Swazzle could be good for S week. Although I bet we have a million things for S week, but I'm just gonna throw it in there because I'm curious about it. Okay. Anyway, so it's easier to pronounce than Joan. Joan Judy. So the N is hard, maybe. Anyway, so important is Punch's signature sound that it is a matter of some controversy with Punch and Judy circles. I love that there's Punch and Judy circles. As to whether a non-swazzled show can be considered a true Punch and Judy show. Other characters do not use the swazzle, so Punch Man has to switch back and forth while still holding the device in his mouth. That's fascinating. Kyle has skates, but the pterodactyl is giant. That's a good point. Punch and Judy shows were traditionally marionette shows when they were brought over from Italy, but were later reinvented in the glove puppet style to accommodate the characters' violent movements without the obstruction of marionette strings. Glove puppets were often operated by placing a thumb in one arm and the middle ring and pinky fingers into the other arm and the index finger in the head. In the early 18th century, the puppet theater starring Punch was at its height, and with showman Martin Powell attracting sizable crowds at both his Punch's Theater at Covent Garden and earlier in provincial Bath, Somerset. Martin Powell, huh? Irish master puppeteer. Oh man, Powell starts with a P, you guys. I kind of want to read about this weird puppet man. Okay, anyway. Powell has been credited with being largely responsible for the form taken by the drama of Punch and Judy. In 1721, a puppet theater opened in Dublin that ran for decades. The cross-dressing actress Charlotte Chark ran the successful but short-lived Punch's Theater. Oh my god, my cat. Are you okay back there? Buns. Psst, psst, psst. I'm gonna just let her be a cat. Just gonna let her be a cat. What am I supposed to do? Just let her be a cat, right? Okay, so Charlotte Chark ran the successful but short-lived Punch's Theater in Old Tennis Court at St. James's, Westminster, presenting adaptations of Shakespeare as well as plays by herself. Her father, Colley Kibber, and her friend Henry Fielding. Fielding eventually ran his own puppet theater under the pseudonym Madame de la Noche to avoid the censorship concomitant with the Theater Licensing Act of 1737. What does that mean? Defunct Act of Parliament in the Kingdom of Great Britain and a pivotal movement in theatrical history. Its purpose was to control and censor what was being said about the British government. Oh, through theater. Got it. That makes sense. Everybody wants to be a cat. Everybody wants to be a cat. Oh God, is that right? The cat's the only cat who knows where it's at. I feel like I know that song, and I also feel like my brain could not remember the tune. What is that from, Veery? Help me. Aristocats. Okay. Oh man, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've seen Aristocats. It's a good one though. It's a classic. Okay, Punch was extremely popular in Paris, and by the end of the 18th century, he was also playing Britain's American colonies, where even George Washington bought tickets for a show. However, marionette productions were expensive and cumbersome to mount and transport, presented in empty halls, the back rooms of taverns, or within large tents at England's yearly agricultural events in Bartholomew Fair and Mayfair. In the latter half of the 18th century, marionette companies began to give way to glove puppet shows, performed from within a narrow, lightweight booth by one puppeteer, usually with an assistant or bottler, to gather a crowd or collect money. These shows might travel through country towns or move from corner to corner along busy London streets, giving many performances in a single day. The character of Punch adapted to a new format, going from stringed comedian who might say outrageous things to more aggressive glove puppet who could do outrageous and often violent things to other characters. Punch them, right? Everybody wants to be your cat. How does that go? Is it like everybody wants to be your cat? Is that right? Is that how it goes? Why am I questioning this? What if you're allergic to cats? Then become the cat. Are you then allergic to yourself? Well, I guess, okay, so the question, Zombie, is how were you transformed into a cat? What happened? Did you drink a weird potion like Emperor's New Groove style? Or did a witch do wizardry on you and transform you into a cat? Or was it like a Spider-Man kind of a situation where a cat like bit you and then you became a cat? Like what? I need more information. That song is so great, and the actual cats are such racist caricatures. Yeah, that tracks. I haven't watched it in a million years, but that tracks, fun. That tracks. As a cat girl, I can confirm I am not allergic to myself. Good to know. Picturing Binks from Hocus Pocus. Oh. I would say no, because you are now, even though you are you, like your soul is you are a different creature. But I don't actually know. It's a good question. Yeah, fun. I haven't watched it in so long, but I don't doubt that at all. That's interesting. Yeah. Fuck. Bummer. Okay, anyway, where are we at? The mobile puppet booth of the late 18th and early 19th century Punch and Judy glove puppet show could be easily fitted up and was originally covered in by checked bed ticking or whatever inexpensive cloth might come to hand. Later, Victorian booths were gaudier affairs, particularly those used for Christmas parties and other indoor performances. In the 20th century, however, red and white striped puppet booths became iconic features on the beaches of many English seaside and summer holiday resorts. Such striped cloth is most common covering today where the show might be performed. We watched it with the kids and then was like, oh God, no. Oh no! Oh man. Last time I watched it was on a VHS TV. Yeah, same. Definitely on a VHS tape. Yeah. Oh, bummer, fun. I mean, good to know. Good to like realize now, but one of those things where it's like, ugh, sucks. It sucks that like so many of those things from our childhood, it's like, oh, that was actually awful. It's good to like find that out though, in so many ways. Like you said, like find it out when you're watching with your kids and be like, oh, nope, not a good one. Here we have a Punch and Judy show attracts a family audience in Thornton Hoe, Merseyside, England. Yes. It is such an iconic look, isn't it? The red and white stripes. Let's see. I might skip ahead a little bit. Let's read about these characters, shall we? The characters in a Punch and Judy show are not fixed. They are similar to the cast of a soap opera or a folktale such as Robin Hood. The principal characters must appear, but lesser characters are included at the discretion of the performer. New cast may be added and old cast dropped as the tradition changes. Along with Punch and Judy, the cast of characters usually includes their baby, a hungry crocodile. Yeah, no. Okay, there is a scene in the Santa Claus, which was that's another one that's like, it's problematic in various ways. Good old Tim Allen. But there's a Punch and Judy when they go to the North Pole, which is like one of my like immediate depictions of Punch and Judy that like comes to mind. But anyway, okay, so yeah, hungry crocodile, a clown, officious policeman, and a prop string of sausages. The devil and the generic hangman Jack Ketch may still make their appearances, but if so, Punch will always get the better of them. The cast of a typical Punch and Judy show today will include, let's look at this picture real quick. This is a picture of Punch and Judy taken in Islington, North London. All right, so cast of a typical Punch and Judy show include Mr. Punch, Judy, the baby, the constable, aka Policeman Jack, Joey the clown, the crocodile, the skeleton, the doctor. Characters once regular but now occasional include Toby the dog, the ghost, the lawyer, Hector the horse, Pretty Polly, the hangman, aka Jack Ketch, the devil, the beetle, Jim Crow. Oh man, yeah, here we get into racist shit, which I was gonna say most like minstrel entertainment kind of stuff like this, speaking of racist caricatures, like include that for sure. So Jim Crow, the black man, Mr. Scaramouche, the servant or the minstrel, the blind man. Other characters included boxers, Chinese plate spinners, topical figures, a trick puppet with an extending neck, the courtier, and a monkey. Live Toby the dog was once a regular featured novelty routine, sitting on the playboard and performing with the puppets. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Punch wears a brightly colored traditional red jester's motley and sugarloaf hat with tassel. He is a hunchback whose hooked nose almost meets his curved, jutting chin. He carries a stick called a slapstick. I was today years old when I learned that slapstick refers to an actual stick that you slap people with. Slapstick comedy. You know what I mean? I didn't know this. A lot of characters to keep track of. Yeah. Let's see. Carried a slapstick, you guys, as large as himself, which he would freely use upon most of the other characters in the show. I did not know that slapstick came from this. My mind is blown right now. Right, fun? Because slapstick usually refers to physical comedy, right? And physical comedy that involves someone getting hurt. So the fact that the origins are this blows my mind. I had no idea. Wild. Thought it was an instrument. Interesting. Today I learned. Yeah. Let's see. Judy wears an apron, a blue dress, and a bonnet, and always tries to tell Punch off when he uses the slapstick. There he is. Nightmare fuel. Take that in. Breathe that in for a minute. Here's our boy. This is our boy. This is our boy right here. I might skip ahead. Let's see. I'm curious if plots reflect their own era. Yeah, so when we talk about the problematic nature of it and this being something that was occurring in the 1600s, certainly there was racism involved. Well, and here we go. Punch and Judy's show, dating from World War II, with the addition of Hitler character as the figure of derision to reflect the times. Interesting. Yeah, so let's read about this. Okay, so plots reflect their own era. Punch and Judy might follow no fixed storyline, as with the tales of Robin Hood, but there are episodes common to many recorded versions. It is these set-piece encounters or routines which are used by performers to construct their own Punch and Judy shows. A visit to a Punch and Judy festival at Punch's birthplace in London Covent Garden will reveal a whole variety of changes that are wrung by puppeteers from this basic material. Scripts have been published at different times since the early 19th century, but none can be claimed as the definitive traditional script of Punch and Judy. Each printed script reflects the era in which it was performed and the circumstances under which it was printed. That makes sense. The various episodes of the show are performed in the spirit of outrageous comedy, often provoking shocked laughter, and are dominated by the anarchic clowning of Mr. Punch. Just as Victorian version of the show drew on the morality of its day, so also Punch and Judy College of Professors considers that the 20th and 21st centuries of the tale is used as a vehicle for grotesque visual comedy and a sideways look at contemporary society. In my opinion, the street punch is one of those extravagant reliefs from the realities of the world, the realities of life, which would lose its hold upon people if it were made moral and instructive. I regard it as quite harmless in its influence and as an outrageous joke, which no one in existence would think of regarding as an incentive to any kind of action or as a model for any kind of conduct. It is possible, I think, that one's secret source of pleasure, very generally derived from this performance, is that satisfaction the spectator feels in the circumstance that likenesses of men and women can be so knocked about without any pain or suffering. Interesting. Charles Dickens. That was his thoughts on Punch and Judy. Part of me wants to go back, but part of me is like, this is so long. Nah. Okay. I think we get the basic idea. An awareness of the prevalence of domestic abuse, and how Punch and Judy could be seen to make light of this, threatened Punch and Judy's performances in the UK and other English-speaking countries for that time. But the show is having one of its cyclical recurrences and can now be seen in England, Wales, and Ireland, also in Canada and the United States, the Caribbean, Puerto Rico, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. In 2001, the characters were honored in the UK with a set of British commemorative postage stamps issued by the Royal Mail. In a 2006 UK poll, the public voted Punch and Judy onto the list of icons of England. Yeah, I think that's, in terms of, like, violence, too. Like, slapstick is interesting that way in terms of, like, I don't know, the kind of, like, schadenfreude thing of, like, getting pleasure, like, finding something funny, like, someone else's misfortune to be funny. But yeah, it's interesting, this idea of, like, does it promote, like, violence? And I think, especially if we're looking at a medium that, like, is designed for children, not even necessarily, I don't think it was designed for children, but puppetry now, I think is thought of as something for children, right? At that time, I think it was something for everyone. But I think that kids do watch slapstick and go, oh, that's funny. If I punch my sibling and they fall down, that's funny, kind of a thing. So it's like, whether or not something is like intended to influence people, I think it often does influence people. I don't know. So then we get into this debate of like the responsibility of the art or the artist, and then the reaction that it causes, right? It's interesting. Art and performance are interesting. All right, comedy. Despite Punch's unapologetic murders, he murders everyone? Jesus. It's still a comedy. The humor is aided by a few things. Rosalind Crone, 2006, suggests that since the puppets are carved from wood, their facial expressions cannot change, but are stuck in the same exaggerated pose, which helps to deter any sense of realism and to distance the audience. Yeah, I can see that. The use of the swazzle also helps create humor, and that the swazzled sound of Punch's voice takes the cruelty out of Punch. I mean, it's kind of, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds, times really were different back then. In some ways they were, and in some ways they're not. Like, we still find, like, violence to be funny in the right context. I was gonna say, it reminds me of the, like, Road Runner cartoons, or, like, Tom and Jerry. Like, if you go back to those kind of cartoons, this idea of, like the coyote getting murdered in brutal ways, and Tom and Jerry kind of, like, fucking with each other with, like, dynamite and whatnot. Like, it's no different, really, right? Like, it is interesting, though. It is. Okay, anyway. According to Crone, a third aspect that helped make the violence humorous was that Punch's violence towards his wife, problems, was prompted by her own violence towards him. Interesting. In this aspect, he retained some of the previous henpecked persona. This would suggest that, since Punch was merely acting violently out of self-defense, it was okay. Interesting. This is a possible explanation for the humor of his violence towards his wife, even towards others who may have somehow had it coming. Interesting. I wonder how much it being animals versus humans doing receiving the violence makes a difference. Totally fun. Again, it's interesting. They're talking about this thing of, like, distancing you from it. So I think them being animals does distance us from it, from the violence. Absolutely. It being cartoons rather than, like, live action distances us from it, right? Yeah. I think that does make a big difference. I can totally see that. But it is a similar idea, is it not? Like, again, this is when we talk about this in terms of, like, it's insensitivity towards, you know, the topic of domestic violence. Certainly, I don't think this is great. I just think it's interesting to think about, you know. But yeah, I think it being animals rather than humans absolutely distances us from the violence that's occurring, for sure. It's a really good point. Let's see. This suggestion better explains the humor of the violence towards the baby. Oh my God, he, like, murders the baby too? Jesus. Other characters had to incur the wrath of Punch, varied depending on the Punchman, but most common were the foreigner, the blind man, the publican, the constable, and the devil. So he was called the Punchman because he punched everyone, is what it sounds like. All right, we've got some published scripts, legacy. I might go ahead and call it on Punch and Judy, but fascinating, no? Old-timey theater puppetry shit. Wild. God, the Hitler puppet is wild. Okay, I kind of want to read about this, like, puppeteer man real quick, and then we'll do Pterodactyl, and then we'll do Kyle Palmieri, and then we'll see where we're at time-wise. Then we'll see where we're at. But that might be it for the day. That might be where we end. We'll see. We'll see if I want to add one more in there. But let's read a little bit about Martin Powell real quick. Martin Powell, 1709 to 1720. What? Hold on. What's the 1729 about? Is this like when his career was and then when he died? Anyone know how to read that? Anyway, Irish master puppeteer and a puppet show impresario who put on a repertoire of satirical and parodical marionette shows that invariably featured the Punch character. He drew audiences first at provincial towns such as Bath, then moving his venue to London. His theater, dubbed Punch's Opera or Punch's Theater, established itself in early 1710 at its first location in the north end of St. Martin's Street, intersected by Lichfield Street, not quite in Covent Garden. But by 1711, he relocated the theater to the galleries of Covent Garden at Little Piazza opposite of St. Paul's Church. It's raining. I'm jealous. I want it to rain here. It's just been hot here lately. I guess it rained not too long ago, but it doesn't rain here all that often, and I love the rain. Rolls the dogs outside so they can make a mess. Perfect time to let the dogs outside, right when it starts raining. Smart. Very smart. Here we have a picture of an early Punch and his wife, then called Joan, with Martin Powell, frontispiece of Burnett's Second Tale of a Tub. What an interesting portrayal of this man. He's been credited with establishing the stock form of the Punch and Judy plays. Charles Magnin, the learned author of the Histoire des Marionnettes en Europe, calls the years of Powell's preeminence the golden age of marionettes in England. It has been commented that Powell is described... Oh, okay. Now this makes sense. I was like, somebody drew this in an interesting fashion. Described as a deformed cripple, but his powers of satire were considerable, to the extent that the ministry recruited Powell to lampoon the French prophets to diminish their influence among populace. He had not only narrated, spoke the lengthy prologues with a wand in hand, but was a puppeteer himself, and he is thought of to have built his own puppet figures and written the plays himself. Interesting. 20th century scholars assesses the period of Powell's prominent activity to be 1709 to 1720, the popularity of his puppetry having waned in the latter years. His son briefly carried on the tradition in the 1720s, and he died in 1729. Interesting. Hi, Tantive. Who let the dogs out? Who? Baha Men? Anyone remember Baha Men? Huh? Tantive remembers. Tantive knows. Tantive, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Fun. It's rainy and cloudy here, and I'm sad because it's a full lunar eclipse. True, chances are it'll be too cloudy to see. Oh, that's true. That sucks, Fun. I'm sorry. I am really excited about the full lunar eclipse. It's going to be beautiful. I'm sorry you won't be able to see it. That's rough. I remember when I watched Shrek. It was part of Shrek, wasn't it? It was featured in Shrek. Hi, Dark Wolf. How are you? Are you guys streaming later? How are you all? If you don't know Dark Wolf and Tantive, please. Please. What are you doing with your life? If you don't know Dark Wolf and Tantive, please. Come on. Oh, is it going to work? No? Maybe? There it is. Took a minute. Let's see. Took a walk to get the mail and love the rain. I do love the rain. I hope it clears up so you can see it. Fun. That's a bummer. Now I'm like curious about outside and whether or not I'll be able to see it. We'll see. What now? What do we want to read about this guy? That's all. I was just curious about this puppet man. Shall we read about pterodactyls? Are we ready? I didn't actually open up the wiki, did I? Hold on. Pterodactyl wiki. Pterodactylus. We also have pterosaur. All the pteros. Not tonight. Been working in the yard all afternoon. You get some rest and take care of yourselves. Make sure you're drinking water and all that jazz. How was it? Yeah, no, get some relaxation in for sure. Fun. Yeah, send me your rain, Fun. I'll take your rain. You can take my sunshine. I'm sick of the sun. I'm sick of it, clearly. I'm getting sunburned, and it's not even quite summer yet. Although, Colorado is one of those where it's like, we get like 2 weeks of spring, and then it's summer. It's just kind of how it goes. Okay. Pterodactylus. From the Greek, pterodactylos, meaning winged finger, is an extinct genus of pterosaurs. It is thought to contain only a single species, Pterodactylus antiquus, which was the first pterosaur to be named and identified as a flying reptile. Fossil remains of Pterodactylus have primarily been found in the Solnhofen limestone of Bavaria, Germany, which dates from the late Jurassic period, the early Tithonian stage, about 150.8 to 148.5 million years ago. More fragmentary remains of Pterodactylus have tentatively been identified from elsewhere in Europe and in Africa. Pterodactylus was a generalist carnivore that probably fed on a variety of invertebrates and vertebrates. Like all pterosaurs, Pterodactylus has wings formed by a skin and muscle membrane stretching from its elongated fourth finger to its hind limbs. It was supported internally by collagen fibers and externally by keratinous ridges. Pterodactylus was a small pterosaur compared to the other famous genera such as Pteranodon and Quetzalcoatlus. And it lived earlier during the late Jurassic period, while both Pteranodon and Quetzalcoatlus lived during the late Cretaceous. Pterodactylus lived alongside other small pterosaurs, such as the well-known Rhamphorhynchus, as well as other genera, such as Scaphognathus, Anorganathus, and Stenocasma. Pterodactylus is classified as an early branching member of the Ctenocasmatid lineage, with the pterosaur clade Pterodactyloideae. All the tulips have bloomed too. Aw, pretty. Quetzalcoatlus is in next week's request list. Oh yeah, next week is Q week. Q week is going to be fun. We've got a lot of weird Q words. It's going to be a good one. Okay, we got a lot. I think Zombie, this was yours, although I think this is your topic, although I believe you were guessing what Viri's topic was. That said, Zombie, I'm going to pick on you. Is there anything in particular that you want me to hone in on? Yeah. Okay, dinosaur names and just like science words in general for me. Destroy my confidence. Just destroyed. My confidence is devastated. Killing it? Hey, thanks. Why do I do these things? So I'm gonna give you one of the most difficult parts of being a parent. Oh, dinosaur names. I believe it. I have Dinotopia in my living room. It's one of my coffee table books. Okay, let's see. Discovery and history, description, paleobiology, paleoecology, classification, cultural significance. I mean, part of me, just for the sake of time, I might skip to cultural significance. Maybe I'll do description and then cultural significance. But again, if there's anything in particular that you want me to hone in on, let me know. Let me know. When you turn the page, it's just like, Parasaurolophus. You have to just breathe through it. I always tell my students this. I teach English to speakers of other languages. It's like whenever there's a big word, and I don't follow my own advice during these streams, I should. Whenever there's a big word, just take it in small chunks and say it slowly, because then it will actually be clear. And if you try to just fumble through it, then you're definitely not going to say it correctly, right? So Parasaurolophus. Parasaurolophus. See? Zombos are too indecisive to ever make decisions. Perfect. Okay, so let's get into it then. We're to look at pictures, is what we're going to do. Here is an original copper engraving of the P. antiquus holotype by Egid Verhelst II, published by Italian scientist Cosimo Alessandro Collini in 1784. Maybe just pictures. Huh? Here's another one. Wagler's 1830 restoration of an aquatic pterodactylus. Aquatic pterodactylus. Wow. Herman's original life restoration, the first of any pterosaur, 1800. Look at this guy with the rounded wings. You love to see it. You love to see it. Von Sommering's incorrect, not correct, 1817 restoration of the species Pterodactylus brevirostris. Look at this human. Hello, this is me next to a pterodactyl. Size of the subadult holotype, blue, and the adult, green specimens in both flying and standing postures compared with a human. Okay, so these ones are not that big. They're smaller. Okay, I do want to read the description, and then we'll just get into the pictures. It's description, cultural significance, pictures. I think this is the plan. Let's see. Make us all a flip book of pterodactyls. That would be cute. Do you make flip books, Viri? Or is Zombie just asking you for random things? If you make flip books, that's incredible, and I love flip books, and I think they're so cool. And if you don't feel bad about it. I'm just wondering now. Pterodactylus is known from over 30 fossil specimens, and though most belong to juveniles, many preserve complete skeletons. Pterodactylus antiquus was a relatively small pterosaur with an estimated adult wingspan of about 1.04 meters, 3 feet by 5 inches, based on the only known adult specimen, which is represented by an isolated skull. Other species were once thought to have been smaller. However, these smaller specimens have been shown to juveniles of Pterodactylus, as well as its contemporary relatives, including Ctenocasma, Germanodactylus, Aurora. I do not make flip books, okay? Fair. Zombie. Yeah, fair. Totally fair. I just thought that zombie was like unearthing this like talent that you have. And I was like, make me a flip book. Now we all want you to make us flip books, even though you do not make flip books. Okay, what's happening? Right. Aurora's Darcho, Gnathosaurus, and hypothetically, Aerodactylus, if this genus is truly valid. The skulls of adult Pterodactylus were long and thin, with about 90 narrow and conical teeth. The teeth extended back from the tips of the bone jaws and became smaller farther away from the jaw tips. This was unlike the ones seen in most relatives, where teeth were absent in the upper jaw tip and were relatively uniform in size. The teeth of Pterodactylus also extended farther back into the jaw compared to the two close relatives, and some were present below the front of the nasoantorbital fenestra, which is the largest opening in the skull. Another autopomorphy that Pterodactylus has is that the skull and jaws were straight, which are unlike the upwardly curved jaws seen in the related ctenocasmatids. Need water. Thirsty work, all this reading, you know what I mean? Give myself a hydrate here. Okay, moving on. Pterodactylus, like related pterosaurs, had a crest on its skull composed mainly of soft tissues. In adult Pterodactylus, this crest extended between the back edge of the anorbital fenestra and the back of the skull. In at least one specimen, the crest had a short bony base, also seen in related pterosaurs like Germanodactylus. Solid crests have only been found on large, fully adult specimens of Pterodactylus, indicating that this was a display structure that became larger and more well-developed as individuals reached maturity. Real quick, I just want us to look at this beauty right here. Life restoration of BMMS7, the largest known Pterodactylus specimen. The shape of the soft tissue crest is based on the specimen BSP in 1929, I-18. Doesn't this look like a weird pelican, though? Maybe it's just because of the wing behind him. It's a fancy-looking boy. All right, in 2013, pterosaur researcher S. Christopher Bennett noted that other authors claimed that soft tissue crest of Pterodactylus extended backwards behind the skull. Bennett himself, however, did not find any evidence for crest extending past the back of the skull. Two specimens of P. antiquus, the holotype specimen of BSP-AS I-739, and the incomplete skull of BMMS-7, the largest known skull of P. antiquus, have a low bony crest on their skulls. In BMMS-7, it is 47.5 millimeters long, 1.87 inches, more or less 24% of the estimated total length of the skull. Okay. Has a maximum height of 0.9 millimeters, so 0.035 inches above the orbit. Several specimens previously referred to P. antiquus preserved evidence of the soft tissue extensions of these crests, including an occipital lappet, a flexible tab-like structure extending from the back of the skull. Most of these specimens have been reclassified in the related species Aerodactylus scolopacisipis, which may, however, be nothing more than a junior synonym. A junior synonym? Weird diss, but all right. Even if Aerodactylus were valid, at least one specimen with these features is still considered to belong to Pterodactylus BSP 1929 I-18, which has an occipital lappet similar to the proposed Aerodactylus definition, also possesses a small triangular soft tissue crest with the peak of the crest positioned above the eyes. All right, back to pictures. Here's a holotype specimen of the species P. spectabilis, now considered to be a juvenile specimen of P. antiquus. Cute. What is a cute little guy? Here's a fossil pelvis of a large specimen, now referred to as a dubious species, P. grandipelvis. Look at this guy again. Very pelican-like, no? There's some pelican features here. What if these are just pelican, just pelican dinosaurs? What about that? Hypothetical restoration of a pterodactylus in its environment. Right? Right? Okay, hold on. We've got other ones that we can look at here. Okay, so what is this? Limestone. Okay, hold on. All right, so Ramphorthinikids. Ooh, fossils. Scaphonagathus. A pterosaur that lived around Germany? So it seems like there's a lot of them in Germany. Gallodactylus. Ardieltactylus. Cycnoramphus. Just a pile of bones. Beautiful. This thing about junior synonyms has me thinking about B-Week Season 2. B-Week. Junior synonyms? B-Week? B-Week Season... Wait. What starts with a B? Hold on. The Wikipedia rabbit... It's such a thing, right? Junior... B-Week. Wait, what is the B word for junior synonyms? Hold on. I missed it. Did it say earlier and I missed it? Junior synonyms. Where did it go? What did I read that started with a B? Help me. Misunderstanding. Burgess Sale. Okay, hold on. Let me write it down. Yeah. See, the rabbit hole thing, right? This is why I limit it to like one letter per week, because I know that it could just get dicey real quick. Burgess Shale. Okay, got it. I'm going to try really hard to remember which ones we did in season 1 and not repeat. I might have to just like go back to VODs and figure it out, but yeah. Okay, let's see. Where were we? We're looking at pictures. We saw this guy. Here we go. Okay, all of these. So we have this guy, pile of bones, right? This guy, looks like he's doing a yoga pose. Oh wow, what are these? Anarognathidae is a family of small, short-tailed pterosaurs that lived in Europe, Asia, and possibly North America during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Are these not the cutest, weirdest little dragon guys? These are so cute. Oh my god. I want to adopt those, right? Right? No, only in your head. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if I like missed something. Look at search history for those days. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good call. That's another way to do it. Yeah. Let's see. They're like little bat thingies. Look at their little faces. Why are they so cute? Do we need this for a week? Now I'm getting all the ideas. All the inspiration. A neurognathic. Okay. Done. Very cute. Arneurognathus. Germanactylidid. Euctenocasmation. Diopecaphyllus. Nice. Hell yeah. There's another one. Archaeopteryx. Comscopalathertheres. Aren't those Pokemon? Dude, they look like Pokemon. They should be Pokemon. Where are they? These guys, they should be Pokemon, Tantive. They would be so cute. If it was Pokemon, it would be an ice cream cone or a garbage bag or keys. I like the garbage bag Pokemon. I think it's cute. But you're not wrong. Zombie, you're not wrong. They could be Pokemons. They could be Pokemons, if I believe. Let's see, what else? This guy. This is an Ardiosaurus. Bavariasaurus. I didn't know that there were so many in Germany. That's fascinating. Statosaurus. Crocodilomyphor. Mimirincade. Cricosaurus. Dacosaurus. Geosaurus. Brachiosaurus. Eurystrium. Paliatomedusa. Ichthyosaurus. Egyriosaurus. Ray-finned fishes. Look at all these fishes. Halocomorphs. Lepidotes, Propteris. I don't know what we're looking at. Look at these weird fish dinosaurs. Misturus, Hypsocormus, Orthocormus, Apsilonicid, Absterichnus, Ichthyothinus, yep. Thrysops. Good. Here we got a Apiantiquus specimen showing the muscle impressions of the chest and the wing membranes. Here we go. Here's how it goes. You got this guy, and you got this guy, and then you got this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. They have pelican qualities to them. I can't get over it. Trubbish is a treasure. Agree. I love Trubbish. I think Trubbish is so cute. Look, I love taking pictures of Trubbish and new Pokemon Snap. So cute, right? Agreed. Science people, can we please pick names we can pronounce? Never. They will never. Like Bob and Fred. This is Bob. This is Fred. That was like one of the nudie branks. I was like, this is Stephanie, because the word kind of looked like Stephanie. It was not. Oh, here's more of them. This is a fossil specimen of the species Rhamphorhynchus minstri. Cool. Hollow-type jaw fragments and teeth of Simulierpteris, which was previously known as Pterodactylus cuvieri. It was Cuvieri. They wonder why people stopped speaking Latin. True. It's because everyone just kept on accidentally summoning Satan, you know? But also, the pronunciation is wild. Just too many letters. This is specimen YPM1177, the first uncovered skull of Pteranodon. Cool! Neat. Controversial species. Here's this guy. Oh, wow. Cool. Pretty. Neat. Why are they controversial? I kind of want to read about that. The only well-known and well-supported species left by the first decades of the 21st century were P. antiquus and P. kochi. However, most studies between 1995 and 2010 found little reason to separate even these two species and treated them as synonymous. More recent studies of pterosaur relationships have found aneurognaathids and pterodactyloids to be sister groups, which would limit the more inclusive group, Chelidrocones, to just two clades. Here they are. Beautiful, amazing. I'm zoning out. We're just gonna move on. Cultural significance. This is what we want. Clatuberata nikofkofkof. That was good. I like that. Pterodactylus is regarded one of the most iconic prehistoric creatures, with multiple appearances in books, movies. See, I immediately thought of, Land Before Time, right? Little pterodactyl. What's the pterodactyl? Ducky? Is Ducky a pterodactyl? Help me, Land Before Time stands. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Movies, books, television series, several video games. The informal name pterodactyl is sometimes used to refer to any type of animal belonging to the order Pterosauria. This is true. I always just call them pterodactyls, though most of the times the Pterodactylus is the most well-known member of the group. The popular aspect Pterodactylus consists of an elongated head crest, potentially large wings. Studies of Pterodactylus, however, conclude it may even lack a bony cranial crest, though several analyses have proven that Pterodactylus may in fact have a crest made up of soft tissue instead of bone. Let's see. Darkle been playing the Evil Dead game. Ah, I see. Is there demon summoning in that game? I haven't watched it, or played it, I should say. But I bet there's demon summoning in that game. Here's a life reconstruction of Pteranodon, popularly called pterodactyl. They're very bird-like, yes? Pterodactylus is the star character of a 2005 horror film, Pterodactyl, where it is identified with the informal name pterodactyl, hence the name of the film. In the film, the pterodactyls resemble the aspect of the distantly related genus Pteranodon, due to the elongated bony cranial crest and their enormous size. We're getting to that hour where I'm like, I can't read anymore. One particular peculiar feature that pterodactyls had in the film is the possession of teeth, which is, wow, this is greatly, good Lord. While this is generally accurate for pterodactylus, the overall appearance of creatures in this film is similar to that of pteranodon, as well as large in size. This makes them resemble some kind of pterosaur identical to pteranodon, but with the possession of teeth. Did I already read that? Did I read that twice? What's happening? No, they just said possession of teeth twice. Okay, anyway, Jesus Christ. Another appearance of pterodactylus-like creatures is in J.R.R. Tolkien's Middle-earth Legendarium. In this novel, Nazgul. The Nazgul are scary. Introduces the Black Riders, 9 characters who rode flying monsters that look similarly built to pterodactylus. Yeah, but I never picture them as pterodactyls, you know? I like the way they're depicted in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Christopher Tolkien, the son of the author, described flying monsters as Nazgul birds. His father described the appearance of steeds as somewhat pterodactylic, and acknowledged these were obviously new mythology. And now we know. Zig and I have been playing Borderlands 3, and one of the DLCs referenced that recently. Oh, really? That's funny. Here we go, pterodactyls. We did it, team. We really did it. We really did it. Okay, we're gonna do one more. One more. Viri, this is for you. This will be our last topic of the day, I think. We're going to read about Kyle Palmieri. Okay? BL3 biased? What does that mean? Borderlands 3. Oh, you like Borderlands 3 the most? Okay, let's see. Kyle Charles Palmieri, born February 1st, 1991. Hockey talk, eh? Welcome, Gimp. Welcome back, I should say. Or you've probably been here the whole time. We're talking hockey now. We're talking hockey. American professional ice hockey right winger for the New York Islanders of the National Hockey League. New York Islanders is a team? You guys, I know nothing about hockey, I guess. You lurk hard. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Let's see. He previously played for the New Jersey Devils and the Anaheim Ducks. We did talk about the Anaheim Ducks when we talked about Mighty Ducks during M Week. Growing up on Long Island, Palmieri played youth hockey for the Devils-sponsored teams at Cody Arena in West Orange, New Jersey. He attended St. Peter's Preparatory School for 2 years before earning an opportunity to play for the USA Hockey National Team Development Program, NTDP. During his time in the program, he tallied 15 goals and 15 assists through 33 games. As a result of his play, Palmieri was drafted in the first round, 26th overall, by Anaheim Ducks in the 2009 NHL entry draft. After being released from the NTDP, Palmieri played 1 season of college hockey for the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Need more water. Hockey, don't you know? Oh, don't you know? Play a little hockey in the wintertime. Palmieri spent 1 season with the Fighting Irish before turning professional with the Ducks American Hockey League, AHL affiliate, the Syracuse Crunch. Crunch is the name of a team? Crunch. Okay, great. He split his first 3 seasons with the team between the Crunch and the Duck before becoming the mainstay on the NHL level. Following his 5th season with the team, Palmieri was traded to the New Jersey Devils in exchange for a 2nd and 3rd round draft picks in the 2015 NHL entry draft. Palmieri continued to produce while with the Devils and set numerous career highs over 6 seasons. After spending 6 seasons with the Devils, Palmieri was traded to the New York Islanders. Internationally, Palmieri has represented the United States at both the junior and senior levels. His first international tournament was at the 2007 Under-17 Four Nations Tournament. He was so good with the Devils, yeah? You're sad? Because he's not with the Devils. Is he? So he's not with the Devils now? Where is he? Hold on. I read it and I don't understand what's happening. So wait. Hold on. He was traded to the Devils. After now, okay, New York Islanders. Got it. Okay. Got traded to New York. Sad. Playoff opportunities. Sad. Did I read the things? I read the things. Okay, Viri, this is your topic. What do you want to hone in on? What do you want to learn about? Sounds like you probably know a lot, but what parts of this are important to you? Because I want to make sure we get to them. Devil's bad. I cry every time. Are you a hockey person, Cthulhu? I was gonna say, so I'm from Colorado. The Avalanche is our team. And I was but like I into hockey during the Patrick Waugh days. Dude, we had a killer hockey team in the 90s. Because you had Joe Foote. Is his name Joe Foote? I think it's Joe Foote. Help me. You had Sakic, who was really good. Patrick Waugh cannot be denied as one of the best goalies of all time, right? I don't know who else, but we had some good people on our team in the 90s. Anyway, let's see. Hockey is like your life. Oh, I didn't know. Do you play hockey? That's amazing. How cool. I did not know this. Devil's bad. Cry every time. Let's see. What's good to cover? What are we into? Personal life. Yeah, I feel like early life is interesting. Personal life is interesting. And since you loved him when he was on the Devils, we can definitely read about him on the Devils. Forsberg. Forsberg is another one. Thank you. Hayduk is another one. Thank you, Linkett. Stacked in the 90s. We had such a good team in the 90s. Yes. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. Yep. Good job, Linkett. Linkett coming in for the win. I've got good lurkers here. The lurkers come in right when I need them. Let's see. Also, let's go personal life. Let's go. No, just trying to be in the sports media. Oh, okay. Cannot skate. Injuries, baby. Understandable. Okay, so do you want to do like coverage kind of stuff? Because that would be dope. Okay, we'll do early life, and then we'll skip to personal life, if that's okay. But let me know. Dude, Linkett, we were stacked, though. We really were. Forsberg was killer. Foote was killer. Hayduk was killer. Again, Patrick Waugh. The best. Okay. Palmieri was born on February 1st, 1991 in Smithtown, New York, to parents Bruce and Tammy. After marrying, his parents spent a few years in Smithtown, where Kyle and his 3 older siblings were born, before moving to Montvale, New Jersey, when Kyla was 4. His godfather is former shortstop Bud Harrelson, who is his father's cousin. His father worked in home construction and spent several years in Norfolk, Long Island. Palmieri began playing ice hockey at a friend's house when he was 5 years old. He was just a baby. He began playing hockey at the Kodiak Hockey Club at McKay Ice Arena under the coach Gary Hess. And now we know. Adam Foote. I don't know why I said Joe Foote. Probably because I couldn't remember his name. I was like, Joe works. Let's see. So Nolan Foote. Okay, interesting. Okay, so Adam Foote has his sons Nolan and Cal in the NHL. Got it. So Adam Foote was the one that I'm talking about. For New Jersey and Tampa Bay, respectively. Got it. Also, I don't know. I follow the sports podcast network that I really love, and I'd love to just like work with them. Cool. I think that would be cool, Cthulhu. Why not? Go for it. Okay, so we're gonna skip ahead here. We'll look at some pictures. Here he is during the AHL All-Star Game in January 2012. Personal life. Palmieri married his wife Ashley in July 2019 at Macari Vineyards in Mattituck, New York. His older sister Taylor and brother-in-law Stephen Fitchie are both members of the United States Army. His sister is a member of the New York Army National Guard, while Stephen is a United States Army Ranger. As a result of this, Palmieri launched Squad 21 to offer active or veteran military service members the chance to attend a Devils home game during the 2016-17 regular season. This expanded into the Kyle Palmieri Foundation, a charitable organization that supports 3 military nonprofits, in 2018. He also held an annual military ball that included an auction. Palmieri subsequently became a Devils 2018 nominee for the King Clancy Memorial Trophy. King Clancy sounds very fancy. King Clancy rhymes with fancy. Let's see. Fenari, I just realized that the Sadin twins each have their own Wikipedia page, and I think it's rude that they weren't combined, because if I remember them in S Week, now I'll have to make a choice. Very rude of the article writers not to think about that. Well, okay, so what were the Balloon Brothers earlier? The Swedish Balloon Brothers, the Swedish twins? Why did we read about them? What article was that for? That must have been the astrophysicist article. That must have been when we were reading about... Oh God, my short-term memory. What were we just reading about? What was her name? Oh, help me. Theory, do you remember the name of the astrophysicist that we read about today? Obviously, Payne. Cecilia Payne. Boom. There it is. There it is. Picard? The Picards? Were they named Picards? Something. Were they named Picards? The Jean-Luc Picards. No, you're right. Gimp, you're right. Gimp, you're right. The Picard twins. Thank you. Thank you, my brain. They were the Picards that flew the balloons. The Picard twins. Thank you, Gimp. Balloons? Picards? Yes. Nailed it. Nailed it. I have the memory of a goldfish. You know what's interesting? When you read things, at least for me, when I read things out loud, I'm focusing so hard on being able to read it that often I'm not expending brain energy into actually like comprehending what I'm reading. So it's like I'm more focused on like pronouncing things than actually like taking in what I'm reading. So that's why sometimes I have to like go back and read things again to make sure I like fully like get it, you know? Yeah, thank you, Gimp. Good job, Gimp. The Picards. The Picards. Memory of a goldfish. It depends, man. Like if I'm intentionally trying to put something into my short-term memory, I'm pretty good at it. Like I think it's a musician thing. But if I'm not being intentional about it, short-term memory is terrible. With certain things in terms of long-term memory, like it just depends on how important it is to me. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's interesting. Ted Lasso said it's okay to be a goldfish. Did he? I haven't watched Ted Lasso. I've heard good things about Ted Lasso. I haven't actually watched it. Okay, what are we doing? We're reading about Palmieri. Doing cool stuff for veterans and for military folks. Expanded into the Kyle Palmieri Foundation, charitable organization that supports 3 military nonprofits in 2018. He also held, King Clancy. Here we are. Clancy rhymes with fancy. He was a nominee for the King Clancy Memorial Trophy as a player who best exemplifies leadership qualities on and off the ice and has made a noteworthy humanitarian contribution in his community. We got it. Clancy rhymes with fancy. Don't worry about it. To be a goldfish is to forget a bad moment that just happened in sports and move on to the next opportunity. That's a good way to think about it. That's a really good way to think about it. As long as you can forget the bad moments rather than forgetting the good moments, you know? Sometimes it's hard to like not like fixate on the bad moments. But it's a good thought. I like that. In 2019, Palmieri, Scott Wilson, Jeff Francoeur, and the Players Associations for the NHL, MLB, and NFL players filed a complaint against the city of Pittsburgh for their non-resident sports facility usage fee. Interesting. The complaint contended that the city made out-of-state athletes pay a fee equal to 3% of their taxable earned income for the days in which they played games in publicly funded sports facilities. Huh. Didn't know that was a thing. Kyle had a baby with his wife, and the photos are so cute. Aw. I think that's it. I think that's all we've got on Kyle. Is there anything else you wanted to read about Kyle? Okay, since we've got we've got 20 more minutes before I'm like total brain mush. And there's like one more thing I kind of want to read about. Well, there's a couple more things I want to read about. That was perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad. All right, let me tell you things that I'm curious about. I'm going to give you 3 topics, team, and I'm going to make you decide. I'm going to give you 3 topics. I'm going to make you decide. Okay? Pez? Okay, we're going to end on Pez. No, that's perfect. Instead of my topics, no, that's perfect. Okay, Pez, Wiki, let's go. That's the perfect note to end on. No, Gimp, you're a genius. Okay, let's go. I love it. This is what we're going to end with Pez. I love it. I love the idea of ending with something that is none of my 3 that I was torn between. Instead, we'll go with this. Pez will be the last topic of the day. I said Palmieri, but Pez it is. Gimp? Pez it is. Okay, so Pez. Are you prepared for Pez? Pez. Oh my God, Pez. What a throwback. Pez, English, Pez, German, Pez, stylized as Pez. This is the brand name of an Austrian candy and associated with manual candy dispensers. The candy is a pressed, dry, straight-edged, curved corner block, 15 millimeters, 5/8 inches long, and 8 millimeters, 5/16 inches wide, and 5 millimeters, 3/16 inches high, with each Pez dispenser holding 12 candy pieces. I'll remember that. Very rarely called a genius. Pez was invented in Austria and later exported worldwide. The all uppercase spelling of the logo echoes the trademark style on the packaging and the dispensers, with the logo drawn into perspective, and giving the appearance that letters are built out of 44 brick-like Pez mints, 14 bricks in the P, 15 in the 15 in each of the E and Z. Hold on, what? Hold on a minute. See what I mean? I'm like, I read it. I have no idea what I just read. Logo drawn in perspective, giving the appearance the letters are built out of 44. Oh, I see. So it's like as if you were writing the logo with Pez. This is how many Pez it would require to actually write the letters. Got it. I understand things. Did anyone else have this like bizarre like sensory memory as soon as I read the word Pez that like I can like taste Pez? I like remember what they taste like. Despite the wide red, and I know there were like different flavors, but it's kind of like Skittles where it's like, yes, there's different flavors, but also they all taste like Skittles. It's kind of the same with Pez, right? Of course, right. Okay, despite the widespread recognition and popularity of the Pez dispenser, the company considers itself to be primarily a candy company, and today, billions of Pez candies are consumed annually in the U.S. alone. Do people still eat Pez? Are Pez dispensers still a thing? The pink ones were bomb? Oh man, I don't even remember specifically. I guess I remember yellow, so like lemon, and I remember grape. They are still? Maybe it's just because it's like a kiddie thing. You get them from your mom for holidays? I love that. I haven't had a Pez in a minute. I got rid of it when I moved. I had like collectors, like they were all like Star Wars Pez dispensers. And it was like cool, but it was one of those things where I was like, what am I gonna... I guess I could have put them on my cool nerd stuff shelf, but I feel like a fake fan sometimes because like when you have a Star Wars thing, people are like, "Oh yeah, name your favorite Star Wars," and then you get in trouble. But I did have some Star Wars Pez dispensers at one time. Let's see. I think there's a museum in Connecticut just for Pez dispensers. Shut up, really? That's wild. I mean, it makes sense. It's just wild. Pez dispensers are part of pop culture in many nations. An example being soul candy in Japanese manga series Bleach. Because of the large number of dispenser designs over the years, they are collected by many. It's true. Oh, the logo is written with Pez's. Do you see? Now I see. I just tell them I like the one with the frog guy. The frog guy? Bleach, greatest of all time. I haven't really watched a lot of Bleach, to be completely honest with you. Some of them were worth big dollars. Sorry, no, you're good. Yeah, because the ones that I had were definitely like recreations. Like they weren't like original Star Wars ones. They were just like some like, I don't know, little set from like Big Lots, I feel like. Frog guy is Yoda. I got you, Gimp. I understand things. Gimp, is there anything in particular that you wanna hone in on here? I feel like fandom is really interesting. Part of me wants to just like go straight to fandom. Although I do want to know a little bit about the history. Maybe we'll do history, characters, fandom. Pop culture. Nope, just Pez. I love Pez. Do you really? Now I want to go get some Pez. Okay, Pez was first marketed as a compressed peppermint sweet in Vienna, Austria in 1927 by Edward Haas III. The name Pez is an abbreviation for Pfefferminze, German for peppermint. Pfefferminze. Pfefferminze. Okay. The original product was a round peppermint lozenge called Pez Drops. Over time, the manufacturing process evolved. The hard-pressed thick shape known today was created. The product packaging evolved from wrapped rolls to small tin to hold the mints. A small tin? I don't remember it being a tin. I remember the like wrapped rolls. Tripped1, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Are you a fan of Pez? We're reading about Pez right now. Welcome. On Sundays we do Wikipedia rabbit holes, so that's what you've come in on here. Okay, let's see. I don't remember. So do they come in? Hold on. Do they come in tins now? Yes, you love Pez? Ate them when you were a child all the time? It is a very like childhood nostalgia kind of a thing for me. I want to go get them. I didn't know that they still are like a thing. Apparently they are. Tripped, do you have a favorite color of Pez? Do you have a favorite Pez dispenser? Same question for everyone. So I know Tantive loves the pink ones. Gimp loves Yoda. He loves the frog Star Wars. Yeah, this brought a very like sensory memory. But yeah, I don't remember seeing the tins. I just remember seeing them like wrapped in foil, basically. The first Pez mint dispensers, known as regulars, were similar in shape to a cigarette lighter and dispensed as an adult breath mint marketed as an alternative to tobacco. Interesting. They were invented by Oskar Uksa. Cosmit Food Manufacturing Corporation of Vienna was the first to sell Pez products. I got Pez, but I have to be in the mood for them. Makes sense. Totally makes sense. World War II slowed marketing and production. In 1945, manufacturers devised and promoted the Pez Box Regular. In 1949, the first dispenser is officially introduced into the Vienna Trade Fair. In 1952, Edward Haas introduced the product to the United States, and Curtis Alina headed Pez's United States business. In 1955, the Pez company placed heads on the dispensers and marketed them for children. Santa Claus, Popeye, Mickey Mouse, and Donald Duck were among the first character dispensers. Since 1950, over 1,500 Pez dispensers, including the original character dispensers, have been created. Cool. Pez vending machines were used in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. The first German machines were introduced around 1954 and were produced by DWM, Deutschwagen und Maschinenfabrik. Perfect German. Executed to perfection. Trust me. It wasn't. I'm sorry. GWS, Deutschwagen und Sohn, both of Berlin, Germany. Machines were later introduced in Switzerland and then Austria in October 1956. These were produced by Glerios, R. Seipel & Co., and Theodor Braun, Vienna. In 1973, Pez built a factory in Orange, Connecticut, United States. Oh, this is what you were talking about, Gimp. Let's see. In 1983, Scott McWhinney became the president of the Hold on. Okay, in 1973, 1983, Scott McWhinney became the president of the Pez Company. Everything's fine. He retired in 2003. Joe Vittoria became the president of the company in 2004. Around 2005, the size of the original factory doubled and the Pez dispensers line was expanded. In the mid-1990s, peppermints were reintroduced with the remakes of the regulars. In early 2002, the family of the original founder of the company bought back 32.5% of the stock from investment company PGH for 18 million... Is this British pounds? It's not euros, right? Is that euros? Help me. They are now 67.5% of the company. The headquarters are in Traun, Austria. Maybe that's Austrian currency? Austria would be part of Europe, yes? Therefore, it's the euro? Guys, I'm bad with symbols sometimes. I don't know what it is. Headquarters are in Traun, Austria. Pez mints are produced in Traun and Orange, Connecticut, United States, while the dispensers are produced in Hungary and China. In 2011, Pez Visitor Spencer, here it is, a Pez Visitor Center was opened in Orange, Connecticut, with over 4,000 square feet dedicated to all things Pez. Amazing. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, goody. You take cover and you take care of yourself and all your kitties. Send it my way. Yeah, I want rain. I want the rain. Give me the rain. Maybe I'll get the rain. I don't know. I don't think I will, though. Now I want to check my phone to see. Will I be getting rain today? Probably not. But also, I do want to be able to see the blood moon. lunar eclipse, blood moon, super flower moon. Yeah, no rain. Apparently it's a little bit cloudy. That's kind of disappointing. But it should be clear tonight. Cool. Okay. Anyway, patents. I'm gonna skip ahead. Look at this marketing. Okay, hold on. Did I miss any pictures? Look at this. Pez de Schusefreude. Cool. Love it. Characters? What? They have a Betsy Ross one? Okay, hold on. Early Pez dispensers did not have character heads on them. They were just what is known now as regulars. A regular dispenser is just a rectangular box with a contoured flip top for dispensing the candy. Toy character head dispensers were introduced in 1955 after the candy was introduced in the United States. There are over 550 unique dispenser heads with thousands of variations. In the 1970s, 3 historical figures were created. I want a Betsy Ross one. Betsy Ross, Daniel Boone, and Paul Revere, which were released as part of the Bicentennial series. These dispenser heads were not made to actually look like the people they represented, but instead used generic faces with different accessories. Okay. Star Wars Pez dispensers have been amongst the most popular collectibles since they were introduced in the 1990s. Yeah, because the ones that I had must have been within the last few years, I think. The company initially had a general rule against creating likeness of real people, but the 2006 limited edition series of 3 Pez dispensers were made with likenesses of the members of the Teotul family from Orange County Choppers. Well, that's a weird throwback too, huh? I can't believe that there's a Pez vending machine. That's wild. NASCAR-themed dispensers are based on the helmets of famous drivers rather than their actual resemblance. In 2007, a limited edition Elvis set was released featuring 3 dispensers from different periods of Presley's life. In 2008, the first Star Trek dispensers were released in a gift set with the 7 original series crew and Starship Enterprise. A second Star Trek gift set based on the Next Generation series was released in autumn. Interesting. In 2009, in honor of the 70th anniversary of Wizard of Oz, Pez released a box set with dispensers in the likeness of the Cowardly Lion, the Tin Man, Scarecrow, Dorothy Gale, Toto, Glinda, and the Wizard of Oz, and the Wicked Witch of the West. Only 300,000 sets were made. Yeah, I bet people get into weird eBay bidding wars for these, yeah? In 2010, Pez released a Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs set featuring a storybook. These are the first characters featured on the short stem body. Only 250,000 sets were made. In 2011, a 2-piece limited edition set was released for charity featuring Prince William and his wife-to-be, Kate Middleton. Wild. Facebook Marketplace, too. I always forget that Facebook Marketplace is a thing. Yeah, good call. 2011, an 8-piece limited edition series was released for... Oh, man, I would love a Lord of the Rings set. Characters from Lord of the Rings as they appear in Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings films. Bilbo, Frodo, Sam, Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Gollum. Only 250,000 sets were made. 150,000 Walmart exclusive sets were made. The Walmart sets did not have Bilbo. Boo! They came with the Eye of Sauron instead. All right, fair. I love Bilbo, though. In October 2012, Pez released a limited edition Kiss gift set. The Star Child, the Demon, the Catman, and the Spaceman are displayed in a reusable metal gift tin. They made Kiss ones? You might have to hunt those down. You might have to. 2013, Pez released a Monsters University Pez. Characters were Mike Wazowski, James P. Sully Sullivan, Scott Squishy Squibbles, and Randall Boggs. In summer 2013, Pez released a Hobbit gift set. Bilbo Baggins, Gandalf the Grey, Thorin Oakenshield, Fimble the Hunter, Radagast, Keely, Boffer, and Dwalin are displayed in a printed cardboard box. In 2013, Pez released a series of 18-wheeler trucks, and there were companies like Walgreens, Nice, Wawa, Safeway, Randall's, Upmarket, and Haviline, and many more. 2014, Pez released a giant Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. 2014, Pez released an Angry Birds gift tin. It had Red, Bomb, Stella, and a Minion Pig in a reusable gift metal tin. Reading is hard. A bunch of popular characters, so many. Everyone, you haven't made it unless you've been made into a Pez head. You know what would be cool? I wonder if you could get like customizable ones that like are made like in your likeness or something, you know? That would be neat, especially with like 3D printers. That would be a fun thing. Like instead of bobbleheads, making like Pez dispensers. That would be dope, right? $30 on eBay. Fandom! The value of Pez dispensers, very topical, because we're talking about it. Anyway, some Pez dispensers can sell for large amounts as collectibles. The highest verifiable, reading, right? Highest verifiable sale of a Pez dispenser was a private sale of a Mickey Mouse soft head at $7,000 between an Austrian dealer and the United States collector. This dispenser was never available for sale to the public and was a factory prototype. Wow. The high prices which some Pez items fetch has led to the manufacturing of fake Pez items as well. The 2006 eBay sale of a clear 50S space gun? Clear 50S space gun for $11,000 took place, but according to Pez researcher David Welch, the dispenser was later proven by chemical testing to be a well-made fake. Shut up. The most valuable Pez dispensers are 3 political donkeys, each valued over $13,000, one of which was owned by John F. Kennedy. Incredible. Pez conventions? Can you imagine going to a Pez convention? What kind of people would you meet at a Pez convention? Amazing. A Pez researcher. Right, a Pez researcher. I skipped over that entirely. Thank you. Pez researcher David Welch. We're going to Google this man. Is that what you do for a living? Collecting Pez by David Welch. Oh my God, what? He's got a book. He's got a book, you guys. Collecting Pez by David Welch. Amazing. Incredible. Thanks to a growing pack of Pez heads. If you go to a Pez convention, you're going to meet a lot of Pez heads. Pez people. Not a toy researcher, only Pez. This is where candy and toy intersect, you know? All right. Pez conventions and gatherings. The Pez collecting hobby has grown to the point where several conventions are held annually around the world. The oldest convention is a Pezamania. Amazing. Pezamania, which has been held in Ohio since 1991. There are also small gatherings held in countries like England and Australia, just to name a couple. Conventions are also annually held in Austria, Finland, France, Sweden, and in the United States, Missouri, California, Minnesota, Connecticut, Michigan, and South Carolina. Plenty of geographical options if you want to go meet some Pez heads, you know? I'm just saying. Pez conventions are a place where collectors and dealers can meet to buy and sell Pez merchandise. I had no idea it was this big of a thing. It totally makes sense now that I think about it, but I never thought about it. There are also typically auctions for charity and games and contests with Pez items as prizes. Most often, admission is free for one day. Film adaptation. Envision Media Arts are developing an animated film version of Pez. I don't know how to feel about that. With Cameron Fay writing a screenplay? How is that going to work? Lee Nelson and David Bulow producing, and Greg Rawson, Brian Sawyer, and Jonathan Hung executive producing the film. I don't know any of these motherfuckers, but if you were to make a movie about Pez, how would it work? Card game. The Pez card game is an out-of-print multiplayer collectible card game based on Pez candy. How? How do you make a card game or a movie based on Pez? I'm sure they will. Just animated Pez machines? Probably. Just like it's just going to be a Toy Story, but with Pez. Sounds like a direct-to-video nightmare. Nailed it. Yes. I 100% agree with that. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Okay, so Pez card game. The object of the game is to earn 25 points through playing cards with Pez flavors and dispensers. The core set contained 204 cards. My God. Pop culture. The New York Times reported that eBay was started as a way to trade Pez dispensers online. No fucking way. Is that true? We read about eBay during eWeek. Is that true? Pez lore includes the story of eBay founder Pierre M. Omidyar, a Pez collector, who set up eBay so his girlfriend, a Pez collector, had a way to buy and sell those dispensers on the internet. I don't remember reading that when we read about eBay. Pez lore. So there's Pez researchers, and then there's if there's Pez lore, that means that there's Pez historians. The Pez lore goes deep, you guys. Okay, however, this was later revealed to be a myth. That's why. This is why we didn't read about it when we read about eBay, because it's a myth. But hilarious. It's a hilarious myth. No, it's definitely a myth. Did we read about it during E-Week? Now I'm like questioning my ability to remember things that we've done on this stream. I don't think we did. But maybe we did. I don't know. Anyway, it was a myth penned to attract media attention. In the 1986 movie Stand By Me, when the boys are talking around the campfire, Vern Tessio, Jerry O'Connell, quips, "If I could only have one food for the rest of my life, that's easy. Pez. Cherry flavored. Pez. No question about it." It's a weird choice. That's an amazing choice, but a weird choice. Pez Heads, the movie. A 2006 documentary about Pez dispenser collectors. In the 31st episode of the sitcom Seinfeld, named The Pez Dispenser, a Tweety Bird Pez dispenser plays a major role in the plot. Hold on, Pez Heads, the movie? Please. What the hell? Look at this picture. Please. This is the kind of person that you would meet at a Pez convention. A Pez head. That's it. I mean, how do we can't follow that up. That's where we're going to end it for today, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. I know. Should we go back to his face one more time? Here he is. There's our boy. Maybe one day we can do a watch party or something. Thank you guys for being here for Pee-Week. It's very sweet. Yeah, this guy is the reason no one should go to a Pez convention. He's got a prize-winning goatee. Just one more time. One more time. Looking at you, sir. Okay, with that said, yeah, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Y'all are very sweet. Before I go, thanks again to the amazing April Kit Kat for that giant raid earlier. If y'all don't know April Kit Kat, you need to go follow her. I'm gonna find someone for us to raid because we gotta pass this party on to somebody else. We gotta party on, my friends. Who are we gonna go visit? Let me see who's online right now. Let me see who's online. Lots of people. Queen Dream and Star Knuckle. Jesse Akatsuki. Coda Girl Chan. Planet Moonstars. Riley Armageddon. You know, Riley did raid me the other day. Maybe we should pass the love back to Riley. Do you all know Riley? My little bro is on. I could always go hang out with my little bro. Should we go to my little bro? We can go hang out with my little bro. Let's hang out with Starnux. I was gonna say, there's so many people. What's he doing? Spook 'em Saturday. Oh, he's playing Resident Evil. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go hang out with my little bro. Let's do it. I like it. Tantive? I like it. Let me spell his name correctly, because that's always a treat and a treasure. Thank you all for being here again. Gimp and Tantive and Veery and all new folks that came in and said hi. Y'all are very sweet. If you want to be up to date on the things that I do and the stuff that I'm doing, there are my socials. You can follow me there. On the 29th, we're going to do the Mama Abbers Spectacular. It's going to be a whole thing. I love you guys. You're very sweet. You're very beautiful. And I will see you... When will I see you? I'll see you Wednesday for whatever I want Wednesday. Okay? Okay. I love you. I'll see you soon. I love you. See you. Love you. Okay, bye. I love you. Okay, but for real, bye. And also for real, I love you. Okay, bye.